All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Summer Showdown for 2025. In the commentary booth running the stream, it's me, Aksu, and with me, it's the People's Champion.
Aksu, we have talked about this. We have freaking talked about this,
I know.
right?
You still get the best like introduction I can give you. And we have
Oh,
encoder
you're
in the
missing the
booth also.
titles, Aksu. Not only the people's champion, the Lisan Al Jaib.
Uh,
Goddammit,
All
I
right,
had
Jai, make
some
it
in the
official.
pool. People's
Also in the booth
Champion.
today is Cody speaking here. Also go by Encoder. On in net space and in meat space, I go by Cody.
cool. So what are we looking at here today? Like, why have you assembled us in this location?
First of all, I'm 157 registered for this tournament, which is absolutely wild.
Wait, there's two more in like the 2 minutes since we started talking. What the heck?
Yeah, exactly.
That's unreal. That's actually unreal. Okay, I'm actually kind of scared to open ASAPs right now because I don't want to be responsible for contributing to the server lag, so I'm going to refrain from clicking on anything.
That's right.
As you
It's
say,
loading pretty slow here, so we might have some technical difficulties, but no doubt we'll get through it today.
yeah.
And I want to start by saying a huge shout out to Man of the Moon. This is the Summer Showdown, and Man of the Moon has somehow managed to just assemble these massive tournaments. He does one for the Summer Showdown. He also does a pre-Worlds tournament that ends up just being massive. I don't know. He just reads the tea leaves and picks a fantastic day for everybody to be able to make it. There's a lot of hype right now, of course, for the new elevation changes. So this is by far the biggest tournament of the meta, and so we'll really see how things are going to shake out. Jai, what are you expecting to see here in the sort of the top tables and to do well?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. So of course, I think corp side is a little more tricky to evaluate. We of course have seen like some good um, Nebula, Alco, and even like the LEO decks that have come out recently. Most recently, of course, the LEO that won the Polish megacity. I'm unfortunately not going to be able to pronounce the name of the megacity, but I think everyone knows what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's right.
Runner
And what
side,
about
I
any
think. Oh yeah,
what
you're
about
saying
any off meta corpse or
off
runners here
meta
that you might
corps.
be surprised about today?
Oh, that's a lot harder to say. Uh, I think all four factions can really do something quite interesting, and I think we are still at the point of the meta where there's going to be a lot of faction and identity diversity. That being said, my personal two pet corp decks are gonna be uh, one that maybe you'll find makes a little bit of sense, and one is a little bit more off the wall, I should say. The first is PT Untamed. I've been like trying like a rush style, um, call it rip PD style of deck. That I think Not Yeti also likes a lot, and who brought it to I think the Reading event. And secondly is Nuven. I've been playing a lot of Nuvem. I'm extremely Nuvem pilled right now. Just like measured responsing people and picking it up again with Puzzle Spy and doing it again.
Wonderful. I'm hoping to see all sorts of crazy stuff out there. Personally, I've been actually tuning and trying to play Synapse a bit just to see if there's some extra value here. I've played IP Enforcement 3 times in a game, and that felt fun. I can't say it's
God.
necessarily good, but I'm going to continue to tune and see what happens here. Runner side, I've just playing classic Shaper Bomb of value, and it seems to be okay. Deep Dive is a heck of a card, and
Oh yeah,
no doubt we're
sure
going to
is.
be seeing some dives going deep this weekend.
I guess now is as good as time as any to talk about it. you're playing Shaper. What are your thoughts on Madani? It's a good card. It's a bad card. Would you rather play Lillipad? Would you rather play Ari?
Yep, I've been experimenting a bit. Madani seems to be really fun and solves a lot of problems. Although there's a problem. It creates an amount of complexity. You have to plan so many turns in advance. You have to pick the right program at the right time, and my smooth brain often can't handle this. So I think that most success I've had is just throw as much money as you can on the table and then pray for some deep dives, and it turns out to be pretty darn good. So we'll see how Shaper does today. Madani control is truly something to be reckoned with a skilled pilot in their hands. For me personally, hasn't been all cracked up to be, but we'll see how it goes today. Surely there's some shaper stands out there, as CTZ calls those pot smoking shapers.
Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, but I mean, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you ask, I feel like, I mean, without going into the statistics yet, that I suspect that Shaper is going to be the least represented runner faction this showdown. I feel like both the deep dive Sable variations as well as transfer of wealth set Sebastial, or maybe even Hoshiko, depending on who you ask. I think these two decks are, I would say, runner side are the talk of the town, and definitely people will be bringing them and bringing corps with them in mind.
Yeah, I think that's right, because you need to have answers to all kinds of threats. In particular, we're going to be expecting a lot of assets. In particular, the Alco sort of net damage deck here, and HB got a ton of really good assets. So there's going to be a lot of assets today. So you need to be able to handle that threat. And I think you're right. Seb and Hoshiko handle those assets quite well. Control Shaper with Azamat does really well as towards the asset matchup. But you need to also be able to handle the Glacier. Rush is still to be determined. I'm really looking forward to see if there's some really good Rush corps where we can really outpace the runner today. But you need to be able to handle lots of threats as a runner. So you're right. I think those are some safe picks. Seb gaining a lot of popularity in the last couple of weeks based upon, I think it was the Polish district champions. Fantastic,
second and third.
super cool. Runs 3 transfer of wealth, lots of tags, and it actually sticks a tag and tends to leave it, which is fascinating in this meta where there's a lot of really powerful tag punishment cards. So we'll see how this plays out. There's a classic, great, I guess, reverse matchup here of Synapse versus Seb, which is a lot of fun to watch and also to pilot. So I'd love to catch that matchup on stream if it happens, although I highly doubt it.
Anything's possible, and yes, I do think we'll be seeing a fair share of Sebs today. Synapse, we'll see. And are we populating now? Is round one paired, or are we still in holding pattern?
Looks like we're still in a holding pattern.
Right. I do see people filling up on the JNet. Of course, we are not playing on regular JNet as a caution to anyone else watching. Watching the stream. We are on Man in the Moon's JNet mirror, provided to us today, courtesy of XDG, who has done this before in the past. And of course, big shout out to him for that. Yeah, it looks like this it could just possibly be the player meeting. All the people just making private games, open, close, open, close. Okay, something's
That's
going
right.
on here.
Round one is paired. I assume they are doing a pairing lineup where they pair around and then they'll repair afterwards. Is that true?
Yeah. Is it the player meeting or we'll find out one way or another.
Yep.
But all right. So we've talked a little bit about like the IDs that we want to see. Uh, what have you found fun specifically, like in your game since the set release? It's been about just over 3 weeks so far. How have you found the post rotation meta, and is there anything they've been particularly missing?
Ooh, missing is an interesting framing. I've really enjoyed it so far. I think there's what you expect and want to see from any set is things that really pop, right? Things that speak to you as a player. And I think that with this set, there's like a good amount of player expression just bundled into the cards. There's some weird stuff that I think has been really cool to see. Personally, Plutus jumped out at me right away as like, what is this card? I actually misread it and I thought it was ignoring all costs, which would have been absolutely busted.
Oh
Um,
my god.
yeah, yeah. But still, I think it's just anytime you're doing something clicklessly, it just feels good.
Mm,
I am really interested to see whether Nebula is just super above the curve and deserves a ban in some format. But Plutus is something that really jumped out to me, and I think that that's something really special with this set in particular. Is like it speaks to a lot of the players out there, which I find really interesting. I think the biggest meta shakeup here, of course, is the lack of K2CP and the ban of Cleaver, which really brings Ice back into the foreground of the meta. All of a sudden, Mascarofa ends up being one of the best Wayland Ices, and previously it would never deserve a slot.
oh yeah,
Buzz
absolutely.
Cleaver would just break it for a single credit, and so this new meta brings a new really shape of how Corpse can actually play the game. Ice matters more than it ever has before. And runners really need to respect that. I also think on the breaker side of things, you have to kind of get creative. There's a number of ways to approach it, and there's not just clearly a best breaker suite per runner. So I think it's really interesting in how the meta will shake up based upon sort of Ice being in the foreground here.
Right. Looks like we have our round one pair, and looks like games are already being populated in the tournaments tab of JNet. Uh, golly gosh, there's so many table numbers that they don't even show it on ASAP's tables. What is happening? Right. All right. Just looking at all the IDs here. Is there anything that jumps out to you? And oh my gosh, I see there are multiple players on Profitable's Consulting. That's not something I expected on my bingo card. What's happening here?
Yeah. I'm looking at a couple of matchups here. Some that are jumping out is White Blade and Bonkle.
Right. What I see it. I would ask for the table number, but that is not going to be a thing. I guess we'll just have to search for the game on and check
Mhm.
out. We can
Oh, and I
jump
see
in.
we've got Arazan playing, our current world champion playing Magdalene.
Mhm.
Arazan won Worlds this past year with a Ari Shaper deck that was very off meta, I think, for the time. That was primarily dominated by a control lat.
Yes.
No doubt,
Although
I'm
I
sure
think,
Arazan's very comfortable playing deep dive, so we'll see what he brings to the table.
yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was on on a deep dive Magdalene concoction.
Mhm. Some other notables, I see Rotom Appliances in the tournament playing LEO Construction, and Rotom is a die-hard PD stan. So that
Yeah.
that's something. If Rotom's on playing Leo and
Yeah.
has put PD
Eh,
in the binder, something has changed on the meta
I
front,
I
man.
I do think of Rotom Appliance as a weather vane for precision design. If he's not playing precision design, something is deeply wrong. I mean, that being said, the our current deck of the week is a PD deck with a really, really spicy replay embedded. So go check it out if you haven't already. It's absolutely wild. But all right, other other names of note, Deer, our world's runner-up from 2025, playing Alco. Of course, who knows what specific variant of Alco they're playing, but
Mhm.
worth noting nonetheless.
Yeah, Deer's
Mm,
certainly has a fondness for assets, so I assume it's some type of net damage, especially, Deer bringing PE to Worlds last year. It's probably a safe and comfortable space for them.
absolutely. But I do think a lot of the ideas from last year's PE Loud deck can be ported over into some kind of like alcohol build, but the specific cards will need to change a lot. Particularly cards like what was it now? Prana Condenser, which was a keystone of the PE deck from the World's Final, but really has a, quite a large amount of anti-synergy with the Alco ID. So we'll see how the players here have compensated for that. Okay, how long more to the round starts? Let's actually pick a table. Unless does Aksu wants to just make a call for us? Huh? No? Yes? Sounds like Aksu's AFK. Oh, okay. No? Yes.
I'm not seeing it in the list. They haven't created their game yet.
Right.
Oh, I see it now. Although maybe this is too early for Whiteblade and hasn't woken up yet. But it does look like Bink Bonkle is waiting.
I mean, it would not surprise me one bit. If not, let's go pick up something else. I suspect.
Looks like we're still waiting for rounds to start and a couple of pairs to happen here. You know, one thing that's interesting is Aesop's table doesn't give a breakdown of the meta, and I would love to take a look at the distribution of IDs.
Oh yeah, I think that'll be extremely interesting for both when I cop side. I mean, we can get like a rough idea by looking at the matchup list. It does look well, at least runner side fairly evenly distributed, maybe a little bit less shaper. I mean, this is just going off color identification. And I want to say a little bit less HB than the rest of the factions. But again, this is all just based off like a inspection of colors and only half of the players' IDs. All right. Looks like if you don't mind, we can go and watch Cobalt against Rapa Nui, Orb against Sable.
Sounds great. Let's dive in.
There's still a little bit of time before round start, so we can just. Where is the? So just a couple more minutes until the round starts, so we can just chill a while. But yeah, okay, yeah, looks like our in the game. Of course, the game is not going to start for a while now, but we are seeing Cobalt against Rapune, of course, the author of one of the Netrunner blogs on Substack. I think I would say second only in popularity to I think the famous Surveyor run by Kikai.
That's right.
Yeah, but I think Rapuni does post like weekly updates about Netrunner and what he thinks about the meta and just interesting tidbits in general. Always a pleasure to read his content. Shout out to him, and we'll see what he has here for us. He is on Sable, which I suspect. Well, it is more likely than not to be like deep dive variation. But I myself have been playing like some Rex Sable, no deep dives, uh, just Doctor Nukas and importing breakers like God intended. Have you seen much of that at all, or is it all just uh, deep dive Sable for you?
Well, I think Reg Krim is in a great spot here. A very common win con alongside some of these Sable or Az or even Zaya. You know, pick your favorite ID. Twinning, Chesva, and something like Paladin and Mystic represent a really strong win condition where you can apply pressure, build up your board state, and then you have Hermes as a console to really control and keep the corporation down. So I think it's a very viable win condition, and it really comes down to play style and a meta choice. I think for certain corporations where there's going to be heavy net damage, deep dive becomes a little bit of a problem where an enemy becomes your biggest threat and you have to get through the ice in order to deep dive. So it really depends upon a meta call and personal playstyle, but I think both are totally viable right now in the meta.
Yeah, and I think across the table from Rapuni, of course, Cobalt repping Ops Super Heavy Logistics. I think possibly the most flexible ID that's ever been printed in Netrunner history, other than maybe ETF. But that's cheating, so it doesn't count. What have you seen much of Op? And I mean, if so, what have you seen? Is it like kill combo, assets, eminent archer? I should say eminent Biawak at this point, I suppose.
That's right. Yeah, corporation side, I think this could really go a couple of ways. Ob does a fantastic job of being able to rush, and I think is one of the viable contenders with, instant speed. I've seen a lot of players playing humanoid resources, which might be the best corporation or ID to be able to play humanoid resources. You not only get to, click humanoid, play some operations, which Wayland has many good ones, but also you can fetch a spin doctor on that pop as well to get even more card draw and options to be able to make that install. So it can
Yes.
be absolute gas for a fantastic rush deck. But then there's another style, what I would expect Ob to play a little bit more asset heavy.
So we're talking with hostile infrastructures, uh, architectures, I should say, and Cyber Sand Harvester to get the aforementioned humanoid resources, for example. And there's a lot of options you can play with here. Like, actually, Cyber Sand probably gets Bladder. Who am I kidding here?
That's right. There's a new rule change that particularly impacted Ob this time around, and it's the no change in game state ruling.
Oh
So
yes,
previously, Cyberstand Harvester required there to be power counters, I believe, on the card in order to use it. Now, with the new change in ruling, however, you can just res Cybersand Harvester and click it to trash it at any time, even if there isn't a change in game state. So that creates this really powerful card, which is really difficult to trash. I believe it's 4 to trash, 2 to
yes.
res, and just at instant speed, you can go ahead and grab your 1-cost card. For example, maybe a humanoid resources, maybe you need, I don't know, maybe that tithe right at the exact moment. The
Tithe,
possibilities are endless here.
yeah, Bladder Ward, Wall to
That's right.
Wall, maybe even Malibut Data Vault is one I haven't seen recently, but I think is always at the back of my mind.
That's right.
And we're starting round
And
one.
away we go. All right, folks. We've got 155-ish players here at this tournament, and it's going to be an absolute banger. Let's kick this off.
Sable marking R&D turn one. Good roll by Rockman. I would say double install new remote by Cobalt probably looks to be a more assety build as opposed to some ops you will see go for the turn one try and rush an eminent domain. But this doesn't appear to be the case. Oh, and a swift coming down by Rapa Nui probably indicates that this is going to be a deep dive build. So that's a very early signal for Cobalt.
That's right. Immediately showing their hands here. Playing Swift is just a dead giveaway. It's a deep dive deck. So if I'm sitting at Cobalt's position, I'm thinking, okay, now how do I lose this game? Well, you lose this game by having weak centrals that make it really easy for Rapanui to be able to cleanly and easily deep dive. Sable giving you an extra click after running 3 centrals, and then Swift giving you another click here. So you can potentially get a lot of agendas. You play the deep dive, you could play another deep dive, and then you still have another click left to click it one more time.
We see Rapa Nui contesting the board. Oh, and a naked anthill. Okay, that's probably an instant trash. Okay. I think conversely, it's important for the deep dive Sable player to not go too ham on trying to set up the deep dives to the exclusion of everything else. It is important to be able to control the board, and we do see
Okay,
here.
and we see a wall to wall here, immediately showing the corpse hand where I'm expecting lots of assets.
Yes, absolutely.
And there they are. Rapa
Turn
Nui
two
down to
archive.
two credits now. It's not in the perfect position, but there we go.
Oh
That one
yeah,
credit run plus the click back.
click
Carpe
positive
diem.
carpe diem. Yeah, gotta love it. Good macro, I gotta say.
This
Although
board state, perfect.
yeah, I do think Rapa Nui would have been happy um to poke for that run, whichever server the mark rolled, just because there's really nothing to lose on this board and want Cobalt to spend some resources on forcing Central's reses before going on the board. Okay, we see a Boomerang Bravado. Only one card in HQ, and I think this is a pretty heads up run. If you think that Cobalt isn't going to check the isn't going to put agendas naked on the table. We see a clearinghouse.
I love this
What
run
about it?
here. Sticking that boomerang on HQ is going to stay there, right? And now
Yeah,
HQ is effectively free with how little credits Cobalt is on. And seeing that cleared house is really fascinating to me. It tells me there's going to be hearts and minds in this deck
yeah,
uh, with probably a backup plan of measured response as a potential for a win condition once the runner or corporation is on threat 4. Oh my goodness! And we see
uh,
a monster card for influence for a. I should have read the pronunciation guide. I'm gonna say fat, which two C's on the thick here. Corporation is expecting to now do some damage. That's clear with the clearinghouse and now fought on the table.
yeah.
What do you think
I
about
think
a naked install here?
mm, it's interesting to say. Okay, we have a HQ run. Oh, and another clean getaway. This is a very nice. This is a very nice run. Getting that swift value, and then the clearinghouse comes out again, which means that we know that this is going to be a fresh card in the server. And I do wonder if this is still an eminent domain deck. Do you think Rapa Nui is incentivized to check this? What are the bad face checks in Wayland on this credit total? Lamplighter. Oh,
Lamplighter. Okay. So this tells me a little bit more about the corporation here. So Lamplighter is a fascinating card in Ob because it trashes itself. Now,
yes.
Guy, what do you think is the one cost card you would want to fetch in the moment of a lamplighter firing?
Oh, I know this one. I know this one. Amaze Amusements. That's it.
That's right. Yep. There's a fantastic, oh, we're not going to see it here. There's a really cool combo, pulling the maze amusements at instant speed, forcing the runner to take additional tags when they steal an agenda after the tranche on the lamplighter. It's a nasty, mean combo that the runner really needs to respect and run early, or expect to stick some tags. It's really hard to be able to make that run and clear all of those tags.
Oh my goodness gracious me! What is this text influence spread? Idiosyncrasies? Uh, and I mean, it does make a good amount of sense with the hearts and minds strategy that we assume is going on with the clearinghouse as well.
Yep.
But with the FOT as well as the idiosyncrasies that we've already seen, that's 6 influence that is pulling the deck in a very interesting direction, I want to say.
Yeah, I agree. I think this draw for Cobalt has been pretty rough. Not seeing any money cards and Anthill really not sticking has put him in a position to be, I think, just very behind the mark in terms of an econ perspective. So at this board state, I would expect
Oh,
Sable to really be ahead here. And wow, look at that trash! Two
uh,
two deep dives out of the bin, or in the bin now for the runner side. How did
yeah,
I missed that? How did that happen?
one discarded to end of turn along with the Manan Dragon, and one pinged out from the Bladder Walk that just got rest in the Lamplighter server. And the thing is, I don't think Rapinoe is going to be able to contest this Bladder Walk anytime soon, right? This Lamplighter is like a pain in the butt
That's right.
to go through, and another 3 credits behind that to a Bladder Walk, and I mean, it doesn't look like a very amazing econ situation at the moment.
hmm
Sable.
Yeah, I think just like that, the tables might have turned here in favor of the corporation. It's obviously very early, but if I'm the corporation and I see 2 deep dives in the bin, I am feeling good about myself. Oof, and a lucky rip off of R&D there with the ASEF protocol. I don't know if it's necessarily lucky, actually. The Corp's drawn a good amount of cards at this point. You'd
Yeah,
expect their agendas to be coming at some point. With one in hand and HQ, it's a good call to make that run on R&D.
I mean, I want to say that one of these servers is a clearinghouse, which I mean, don't necessarily have to do anything about that at the moment. But if it's also a hearts and minds somewhere, you could get set up for some very nasty spike damage. So okay, Spin Doctor. I mean, I'm looking at this deck again. What is the influence spread? Idiosyncrasies, Bladderwort, Fart, Spins. Are we
That might be
assuming
it.
that there's triple Bladderwort here? So that's
Yep.
6 on bladders, 3 on spins, 9 with a Fart and an idiosyncrasies. Actually, that's all 15 already, actually. Okay. I mean, I
Yep,
hope
I believe
Rapanu is
so.
counting along with us at home because I think he might be as confused as we are. Cobalt. Hitting another really critical card with the Bladderwort with the Bladderwort ping, by the way. Transfer of wealth, I think, uh, is not necessarily bad on this board state, given that they can probably just res assets to duck the transfer, but having to review your hand on the board itself is quite annoying. And
That's right. And
with the boomerang in play, right, like firing the transfer is essentially free.
and if I'm looking at the corporation's, influence spend here, I'm probably not thinking end of the line tag kill. Um,
Yeah,
so transfer of wealth tag might not be that risky. I would still want to remove the tag just out of abundance and caution here. Runner sees now a hostile architecture, and I
this is
don't
in
know if you
4
have the money to be
credits.
able to trash
Yeah.
this. Well,
Okay,
runner
here's what.
says, "I got more money coming. Let's do this thing. Better now than when it's rezzed."
And we're just checking the board. Right? So reminder that we do expect some at least one clearinghouse here, and probably 7 or 8. And res a heart, a pre-rest heart in minds. That's very interesting. I suppose this is to incentivize the trash, or to no, to more likely to duck the bladder one actually.
That's right. That tells me that
Yeah.
7 and 8 are probably not either maybe they cost none. One might be a clearinghouse, and maybe one's an agenda.
Yeah. Info bounty. All right. I think in most asset matchups, this is the card that Sable most wants to see in her opening hand. I think this card, especially in like the ice light kind of decks, that asset that happen in asset matchups. I think this just
Right.
most of the time equates to 2 free counters, 2 free credits per turn.
Clicklessly, huge value.
Yeah, huge value. The Hearts and Minds first counter goes on the R&D ice. So now we are threatening some amount of burst damage, between 1 on the Bladderwalk and up to 2 on the start of turn clearinghouse. So Rapani will have to watch out for that. Marcus R&D, I don't see a reason not to poke here. Oh, we provided with HQ first. All right. Getting a swift click. Cobalt probably not resing this. But I expect that Rapani will have to find the third deep dive at some point. And hop it the spin, likely resing another one. Probably, yep. That's a fresh spin. Slash and burn from
Ooh,
HQ.
slash
All
and
right.
burn.
What does this tell us about the Cobalt Agenda Suite, I wonder? So this probably isn't just a 6 3-pointer and one a Ziv protocol deck.
Mm-hmm.
So it does intend to score some agendas, maybe with some Hearts and Minds combo.
I see slash and burn as well. I'm in Azef. That's another way to get 2 additional damage.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking holding an Azef, holding a slash and burn in HQ, waiting for some cheeky damage,
Yeah.
maybe like we're potentially going to see now. Hearts and
We
Minds
did, by the way.
triggering first.
We can Hearts and Minds a clearinghouse of 2 damage plus Bladder Ward. Oh no, we can't actually double Bladder Ward. Huh. Okay.
If
I
there's
was thinking
an Azef and a slash and burn in hand, this is GG.
yeah, it's true. We'll see how it goes. I was thinking there was some double Angelique play. If you're on hostile architectures, you might also go Angelique clearinghouse. Okay. So the board has just gotten a lot more spicy for Rapa Nui. The hostile architect, the Hearts and Minds is gone now though, so Cobalt will need to find some way of cheating more advancement counters on this thing.
Thinking, at 9 credits, a double measured response would have been fascinating. Maybe there's a extract in hand that could do it.
Looks like no. Looks like just a value measure response.
A value measured response. Love it. It's tough at 1 credit, and Cobalt is saying, I'm going to continue to burn my credits to stay below the Bladder Ward threshold here, and I'm just going to keep pinging you. Which sounds like a great strategy, right? If you keep cards out of the runner's hands, then you're not going to be able to deep dive, and you're down to really just singles. So it's a pretty fascinating take here, and it's a great line. I think it's going to be really difficult at 0 credits now for the runner to be able to pull out a deep dive at this position. The Cobalt's on really low credits as well, so sort of a battle at the bottom here.
We are at that point where Rapid, even without dives, can just win by touching cards, right? I mean, we are still Sailor, we are still criminal, right? We can still go centrals, we can still use tricks, and we can just clear enough of the board when Cobalt feels that they're or just clear enough of the board to not die, and then just try and touch enough cards after that. And I feel like Rapid should be strongly considering just poking this new HQ install for the there we go for the info bounty value. Okay, and resin Kessleroy going down to 1 credit. Do you bypass this with the backstitching? Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious me, we are bypassing the Kessleroy. This is worth click and 2 credits. Raising the third spin doctor, unprompted hearts and minds just to access. No action on that. Gets real spicy now. Cobalt does have measured response access this coming turn since a successful run was made. And we would be credit perfect to fire off a measured response with Bladderwort and Excavator. So if we can combo that with a Angelique, that is actually lethal damage. Okay, no, we decline to use Virigo. So something is Cobalt is cooking something else up. Slow credit and right. Marcus R&D. I feel like if I'm Rapa Nui now, you probably want to clear out the last spin doctor and then try and rip something from the R&D.
I think especially with slash and burns out there, you got to assume there's going to be more. I think that's a great call. Contesting the spin doctor is certainly what I would be looking at as well. The mark on R&D. I'm also have my sights certainly on R&D this turn as well. And nope, runner just says let's take some money here.
Discarding a transfer. Hearts and minds. So this is worth 1 damage on clearing house and 1 damage on Bladderwort. But I don't expect. Yeah, don't expect the clearing house to be popped this turn.
One advancement counter on R&D is interesting.
Yeah.
What does that tell you about that ice?
It must be an advanceable card, right? So advanceable candidates are Arquette, Silendra, maybe Logjam, but I don't expect any kind of like that heavy ice like Logjam or Pharos in this kind of deck that wants to play low to the ground for Bladderwort, right? So probably one of those first 2. Silendra is like likely a good candidate for this deck. Oh, we see a Merlin Dragon come down. Running R&D. We'll see if this is a Silendra. I suspect Rapamuri will.
There it is, Silendra.
This 1 net damage is kind of spooky. We go to 2 cards. And Hearts and Minds plus Bladderwort is representing 3 damage. And yeah, we're just instantly popping the Maladrin, right? So nothing. I think we have to kill this Hearts and Minds, right? It's too dangerous.
Absolutely. I think you could have taken a net damage there, although you lose the 2 credits as well. But you get them back on the run. So I absolutely have to take down the Hearts and Minds.
Yeah. Okay, we are cleaning archives. Open the spin.
All right, last spin. It's actually a big deal for this game state.
Do we? We can't ever dive this turn, right? If we like, we don't have a way to generate a credit to. Yeah, I was thinking maybe there was some kind of like Esdobrado to deep dive play, but I don't think there's the credits for it. 1 credit shot, but Bluebird Diesel.
Potentially 3 damage this turn coming out of the corp. Looks like we might see it. Oh, the third deep dive out of
there we go. Yep, there it is. That boomerang and transfer goes down. And I think this is going to be
measured response. Yep, wow. Cobalt taking it down.
Yeah, that was a 7 damage combo, I think.
Fascinating. Cobalt saying, I'm going to install some assets, make it very painful, and then eventually the most amount of pain. The measured response taking down the game here.
And I must say, this is a very fascinating influence ban. I mean, shout out to that one bladder who basically put the entire game on its back,
That's right.
carrying the orb economy.
Good game. Good game.
Right. Exciting. Right. Do we have anything else? We're just about halfway through the round. And still with 51 games still going. Let's find something else to do.
And while we do that, we pulled some of the data from the tournament here, and we have some breakdowns. I'm not sure we're going to be able to show it on stream just yet, but looking at the corporations, we have a pretty interesting, almost perfectly balanced distribution of factions. HB coming in at 23% of the corps, Jinteki at 31% of the corps, Wayland at 23%, and NBN at 23%. This color pie is almost perfectly even, with Jinteki just taking a bit more at 31%. Interestingly, the most represented corp, as you might expect, is Alco at 31 out of the 46 Jinteki. Clearly representing a very strong corporation showing. Restoring Humanity coming in at 9 people playing. Not this one. Show the other one, Aksu. The picture down below. I guess this works as well, assuming assuming we parse the data correctly. I think Andre's data that he's showing in chat is a little bit more dependable. Now, on the HB side of things, LEO Construction, 17 out of the 34. And then, as you would expect, the big bad boogeyman Nebula, 22 players out there out of the 34. And this is something I actually didn't expect. Wayland, 34 players, and 10 are playing Zwicky Group. I think Zwicky is just a lot of fun. It's just good stuff, value, a lot of things you can do with it. It makes sense to me. It's people playing the new IDs. And then Ob is number 2 for the Wayland Corporation or Wayland faction here with 9 players on Ob. And I want to give a shout out to the special player out there. Certainly a person to my heart. There's one Ampere player. Absolute respect. That's right. Pretty. What do you think of this even breakdown, Jai? I'm quite surprised. What do you think? Take of this faction breakdown?
I think it's quite fascinating. I definitely didn't expect such an even spread of corporations. How many did you say there was on LEO? Did you mention?
17, I believe.
17 LEO, right? And yeah, I think if I was a betting man, I would have bet that most of the HB representation would have been carried by LEO just because of the Polish result. So yeah, I am surprised to see like it being such a comparatively small representation of the HB players, and overall HB just being so competitive with the rest of the corporations. Given like the early results of the season so far, is a little bit surprising to me, and I mean surprising in a good way. I think my love for the faction is quite well known at this point.
That's certainly true. And speaking of, I know you played a lot of HB assets leading up to it. ASA making very popular and had a lot of really good tournament showing. But what I find interesting is the most obvious, ID replacement for that style of fully operational wide deck is poetry. And out of the 34, there's only 4 poetry players out there. What do you make of that?
Oh, that's a long and sad story. It's not really a long story, but it is a very sad story if you ask me. And I think the biggest reason for poetry's like lack of representation in like the tournaments up to so far is that I think the slots are extremely hard to balance in the deck, given that everyone knows that HB has gotten like the closest near print to Rashida Yahim in humanoid resources, which does ask you to have a very specific turn composition on the turn that they pop it, and conversely, following on from that, you need a very specific deck composition to support humanoid resources. So you would expect that, given a few weeks of cooking, people might have like figured out the kind of slot balance that poultry wants to be having in order to do like the ASA thing that people were doing in the last meta and fire off like massive fully operationals and that kind of thing. But I think as it turns out in practice, the problem is that you're drawing so many cards and uh, the runner the runners being as aggressive as they are with criminal seeing a resurgence and with set putting on so much central's pressure, you start bleeding agendas a lot. And when you bleed agendas, poultry like poultry's text says you can only install non-agenda cards. And I think you get into a situation where you are not really sure how many operations that you need to be putting into the deck because humanoid resources put such strict doubling requirements on you. If you put in too little, uh, you don't get your value. If you put in too many, right, and people steal agendas from you, which will happen because you're drawing cards, and you just can't trigger your ID ability at all. And I mean, the short answer is it's really tricky, and I don't know what to make of it. If anyone has found a way, I mean, my DMs are always open.
That's right. I mean, you don't want to get back to the regularly scheduled content in games, but I do want to flash this up here. So on the runner side, we have Criminal with 41% of the field, Shaper at 21, you called it, Jai, and Anarch at 37% of the field here. So Criminal is certainly showing up as the top faction on the runner side, and IDs Sable 26 and Muslihat at 17. Interesting, like we called out earlier, Seb showing up as the most represented Anarch. I'm sure, no doubt, it's all transfer of wealth, sort of tag on, tag off at the beginning of the runner's turn kind of deck, aka Siphon Seb. And we, of course, see, Hoshiko, which is just classic good stuff on the runner side. And I'm really curious to see if anyone's been able to crack Rio. I certainly haven't, but I'm always pleasantly surprised when I'm on the corpse side and have to trash a card out of HQ. It always feels bad.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. It looks like we have a game. We can get back into a game now. If we want to jump into Cute Bug versus CryptoNect, we have Mercury into PT Untamed. And looks like there's some stuff happening here which I'm not exactly certain. This is turn 7. Looks like this was a delayed start, but Mercury sitting on 6 points, which I think is not unusual for Mercury players in the early stages of a game. But also on 0 credits, which I think also is not unusual for Mercury players after turns like maybe 5. I think the name of the game for any corp playing against Mercury is like trying to stabilize the first few turns and try to not bleed out before the assault is over. We did see a tag from Cute, but how did that happen? Was giving a tag.
And the sports state's quite fascinating. In the bin, we see 2 Idiosyncrasies, which is a fascinating card, and it's one that I have not been able to really crack yet, but I really want to. It's quite powerful. You stick it on a La Costa grid, and all of a sudden, wait a couple of turns, and that's a huge swing for credit differentials. Which no doubt, I'm assuming why maybe the runner here is on 0 credits. Can present pretty damned if you do, damned if you don't scenarios where, as a runner, you want to contest it, but it's probably better to just wait and go down to 0.
Yeah, absolutely. And PT Untamed is probably one of the IDs that can best use idiosyncrasies, just because the ID trigger gets you get like extra counters on it before you actually pop it for massive effect. We do see Cupid going for the win here. It looks like credit Estebrado. We will see 2 fresh cards on R&D here. Kryptonet probably doesn't have any recourse but to let this go through. The only relevant res is Anemone, which doesn't look to be the case. We'll see 2 cards. This is the game. No, right. Shiteki players breathing a collective sigh of relief.
Certainly dodged a bullet there. And with an HQ that's open right now, you love to see it. You got a couple of turns to be able to do whatever you got going on in the remote right now, potentially scoring an agenda, maybe even letting it sit and, assuming that this server is just absolutely very safe.
And I said, off
And
of
there we
his smoke.
go.
That's the econ sorted. And now, I guess the question for CryptoNet is whether they're able to find the last agenda, the last 3-pointer, and jam it in through HQ into the remote before Mercury can get their hands on it. 28 cards remaining in R&D. One click remaining as well. We do see an upgrade in Server 1. We expect that probably to be some kind of defensive upgrade, either Anoetic Void or Adrian size. And ice going down on R&D. There are probably still some number of Esdobrados left in the deck, so the second ice going down is probably warranted. Although should be noted, we are on threat, so Merc still can do the thing. Credit Esdobrado, C2 cards. Of course, one of them is known. This will only be one fresh. And a
transfer of wealth.
Yeah.
Runner's got to feel great about this. On 0 credits,
was,
being able to just jump up to 6 is fantastic.
Yeah, super necessary as well, I think.
Seeing a Vampire in NASA is great information. Another Lacosta.
Yeah. And you don't expect that much tech punishment, if at all, out of this PT and Taeyan. At least this rush style PT and Taeyan that we expect it to be. Probably the closest thing we expect is maybe some kind of mindscaping, but I don't think you're playing around that if you're Mercury. So I don't expect this tag to be dropped unless there are like critical resources that need protecting, like perhaps like a Pretty Mary that we already see a copy of in the heap. Okay, up to 10 credits now for Q-Buck. Massive credit swing this turn, starting the turn on 0 credits. And now probably actually reasonably able to react to any kind of contest. To contest any kind of like quad push that CryptoNet tries. So CryptoNet has to be a little bit wary of that. Mandatory draw. This is the last known card from the previous R&D dig. And we do see click one draw, which is expected. Ice HQ. We did see a Vampire NASA earlier.
If I'm the corporation here, I see 0 board state, but Mercury with 10 credits, I am terrified. At any moment, another Estebrado could come out and just rip through R&D, C2 cards. I don't think you should feel, safe by any means as a corporation here. We've all been blown out by a Mercury player out there, and it can go either direction. But if I'm the corporation, I'm probably terrified of this board state.
Okay, so let's say your CryptoNet, you've just installed what we assume is a Vampiro NASA on HQ. If Q-Bug just pokes this, right, pokes HQ with just a normal run, do you res? And if you res and subroutines fire, do you draw cards? Because that's so scary. Oh my god.
Here we go.
It's happening. And,
so fascinating.
Is res. This is a good way to tank it as at least the first half of it. And but of course, you will need to rest the innermost ice to force a click commitment out of Cube. But we'll see if CryptoNet feels up for it. Ice is expensive at Genteki after all. I will say that
One card.
another card. Spin
Trash
is
is a
trash.
spin.
Ooh, anything? No? Yes? Don't leave us like that, Cooper. Come on.
All right.
That's
Mitra,
3. Okay. Very good. That
which
shall be.
interestingly is going to be giving the corporation a new card draw here. So they would
Yeah.
be breaking R&D lock, dropping the tag.
Although to be fair, I think Kryptonet could have broken R&D lock any time that they wanted with the spin doctor. So I think the
Yeah,
point is kind
absolutely.
of
What do you think
moot.
about those trashes? Spending 5 credits on Spin and Mitra.
I think it depends on. I think definitely the spin doctor is a warranted trash. The Mitra, it depends on like whether you think, because this is the second Estobado after all, right? If uh, you don't trash Mitra, I don't think. If you feel like for the rest of the game you never expect to encounter any ice unless you are really scared to death of anemone.
And look at
Oh,
this.
NAPD cordon. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot.
Oh yeah, this is great out of PT.
Yeah.
PT is going to go ahead and spend a credit to place an advancement counter.
Uh,
NAPD cordon requiring 4 credits plus 2 for each advancement counter. 6 credits from a 0 credit board state right now seems absolutely unreachable. And maybe
yeah.
it looks like the corporation didn't actually trigger the corporation. Pretty
Yeah.
fascinating.
Because they are on 4 cards in HQ. Although I will say,
Read the text.
uh, yeah, I will say that I think the difference between four credits and 6 credits is kind of academic for Mercury at this point in the game. So
That's true.
it makes very little difference. Zero install. Probably.
What do you expect out of this run here? You can't steal an agenda. I would feel just absolutely crushed as the runner.
I think we're probably just the point of this is probably just to force a R&D res. Unless I think QBuck is going to be very disappointed if they didn't read the text on NAPD cordon and didn't realize it. The point is that it does apply to cards that aren't installed as well. And Size and Town event, this may be the end. Oh,
And
yeah.
there it is.
Ow. Yeah.
If I'm cute bug, I see the desire. A couple of minutes left in the game threatening lethal in server 1. You got to make a move.
Yeah.
But taking the lethal damage from a Sai Sintan, what do you think? You think the
no one's ever.
corporation's bluffing here, or is that actually an agenda in server 1?
If you ask me, I think CryptoNet found a sender message and is going to reload the NAPD quarter with another copy from hand for next turn.
I see.
That will be my read.
Rendering it ultimately safe.
Yeah, the back to back, And I would like to shout out actually the synergy with PTU, not just with the ID ability, but sericulture expansion, the dividend agenda. It is dividend is the name of the mechanic. The dividend agenda, the over advanced agenda that Jinteki got in elevation. You can pop the counter at the end of the turn to put 2 advanced counters on any installed card. That doesn't have to be advanced, which I think is very different from the rest of the templating that we've gotten. But either way, if you go install, advance, and last click NAPD coordinate, and at the end of turn, you pop the sericulture and your PT and Tail trigger on it. That's 4 counters on the card. That you just put
Who needs a remote anymore? You don't need ice.
I mean, that's math. 12 credits to steal a remote, like to steal a card out in the open. Is this like Bologna? This is like Bologna tier of bullshit, I thought we banned
Certainly
that
sounds
card.
fun. Let's get a Jumon into the mix too, right?
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, when you think about it, sericulture is just build your own Jumon, right? How many times are you gonna Jumon more than 3 times per game? Okay. Are we done with the round? I think that was the 5-minute call from or 15-15 earlier, so we probably don't have time for any more
Yep.
games.
Time has been called in the round.
Right. Okay. Just going back to the runner identity spread. Sable and Muslihat being the most played. Oh, okay. I guess I should say Sable, Muslihat, and Seb are the three most played IDs. Hoshiko right behind them, and Phoenix, and Magdalene after that. Is that what I would have expected? Maybe, I guess. What do you think of Magdalene versus Led? Do you have any particular preference between the two?
I do. Recently, I've been I have played it over the years, lots of Shaper, and Lat has always had a special place in my heart. But the problem with Lat right now, when you try to build a Lat deck versus a Mag deck, um, it a Shaper you really miss creative commission,
Oh,
and the choice in my mind is not necessarily whether it's between Lat and Mag, but rather Anycam or Lilypad or Madani, right? It's a console choice. Um, and the problem right now with Anycam, which was so dominant across the last meta into last year, is we lost a lot of really good operations. I'm sorry, events, and so it's tough to play Anycam. And I challenge everybody to go and try and build an Anycam list, and I find you'll have a hard time actually filling out cards. So what ends up happening is it pushes you towards spec work. And what does spec work need? Well, you need programs. And so then it sort of pushes you in the direction towards, Madani or Lilypad. Um, and in that case, you're really moving towards Magdalene to be able to get that extra click without the need to sort of time up your draws with the corporation. So I think the meta was mostly going to settle from a shaper side of things towards, Lilypad and Madani, which ultimately moves the meta towards Magdalene, which I think makes sense given sort of the event options we have as shaper.
yeah. And I mean, as you pointed out, we have lost some damn good Shaper events in the past 8 months. I want to say 8 months, less than that. I want to say 6 months since the 24-12 ban list, where we also lost, other than Creative Commission more recently, we also lost Trickshot. Quite possibly the most powerful Shaper event ever printed, unless I'm missing something.
Deep dive is up there, but different purposes. You're right. I mean, I think really what it comes down to is Lat and the event sort of suite really lost its punch. There's not a lot of teeth anymore, and it feels quite a bit slower on the event side of things. So I'm not surprised that Magdalene is showing the most represented shaper here, but only 11 out of 155 from the field. So other people still not sure what to do with shaper these days.
I think that's definitely not surprising. I mean, Whiteblade did post the control Magdalene list a while back, notably resurrecting the probably the least played cybernetic in modern Netrunner, Basila Synthglen.
That's right.
Unironically playing Basila Synthglen in a deck. I mean, I think it did make some reasonable use of the card, but I think people eventually saw it's like major drawbacks in the deck that relies on getting the fifth click into a format where you can see that the by far the most popular deck is Alco. You probably don't want to be going down to a 3-hand size.
Well, fortunately, there are ways around that, and also in the Shaper card pool. So I suspect, no doubt, that we'll be able to, bundle in the tech with hippocampic mechanocytes, potentially. Ooh, I'm forgetting the name of the neutral hardware. Gives you a hand size.
Um, Mem T400, Mem
That's
Diamond.
right.
Yeah, there
So
we go.
there are certainly ways around it. And fortunately, Magdalene actually installs those at the end of her turn during the discard. So, I think there's certainly ways around it to tech for the more kill style decks. And you've also got chart rooms in there. So I think once the rest of the meta figures out that Shaper is still absolutely busted, we'll see more of that throughout the tournament season.
Yeah, but we'll just have to wait and see what is the leading build for that and whether it's out of LAT or Mags or possibly even Ari. Sorry, Dewey believers, you're going to have to prove me wrong on that one.
That's right. And for those listening on stream, I'm curious I'd love to hear what everyone else is experimenting with in the meta. Go ahead and post in the chat what you all are testing and enjoying right now.
In the meantime, it does look like the round has concluded. Looks like we're processing the results. Do we have results? I clicked the forbidden button. I clicked refresh on Ace Up Stables. I think I was not supposed to do that. Right. We see some replies in the chat already. Essa, I think very, very strong contender for deck least affected by rotation. Atea is good. See some people on set. Set being tier 1 in the new format was definitely not on my bingo card. Poultry, Blue Shaper, whatever that means. That's probably install runner Crim, probably, which means like as or bears, some kind of hardware based. Maybe with
Yeah,
knickknack.
that's right.
Masterwork.
Ironically, Az got some very good job econ, which is not dependent upon runners. So from a reg crim perspective, open market, even side hustle is great into assets, but got some pretty interesting sort of twinning support. So as I'm you're right. I think the framing of blue shaper is actually pretty accurate there with Az these days. You can really sit back, build a good board state.
Yep. Definitely agree. Um, yeah, we see people calling out Tao in in the chat as well. Tao always have a soft spot in my heart because of the Hermes interaction.
And we're looking at two players. Of course, Santa playing Tau in this tournament. We have another player also on Tau. So you've got
Nice.
another friend out there, Santa.
Yeah, I think we're definitely still in the the meta exploration stage, and it's good to see all these new cards and people actually doing stuff with them. And we do have, I interrupt this broadcast to bring you the round 2 results. Okay, I'm reading this and I'm going to accept that these results are accurate and that round 2 is going to get paired momentarily. I think overall, putting the results in this uh,
Huge
on
photo.
in a screenshot, I think is healthier for the server than posting the update and then everyone going and crashing the damn thing again, and we have to wait another 20 minutes or whatever it is for someone to flip a switch.
That's true.
Okay.
You need to zoom in and then pull out a magnifying glass because there is 73 tables out there. 73. Just an absolute huge, massive tournament. Another shout out to Man of the Moon, working your absolute magic. And speaking of the number of players here, being the creator of Netrunner Beanstalk leaderboard, I think it's worthwhile to shout this out. For this tournament, it's going to be an absolute huge one. For the casual tournament kit, um, this tournament gives a single bean per player, so it's a 1-to-1, and there's 155, I believe, registered. 157. Oh, 149 is the final number. So winner of this tournament receives 149 beans, and for a casual tournament kit level of tournament is absolutely massive. So a lot of beans on the line. If you're unfamiliar with the Beanstalk leaderboard, go to netrunner-beanstalk.net. You can go ahead and register or log in via Netrunner DB, and you can track your tournament ranking over the season.
I think I've yet to do that. I think I've yet to log into the Beanstalk to check my results this season. Although, truth be told, I haven't been playing that much. But it is always exciting to track the leaderboards as the season progresses. Um,
Beans,
and I
beans.
and I wasn't, especially since with this season NSG has restructured the organized play framework with this very clear frameworks of district into megacity into continentals and worlds, right? I mean, of course, not to speak for the casual tournaments that people can run. Obviously, we see here the Showdown, probably the highest. I think I feel like kind of confident in calling now that this might be the highest uh, attending tournament that's not Worlds for the rest of 2025.
I think it's a safe bet.
Okay. Just scanning the results on the screen. I feel like it's a roughly even split between Corp and Runner wins this round, but we'll wait for the actual results to be sure. Do we have round two parents up? I'm scared to click the button again.
Well, a couple more moments here before we start round two. So, Jai, to put you on the spot here, what do you think you would have played for this tournament? What
Oh,
are you sleeving up?
mm, I think just because I haven't really played anything else in the past few days, I want to play Rex Sable. Just Sable with uh, that zero deep dives. You just play good breakers. You have nukers for draw and twinning and companions and like just the good stuff that I mean that you would have seen Rex Sable play in the last meta. Just now that you have more econ with A, Bravado not being banned like the rest of Runner Econ was, and B, you get to play open market, which is really, really, really good to play with the class act. And corp side, I'm really Nuven built right now. I I think you you can't really shake the rush that you feel when you play a hedge fund on turn one and you see a petty cash on top of the deck, and you burn and you burn it, and you go to 11 credits on click one of turn one. So that's pretty good. And um, the first measured response of the turn, giving you a 2 credit rebate, is also pretty good. That allows you to get like a double measure response kill from 8 credits, uh,
Hmm.
which is like some burst damage potential that a lot of people are not really ready for, especially if you play fast.
Hmm. I think you might have convinced me to at least start jamming. And are you playing Plutus, which I've learned recently interacts quite well with Nuvem?
Uh, yeah, I think Plutus is a very valid include in Uvum deck. I've played like versions with and without. Plutus is like really really good with Petty Cash, as we've seen both in like Zuki and I mean just Petty Cash in general being played clicklessly, as we've seen in Nebula, can do some really disgusting things, right? But my current feeling is that uh, Novum is a deck that's greedy enough that uh, it doesn't want to save its petty cash from archives for the Plutus turn. It just wants to fire it off for clickless 2+2 credits and carry on with life. So I'm trying without the Plutus right now and seeing how that feels.
Makes sense. You mentioned measured response, and I want to get your take on this. I've seen measured show up in just about every single corporation. I think that the community loves a single cheeky snare out of every faction, but I feel like at this point, measured response just can absolutely win you a game. Whereas, sure, I think a snare can, but for the most part, it's in there for the memes. Where measured response, a single measured can absolutely just surprise win you the game. What do you think about measured response and sort of shaping up the current meta?
I think I've definitely seen like measure response showing up in places where you definitely don't expect to see it. And I think eventually it will level itself out, kind of like the surprise and ton out of PD or whatever. I know our fearless stream runner has been known to partake of that at some point in the past, uh, which means that I don't. I think it's not out of the question that we see Aksu play some measure response PD in the near future, or I mean, at some point where the meta has gone boring enough and you can't play Rek Hoshiko anymore and seamless PD. You will find people ending up on stuff like that. But in general, to go back to the actual question, uh, yeah, I do think the meta, at least corp side, will stratify to see whether you it will stratify into decks that are on measure response and decks that are not, and eventually people will learn to stop dying to the count. But I don't think we're there yet, and until we're at that point, I'm just gonna keep on getting kills with the Basalt Spy.
Hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, what I find fascinating about it is even if you know what's in there, it'll change the way that the runner behaves, right? How you think about
Mm,
planning your turns. You have to think, do they have it? Do they not have it? Um, so even in an open deck list, I think that it's fascinating in that as a runner, you kind of have to think about, well, when do they have it, right? And from turn one, do you respect it, or do you just say you got to make them have it? So it's pretty fascinating to see. I think how it'll shake up the meta, and we saw from the round one, um, you know, measured response was the way that they got the kill there, so it's clearly a
yep,
lethal threat, and
absolutely.
I'd love to see it out of faction as well.
Uh, yeah, and I
So,
think
Jai,
it, it,
one
it
one thing
does.
I want to
Yeah.
comment here is changing the topic a bit. What do you think of the egg, the big scary egg out there in the
Oh,
meta?
Alco.
31 players, I believe, showed up bringing Alco, and everyone's saying this is clearly the dominant deck. Interestingly, everyone's also scared of Nebula, but Alco being the most represented corp out there. What do you think of that change here, and how this deck is really shaking up the meta and really presenting enough threats and saying, look, runners, you have to be able to deal with this net damage. Um, what's your take?
I think Alco is a little bit like poultry in terms of deck construction. That in that, I think the optimal like distribution of assets and ice and operations that may or may not deal damage to the runner. Uh, I think the balance hasn't really quite been found yet. But unlike poultry, I think it is extremely easy to like misplay into Alco, and then like the misplays get like extremely extremely heavily punished. Right, if you run a server that they shouldn't be running and they res a fart and we hit a sting, uh, I mean the game can just kind of spiral out of control for them. Like they have like an when Alco gets like an infinite uh, or practically infinite resource of card draw. And like from the moment you get down to 0 or 1 cards in hand, maybe you don't die, but for the rest of the game you're just trying to play catch up. And I think that's what Alco as an asset deck does that Poultry doesn't really do, in that it punishes like runner errors much more heavily. And I think that's a big part of the reason why you see so many of that uh, at this early stage of the meta, because the deck is it is like technically somewhat technically complex to play in terms of like the triggering of cohorts and bladder wards and the start of turns and all that. And maybe if you're playing Regenesis, um, your sequencing needs to be quite important and you need to be able to plan in advance. But overall, it is much easier for the runner to make a mistake playing into the deck than it is for you to make a mistake playing the deck, which is why I think it's so popular at this early stage of the meta.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. It kind of reminds me of IG of old, right? Where you're playing a different kind of net runner. Um, and I think what it really does is it requires runners to be able to answer this, solve this problem. Can you take care of, a single asset protected by ice just immediately, right? And I think you have to be able to take down Fought right away, while also getting the random pings from bladder wards, right? You really have to control your resources and economy to be able to uh, largely solve the problem that's presented in front of you right then and there. And the problem is Alco's ability just continues to present more and more problems. So it really requires runners to be able to have an answer right there in the moment, or else it can be a big problem.
Yeah. And I think it will be quite telling as the meta develops in like learning and watching how the top players learn how to play into Alco, like and like the best play patterns that emerge against the deck, whether it's like just whether you're checking the board aggressively to get rid of your bladder wards, your cohorts, or if you are playing a little more passively and waiting for threats to present themselves before you deal with them, and like how big your appetite for risk is in terms of trying to proactively deny the alcohol player their ID triggers, because uh, like if you go too hard on killing all the assets that give alcohol its ID value, you may like overextend and leave yourself open for like for hostiles that we can't trash and so on and so forth. Uh, so I think watching the best players like find that balance and how they approach each individual board state is going to be very instructive in learning how
That's
to
right.
play against the deck.
And one thing I'm thinking about here is from a play pattern perspective, the runner needs to be able to time a safe archives run is really what it comes down to. So much of the Alco play patterns is be able to score Regenesis with the Fuji in the bin, and all of a sudden the game gets very hard for the runner.
Absolutely.
So needing to be able to find that window of opportunity to be able to ultimately make that run on archives. And of course, it's a gamble, but hopefully the runner can make it a sure gamble.
Got him. But yeah, I agree, especially on the Regenesis point. The deck just has so many angles of attack. I mean, I think it's still like accepted fact that the best build hasn't been found yet. There's so many possible like combinations of agenda uh, agenda composition, whether you're playing 2 or 3 Fujis, how many Regenesis are you playing, if any, or hybrid release, or maybe you're playing like 3 Blood in the Waters or something like that. If you're playing like a more combo-y kind of style, are you playing powers that be, and so on and so forth. And your scoring patterns and your agenda compositions are going to be it's definitely not settled yet, and it's because of that. It's because of this variation that uh, there's almost too many things for the average runner to be able to play around. Uh, and as you point out, Regenesis, I mean, are you checking if Alco is triggering every turn? Are you checking archives every turn? Like every turn could be the Regenesis Fuji turn, and I think uh, like again it comes back down to your appetite for risk, right? Like how willing are you to like spend the click to check archives every turn versus checking the board or developing your own board to try and contest more effectively later. These are the questions that we don't really have the answers to yet.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So, Jai, as we're filling the space here, we're waiting on some Aesop's table shenanigans here. You know, Aesop's the 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 shop of Aesop's is really taking a hit in this economy. It's really slowing down,
Yeah.
and we're gonna work through it. I mean, putting the absolute pressure of this many people trying to pair this many rounds. So we're working through this right now. But as we fill this space and air, Aksu, who or what will win Showdown?
Ooh.
I already have my answer, but I'm gonna wait for yours.
I'm taking a look at the at the player list now.
All right, I'll give you some time. So, me personally, I would have brought Magdalene. Just not the Madani deck. I probably would have brought a lily pad list, just because it's a long tournament, and I would have played Alco. Now I'm looking at this list of matchups. Who brought different IDs? I'm gonna go with Deer. D absolutely has been able to play in the top cut, knows how to win, play through in like really intense and tough times, right? And also brought Alco and Mag. So my bet on who or what will win Showdown, I'm throwing it out for D.
It's a pretty good shot. Just scrolling through the list of Alco players, I want to give a shout out to. Okay, I think I have my answer. I think Alco plus Anak will win Showdown. I think Hoshiko is uh, I mean still the Red Queen that we know and love, and definitely I think has been a little bit overlooked in all the excitement of the new identities and people playing Seb and thinking it's tier 1, and it probably still is tier 1 to be perfectly honest. But Hoshiko is still definitely very good. There's a lot of builds that we can play out of that ID still. And I think the moshing ban slowed her down appreciably, not uh, but not cripplingly. And I think she's good, and I think Seb is good, and the deck is. I think the deck is currently too good to not take down an event at some point, and if it's an event at some point, it might also be now, right?
Bold bets. I'm into it.
I am looking at the Alco players. There are a decent number of good players that are on Alco plus Anak. I see Cormac Coheed on Alco and Seb, Jacques on Alco and uh, on Seb as well. Ice Cream College on Alco and Hoshiko. Kablush on Phoenix. So we have a decent spread. Yeah, I think that'll be my call. Alco plus Anak. Oh, and if I may digress a little bit and make a slight cold shock. I think we will see at least one Prof Divorce deck make the top 16 because
Mm.
I see EA Sports looks like they have cooked something. I see Frydan, Not Yeti, among others, I believe. Nervous Nightjar as well are all on Prof Divorce. So I am very curious as to what is happening there.
Yeah,
And
that's a good call out. I think from a meta choice, Pravdivos is super interesting. I think from a asset perspective, it could present a lot of challenges. Like I mentioned before, Idiosyncresis, I believe, is a card that I'm just fascinated and obsessed with, and I'd love to crack it. And I think Pravdivos is the ID that you'd be able to get the most value out of that card.
definitely, it's like the most logical place to play the card in faction if you're not playing it out of PT and TN or Build to Last. So that's it. I know Not Yeti really likes the card, so I wouldn't be surprised if they found a way to crack it.
Well, sounds like we know what our bias is towards next round.
Oh
Speaking
yeah.
of next round, Jeff, the man, the myth, the legend, also known as Yasengrin Online, and the developer and implementer, or person that built Aesop's Table and has been hugely impactful. Also head of OP. If you can't tell, huge fan of Jeff. Is actively working behind the scenes to fix the servers, to do the thing, to be able to make sure that we can continue to use Aesop's tables throughout this tournament. And if not, I'm sure we can do a little bit of a manual sort of like work around here. But stay tuned as we work through these technical difficulties to get round 2 up and paired.
Mm, yeah, looks like yeah. Yeah, I do believe it is technical difficulties at the moment. I guess we don't really have a word on that. TMKF, yes, we are talking about the EA Sports Prof. Feel free to share as much as you like about the deck list, but I suspect we will be attempting to spectate some of those games at some point. Maybe not next round, who knows? But definitely at some point throughout the evening. Well, evening for me. It's still early morning for you, I take it.
Yeah, that's right. I'm located in the West Coast, so 10 a.m., not a problem.
Not a problem. All right.
So, the ultimate goal of this tournament, of course, is to be able to make the top cut. And I believe we're doing a top cut to 16. And based on 145 players, I think we're doing 10 rounds of Swiss. It looks like 7 and 3 is where the cutoff. So X2, you're absolutely in, and then X3, it looks like is going to be where the potential cutoff is going to be.
And are we playing all 10 rounds today, or there's some saved for tomorrow?
That's a great question. I don't know.
We can take a look there. We have a schedule actually. That's a good question.
And if I'm looking at that, X2 out of a 10 round game is just, you got to be on just the entire time playing, no mistakes, no throws. You got to just be absolutely consistent the entire time. It's going to be a long day, and especially with, if we have a little bit of delays like these here, it's going to really reward those consistent players out there. Jai, you've played a lot of tournaments over the years, some big ones, and done well in them, of course. What do you think is the biggest, like factor? How do you stay consistent throughout the whole tournament?
Uh, well, if you ask me, I think the most important thing is finding an energy level that you are comfortable with, and that you're comfortable with for playing a Netrunner tournament, whether is it meet space or online. Find that energy level and stick to it, and make sure that you stabilize at that energy level whenever you can, whether it's in between rounds or during the lunch break, uh, or even between day one and day two, if that's the length of the tournament you're in. It's very important to uh, find your Zen mode, I should say. Maybe it's not like an actual Zen monk kind of feeling for you. Maybe you are like a more, let's say, a more extroverted person, and you enjoy like the interaction, the talking to your opponents before, after the game. But in any case, I think it's very important to stick to the energy level and regulate it if you think it's going um, too high or too low. Like for example, personally, I don't like to eat during the uh, like on tournament days. I will just have like an energy bar or two, and just grab like one bite in between rounds or something like that. And I think personally for me uh, that helps to regulate my mood, as well as staying hydrated. Of course, that should be the number one thing. Please stay hydrated. I hope everyone is taking this time in between rounds to drink some water. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It looks like there's almost a flame war breaking out in the comments section. What is happening? Are people arguing about craft wars? Actually, what are you doing? Are you inciting? Are you inciting chat? I think he is
Always a
actually
good time.
inciting chat. Yeah.
So, Jai,
But
what
yes,
you're
yes,
saying is for a long tournament is you're not ripping monster energies like Aksu does?
that's absolutely right. And you can quote me on that. Like, my God, just just plain water will suffice.
Well, between the monster energy, Aksu only drinks the blood of his enemies.
Yeah, I think that's Augustus Caesar actually, not Aksu. But I could be wrong. It's been a while since I attended the tournament with him. But yeah, the stories I've heard, Uh, yeah. It looks like our dear streamer is currently getting dogpiled in the chat. Reminder that Aksu likes Dudua IT Fusion. Good God, I'd almost forgotten that was the deck. Why would you do such a thing? But yes, I mean, whatever is your beverage of choice for the afternoon or evening or night, please uh, do get more of it during this time that you are waiting. And how are we looking on the technical difficulties?
It looks like round 2 is actually paired. It does look like round 2 is now up.
Oh, damn. Okay, we have a round. Hell yeah.
Don't go all refreshing at once. No refreshing.
No. Please keep your hands off the
Don't do
F5
it.
button.
But we are about to get started here.
Yes. Please leave the refreshing to a trained professional.
All right. Interesting. It looks like
I'm resisting so hard. I want to click the button so bad, but okay.
okay, we do have a spreadsheet up.
Looks like we have a spreadsheet. And
So a couple of matchups are jumping out at me. We've got Diogen on Thule, which always makes some
oh,
wild decks. I'm a
that is
huge
fun.
fan of Diogen's
Yeah,
deck
love me
building.
some Daojin gaming.
Interestingly, also against a Magdalene, which sometimes wants to play that core damage card, Balthazar.
Ooh,
Fun,
okay.
fun balance there.
I think in the absence of anyone actually playing the Prof Divorced, we can start with Daojin and see what happens after that.
Yeah, there's two
Dao.
Pravdivos. We've got Dave Z versus Not Yeti, which is going to be a fantastic
Oh,
game.
versus not yet. Okay, okay. The
Are they
good
teammates?
old round 2 team kill.
Mm-hmm. I'd recommend a Pravdivos in round 3.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Anything jumping out from your end?
Uh, kind of. I see myself a Wen Zhong repping his signature Iswak Adeptics. Uh, really want to see what he's cooked up for this rotation. I think Iswak low key got a lot of very interesting tools in this meta. Like other than the La Costa and seamless launch kind of stuff that we've seen before, touch ups is also another card that lets you um, score agendas without advancing them. Not to mention, we also have it's also another use of sericulture counters. So I think it'll be really cool to see what he's cooked up. And he is
Fascinating.
against Friday, which is who is playing Seb. So that's another option that we have if we don't want to
player.
watch.
Let's do it. I think that sounds like a great matchup.
So I think this Janet is currently still profiting. Love to see it.
All right, both players are good for the stream. Go ahead, Aksu, and hop in.
Yep. Friday into Hectorist. Hectorist,
Yes.
of course, being
Search Wenjong.
Hectorist, not Wenjong. There we go.
Either way, I think in the title of the table is Wenjong.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yes, I think Hectorist, very Wenjong, very famously talking about the origin of his Hectorist handle on JNet, and I believe his coincidentally enough his ISWAP write up for last year's online continentals, where I believe the story was he made his JNet handle in solidarity with Hector, who was the coordinator for the EU NSG web store, where I believe broken his arm um, during the process of sending out EU orders, and it's the username is literally Hector Rest. So that's the story. I do believe he also has a Wenjong actual account on JNet, but I'm not sure which is the one he uses more regularly.
Great origin story of the name. So, Wenjong put Isuak on the map last competitive season. Absolutely playing punitive Isuak, did great in some tournaments. And what I love to see is continued to stay active on the deck throughout the competitive season. So I love to see it when people, really become connected with an ID and continue to make it better and tune it over time. So
I swear you're gonna segue into me, right?
No, not at all.
Okay, good.
Come on,
Okay,
Chad.
continue.
It's not always about you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So, as the runner here, you're sitting across from Isuak, not a very common meta deck, and probably haven't seen a lot of decks posted or even thought about Isuak, this elevation meta. What are you thinking about as a runner here?
Right. I think having played into Wenjong before in last meta, uh, I think I am thanking my lucky stars that both punitive counter-strike and bacterial programming have rotated, and I don't have to worry about that anymore. And in fact, uh, because of the lack of 5/3s in the standard format right now for basically every faction that's not Wayland, it's much less likely uh, that it's going to look the same or similar to last meta. So in theory, you could play like some low number of agendas is what with six 5/3s and a sericulture expansion, for example, right? But I think that's like strictly worse than what you could do last meta with 7 5/3s and just play 21 points. So I think the first thing to bear in mind is that there are going to be more agendas in this particular game uh, than there used to be. And I think that overall is a good thing for the runner. There's more opportunities for you to steal and reset the board. That being said, I think Jinteki overall has the best uh, ice suite out of the four core factions. So that's something to keep in mind, especially for Iswak, which tries to tend a little bit more glaciary unless you're playing like a shell game kind of style. But if you're playing more glaciary, we have so many options for big ice that you can fall back on. Empiricist, Vampire NASA, even Microweb sometimes, I suppose. And all these are things that you need to uh, keep in mind when you're running against big money Jinteki.
That's right. You know, I'm thinking about the agenda suite for this Isuak deck, and I assume Sericulture expansion is going to be in here because that's another ability to place advancement tokens without an
Mhm.
advancement. So I'm expecting probably some type of rushy style Lacosta grid, Charlotte's, create a nasty remote, and just keep jamming. It's going to be pretty interesting. Now, if I'm the corporation, and I know that over the past week, Siphon Seb has become quite popular, right? Protecting HQ is going to be absolutely critical. But importantly, versus Seb, you also need to protect archives. So,
Yeah,
can the corporation protect all servers and create a jammy style remote? The corporation might want to think about, being able to at least put some ice on all centrals, really stabilize before they start pushing agendas.
yeah.
Seb often runs Audrey as a breaker suite. Maybe some, chisel charms to be able to do some ice destruction. So this is definitely going to be a dance. And right away, I think the corporation showing their hand here is saying, "Look, I'm going to start building this remote, expecting to start jamming right away."
Yep, absolutely. Oh, looks like a this was a mulligan from Friday, but this we see an absolutely uh excellent mulligan when we have a turn one send a message clock. Okay,
Turn
so this tells
one,
us something
run
about
one. Look at that. Huge, huge rip for the runner here.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. I am wondering what this says about the agenda suite, right? Um, we talked about like there only being 2 5 3 agendas available, and now we see there's at least one sender message in the deck. Uh, are we on Fuji's as well, or is this more balanced with 2 point agendas? Is the question I want to ask here. Uh, and we see a little bit of influence now, a brand rest of the sender message. So mm, I wonder if we are going to be jamming behind this at any point. There we go. There's an install. 16 credits on the ISWAC of the Hedge and Hansei and the Petty Cash, of course. This Petty Cash, I believe, was played off the Hansei review. Okay, that's a very nice interaction. That's something that Jinteki is uniquely able to do, trashing from HQ. Of course, Petty Cash an instant 3-off in every outcodec because of the possibility of trashing it out of the deck directly. But Hansei Review does the pretty much almost the same thing from HQ for the rest of the Jinteki IDs. So very popular include here, and definitely aids with the big money, big ice aspect of faction.
And the runner now getting some more econ down. Friend of a friend generating huge amounts of money, being able to also install a resource at the same time, and then also getting that fermenter down, saying, look, I'm going to make some money. I'm ahead on points. Let's see what you got, corporation. And
I think it's an
Hector asks,
interesting point.
oh, go ahead.
I think it's an interesting point. I think last meta, we didn't see that many set players, but of those set players that we did see, I think notably Eden and Council were the two biggest set players in the pre-rotation. And I want to say that most of the time set was being played. I should say, sorry, Friend of a Friend was being played in its tag removal mode, right? But now, already 2 times this game in the first 4 turns, we see it being played in the tag gaining mode. And I'm wondering, like, the reason for this shift in use cases for Friend of a Friend, like, what is the reason for this? And like, what I've come up with, really is the fact that Set no longer has access to Hot Pursuit, which is I think the biggest card that the deck lost to rotation. Now we have, of course, Transfer, which kind of does like the same thing ish in requiring successful HQ run, but as a direct econ card, it's not really the same as Hot Pursuit, right? And in lieu of that, people are starting to use Friend of Friend more as a tech gaining to trigger the ID, to trigger the ID. You see a rhyme here on the remote. That's not the ICC domain. Ooh, oof, ouch, are we, oh,
Ooh.
ow, 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 event?
Well,
Event is it called? This is not a kill, right? Surely not.
well, I'm assuming with the crew on the table, Seb's going to take a tag here, lower the strength, and then delete the dice. Or just let it fire.
What do we do? A Praxis and a Strike Fan. Okay.
Fascinating.
Praxis probably a massive hit. Yeah, choosing not to. Uh,
And
yeah, choosing not to use the crew, possibly because seeing the call, seeing the resource call, and wanting to use the crew to pop something bigger, like for example this
taking down the
poison
brand,
of this
yeah.
brand. Yeah. And I think overall I can respect that call, given that oh no, are we killing the thing now? Probably. Oh, okay, yeah. I think
All
Hector is,
right.
yeah, Wejong will force the issue and force that pop here. Yeah. So Friday probably wanted to save that for some other for the Brown 1.0 on the remote, but uh looks like Wenjong has forced their hand.
That's a fascinating, and it's just such a good card in this meta right now. A virus is just so powerful. Fly Swatter's been a really important card to be able to proactively purge. But Mavirus is a great meta call.
Yeah, absolutely. I think people really haven't been playing as much Mavirus as they used to, at least in the first 2 weeks of the rotation. And I think part of that is because decks like Nebula and Plutus decks that want to fast advance a lot of agendas. One, they don't have a lot of space for it, and two, there's less of a proactive need to prep for cards like Clock, which don't exist anymore. So the first order reason to play Clock didn't really exist before this, but now that we see like Set come into play, burst in over the past week plus, with such a heavy focus on Audrey and the virus engine, we may see the card come back to fight this kind of things.
That's right. And from an ice perspective, I love this archives ice. Versus Seb with Praxis, although one is privileged access, one is in the bin right now. Archives is one of those servers you need to think about protecting. especially with some chisel charm or like crew. Ice destruction, even charm offensive is potentially just an odd, it can be a huge swing to get your ice suddenly destroyed as well. So I love that archives ice from Hector Est here.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned charm offensive. We haven't really seen like much of that guy. Oh, wait, here comes the first transfer. We rest. Oh, Samak. Oh
Oh,
no, the
great
Botulus.
ice.
Oh, that's brutal. And a triple of the 3 damage going through. Hits us. It does hit the strike fund steel skin, which is nice touch ups. The vault. Wait. Okay.
And there it is,
No.
vulnerability audit.
Okay. That. Okay. What? What is Wet John cooking here? We are playing vulnerability audit. Okay. There's something going on here.
And then just says install advance.
Okay, I think that's not the only interesting access we have. We see a touch ups here. Are we? Is this a flatline deck? Are we neurospiking people? I think it's very possible, right?
Potentially.
How are we dealing with this brand? We clicking through this, I assume. Yeah.
Looking through it all and saying, let's
There's a void.
void.
Oh,
Okay.
I think this might be a flatline. We have a touch ups in hand. If this is a Fuji asset retrieval.
Event.
Oh no. Okay, send it. Oh,
Neurospike. There it is.
it is a
Wow.
neurospike deck. Okay, hell yeah.
Had it in hand, played the touch ups, the tech for the actually didn't matter here because we're doing 3 damage. But you see the steel skin in hand, and if they had one more card in hand, they would not have been dead. But touch ups would have said, steel skin, get out of there.
Yeah.
What a fantastic game. This is one that I think, the corporation, you look at it throughout the game, just absolutely on their back foot. But like when Jen's saying here, drew the combo early. And they're right. Hector S. Samak the goat. In our community within Bost, we call it smoked salmon. Such a good tech ice right now. You absolutely just have to have an answer. Says, give me that fractor or take some damage.
All right, Cody. I am gonna need an alt art of I'm gonna need a smoked salmon alt art from y'all at some point. Because
we've already
that mental image has
started
entered my
cooking.
mind. Yeah, it's entered my mind now. It's not gonna let go. I won't be able to sleep tonight because of it. But right.
All right. Well, that was a quick one. We got time to hop into another game here.
Damn. I mean, it occurs to me, right, that Fuji asset retrieval. I mean, looking at the agenda suite now, it's more likely that it's just a single vulnerability audit as the last X3 agenda.
Yep.
And we will see like a Fuji asset retrieval plus touch-ups plus neurospike is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, right? So that actually just does punch through a lot of things. It punches through lead, notably. It punches through it doesn't actually punch through a single stone chip, which is unfortunate, but stone chip is like we see a lot less stone chip than we did last meta, and it doesn't go through steel skin. 7 cards doesn't technically go through steel skin, but the touch ups will clear it out anyway. So that's a very nice touch as well. All right. Let's go find some other games to spectate.
I jumped into table 6. I'm asking to see if they're okay with streaming the game. The board state is just wild right now.
Sounds exciting.
Okay. Yep. Looks like we're good to go. Jai, go ahead and hop in. to table 6, and Aksu join as well.
Oh my goodness gracious me! What is happening here?
Look at this. We've got 6 points to 5 points with a false lead scored on the corporation side. Diogen, one of my favorite deck builders, comes up with just the nastiest brews.
We had a false lead in the score area, so that's quite concerning. How many core damage is Maprali on? Maprali is on 1 core. So
Mhm.
ontological is a 3/2 agenda.
That's right. And notably, take a look at the runner's bin. What do you see there?
And oh
We
my.
see a Giacchino Magdalene
Wait,
list. How cool is
wait.
that?
Oh, this is sick. Wait.
But I mean, as you would expect, right? Seeing the list of, I am not even seeing any ice right now on the table, so there's no bypass capabilities to be able to get those Jachenios back.
Oh, this is so cool actually. I mean, uh just the last 3 influence out of Magdalene's 15 influence spent on this after image, and for the longest time, honestly, I just assumed that the only realistically importable bypass into any kind of like non-crim deck would be what you call Physarum and Tangler, but no, here we have another bypass outlet. Not that Daogen has any ice on the table, mind you, but I think
Right.
the concept is fascinating. And I do find it quite funny somehow that Maprali has a full breaker suite out
Right.
with against a no ice board and looks like a never having any ice board, and somehow still has managed to get into 6 points despite that. And oh no, never mind. That's the last point. GG.
Oh, the last point. Wow, good game. You know, I'm also looking at the board state here and see an end of the line in the bin, and the runner had just accessed another end of the line as well.
Yeah.
So, um, you know, at that point, the runner only had 3 credits, and so all Diogen needed was just to stick a single tag, and it would have been game over.
Yeah. We also see, of course, Oppo Research as another like tag outlet and distributed tracing, which makes
Okay, well, we still got plenty of time in the round. Let's go ahead and hop into another game.
yeah, let's do it. Just scrolling through. I did see something that caught my eye, unless the game has already ended. It's like the game has already ended. Okay, I'm jumping into one and seeing whether it's fine.
Which table?
One moment. All right. We can jump into Safer and Jat, which is another Thule against another set. This is a much less progressed board state, I would say, but I think no less interesting for it. We see another false lead in the score area, but we do have ice at this one. 2 spin doctors done. Orbital superiority. Wow, that's some deja vu, just scoring another orbital superiority out of HU like that. But okay.
Okay, and in both of the heaps, we're looking at, you know, a similar Siphon Sabalis with 2 transfers of wealth in the bin.
Mhm.
And on the corporation side, we see all the stuff you would expect from a Thule player. We see an active policing, a Jupstad grid, Mr. Hendrick, and a humanoid resources. And that's, you know, no doubt why you see the predictive planogram splash there to be able to have an event to be able to play during the humanoid resources. We see a couple of remotes here. Server 2 looking pretty stacked with 3 cards.
I mean, active policing is a really interesting operation to stick on the back of a humanoid. right? You can get a install active policing into a third install
Mhm.
and lose, I mean, possibly up to 2 clicks. And I'm just observing that that can potentially lead to an entire turn skip when combined with false lead. So I wonder if there's something that you can do with that. But ooh, uh,
Oops, Dad. We're seeing a core damage here.
first core damage of the game.
Ooh,
Yeah,
hitting a pretty important devil charm out of the runner's hand here.
yeah, absolutely. And last click install with the Lego to draw for 3 cards, 3 cards of the Lego Steel Skin. I imagine that Jack wants to contest this server too. You have to expect at least one Mr. Hendrick in there, but if there's two Mr. Hendricks, Safer only has just enough credits to pay for both.
Yep, both. But with one in the bin, you got to assume. I'd make that bet that there's not going to be two Hendricks in server
Yeah,
two there. So just make
absolutely.
sure you run on, with 1 click remaining.
Actually, you know what? It's good. It's gonna. This is gonna sound a bit weird, but I suspect you want to run on your first click because there's some stuff with the false lead that Safer can pull if Jad wants to uh, run server two on the wrong click. Like let's say you run on the third click. Uh, I think if you run on the third click, you are guaranteed core damage if this is an agenda, right? Because Hendrik will eat 1 click and the Thule ID will eat the other that you don't have.
Mhm.
And this happens no matter what order you access them in. And now, just by running first click, yes, you open yourself up to losing your turn to Hendrik, but you insulate yourself against this possibility. At least you force the commit of the false lead. But it is the
But he
second
had
Hendrik.
it.
All right.
Both of them. Wow. All three Hendricks in the top half of the deck here.
Yeah. Um, so I mean, okay, Hendrik. Oh, looks like Jack didn't trash the second Hendrik, but chose to
Mhm.
trash the Juke start instead. I think that's uh considering the credit situation, I think that's fairly reasonable. But say, of course, we've discussed this as we discussed back down to 0 credits, and we'll need to find a way back into the game economically. Has server 11 been checked? Looks like no, server 11 has not been checked. Just credit
Lots of clicking for
install.
credits here. The 2 core damage is obviously an important breakpoint, where now all of a sudden you have 3 cards in your deck with ontological dependence that are now 2/2s.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we'll need to find an econ solution. Transfer of Wealth probably not the best card here. Looks like there's still friend of a friends available. Uh, at least two of them somewhere remaining. And Praxis, is there are 2 Praxises left available to Jacques as well. That looks like it's going to be credit. And I mean, I imagine Jack wants to contest whatever's in server two, and call Safer's bluff if he wants to. Oh no,
Fascinating.
yeah,
Playing the transfer of wealth here, saying, well, if I take those 2 credits, then you're not going to be able to actually fire Mr. Hendricks. So it's not a bad line, but hopefully Safer has something on the table to be able to res
yeah,
a
yeah.
card, but we'll find out.
Classically, it would be wage workers. I think is the best res on exactly 2 credits.
Big
City's
think.
thinking, ooh, that's spicy. What could it be? Regolith mining license, an excellent hit, and would force the contest from Ziad, I think. Uh, that being said, Ziad will be getting a set trigger off of this, so we'll see what the install is. It could be friend of a friend for e-compose. Up there it is,
There
Regolith.
it is. All right, Jot.
Oh, manual. Oh, this is very nice. Double access public trail
Public
hypoxia.
trail hypoxia. Okay. We see
Uh,
what's going on here from the corporation.
And yeah, so you run this, so you do get your trash. I guess the problem now is Saver has the option of credit hypoxia, right? Oh, credit. Okay, so we know what so this service exactly. Game two, last click will be hypoxia, I imagine. Yeah, there we go. So 3 core damage now. Yeah.
All right, we've got 3 1/2s in the deck. And now at this point, Safer's probably feeling pretty good. Even though they're on, 1 credit and only 2 points, having an ontological that you can draw for, draw through an R&D lock, install advance, presents just such a huge win con.
Yep. The score is right now 3-2, so still plenty of ways to go. Running server 2. Okay, we can clear out this Hendrik. Wage workers is the new install. So does that trash anything here? So this is worth 1 solidarity badge counter, which I'm not sure the values over the 2 credits. He's thinking about it. Safer obviously can't afford to pay for this. And it does trash. All right.
And trashes it.
And clicking for a last remaining credit. Discarding a Largo. Yeah, so this is a credit positive.
Mm-hmm. We've got a canonically known as Jeeves campaign turn.
That's right. Okay, I think Xiak, really needs to see one of his remaining econ cards, either a friend of a friend or possibly even better privileged access. We are on threat, so there is the option to to install a program from the heap as well, and we do see 3 commands already in the heap. 1, 2, 3 transfer of wealths already out, so stealing any more money is probably out of the question. Not to mention that the Ashen Epilogue is already in the heap as well. So unless Jad finds some kind of like buffer drive access, I don't expect that we'll be getting any more transfers this game. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
That's a practice.
Praxis. Okay, if I'm looking at the board state now, they're also on threat 3, so they're going to be able to pull back a resource here. So a program and a resource, which is
Yes.
just
And-
such good value.
And possibly even one more from hand.
That's right.
Have to imagine it's going to be at least one friend of a friend. Yeah, from the heap. There we go.
Mhm.
Go one from the heap. Got 0 from hand. Anything? Nothing. All right. All still good. We can friendo to going back down.
Now, what are you
Go
thinking
back.
with this Gourmand? Are you thinking about charging R&D, or are you going to take down either Tranquility or Wage Workers?
I mean, I'm thinking with this 5 credits, you can do both actually, right? And this will cost you the command and 4 credits. I feel like Jet has to trash this trank, right? With save of this credit total. No, he leaves it. All right. And last click strike fund.
Yeah, I'm looking at this board state, right? And Safer has some pretty spicy includes, right? Like we know that there's a public trail in HQ.
Yes.
And I gotta assume there's an end of the line coming soon. So, seeing Safer on 3 credits means you're safe for now, but you're right. Tranquility might have been a pretty important trash there because you can actually burst up, get some money to be able to potentially threaten. And then at 2 hand size, there's nothing that's really saving the runner once that combo is in hand. So Safer's in a great position right now with Ontological as a scoring plan. There's also a false lead scored. So if I'm Giat right now, I'm thinking, how am I going to close out this game without dying?
Yeah. A friend of a friend. It's the bin. That's the last. No, I think there's still one more friend somewhere. Double install in server 2. There's no more Hendrix in here, right? All of them are gone. Yeah, all 3 Hendrix are gone. What is this upgrade?
Potentially the other Jupstad.
Okay, I was going to say either Jupstad or Makoto Langit grid, but no, this is on the trend grid, so that can't be the case. Mutually exclusive. So I am.
I'd
What
assume
is
that there's
this
maybe a Managram or two in the list as
Yeah.
well.
Managa makes sense. I feel like if I'm Xian, I really want to run HQ here just to sweep and see like what the card that isn't the public trail is. Or an eye for now, okay,
Oh,
that works as well.
here we
Yeah,
go.
just get all
Eye
that
for
stuff
an
out
eye.
of here.
Really interesting. I mean, your target here is certainly certainly going to be the public trail.
Mhm. And we'll see if there is a set trigger at this stage. Jet would love the last friend of a friend right now. I'm just thinking. All right, so that
Maybe it's
maybe
spin.
implies, yeah, spin doctor, but we still haven't figured out what this upgrade is, other than maybe Manigam Skunk Works. Although, would you install a skunk to protect the spin? That's funny. Oh, maybe it's a. Could it be Gaslight? I think Gaslight is a reasonable possibility.
Oh, fascinating, because he's not going to be able to clear the tag.
Yeah. So Hypoxia and Public Trail, you don't have to trash this, but you will anyway. Right, falsely. Okay, if
Okay,
this is a Gaslight,
Gaslight.
yeah, I
GG.
think this is
That'll
it.
do it.
End of the
Last
line.
revealed, end of the line. And there we go. We've seen two Sebs on stream take some damage that ultimately flatlined him. And this time it was some meat damage in the form of end of the line. The other game we saw Neurospike.
This is
Fascinating. Good stuff coming
there's
out
some
of
eerie
Fuel.
parallels in this round, which I'm which are kind of spooky to me, like we join the stream and instantly see like a orbital superiority score from HQ, and then like the parallel flat lines into very different kinds of corp decks. One Thule, the other one Iswak of all the things. All right. I guess let's keep going.
Yep, we've got about looking at 11 minutes left in the round.
Mhm.
Why don't we pop into? Let me see here. 27 tables still going. I'm quite interested in this Santa matchup.
Oh, sounds fun.
Which Santa on Alco versus Minstrel on Magdalene is kind of interesting. It's a long game for an Alco matchup, so something spicy's got to be going on here.
Looks like when it immediately the game immediately ended. No, did it?
Nope, game's still over.
It's still going,
still going.
All right, I must have misclicked something. All right, let's do this thing.
Okay. Jai, go ahead and hop in. Search for Santa.
Yep, I got it.
I'm sorry, not Jai. Aksu.
Okay, something's happening. Oh wait, are we getting another? Wait, a moon pool. Why are we installing?
Last revealed, we're getting a moon pool.
Is this another Regenesis? If this is the third Regenesis. Oh my! Wait, hold up.
Double moon pool?
Wait, this is the double moon pool? Hello? Oh my god. Are we getting a... Is this the last... Oh my...
There we go. Santa pulling it out with the double moon pool. Wow. Look at this board state. Just looks like we're at a deep Madani
left in
control
R&D.
Magdalene Shaper. Wow, this game must have been an absolute just battle. There's 6 cards left in R&D. We see a measured response
in archives, notably.
Yep. What a cool way to end it. Double moon pool.
Yeah, I do find the how should you say, the influence choices that all these alcohol players are working with to be very fascinating. Over here, we see one measured response, one wage workers, and one hostile. And I think all these are cards that are definitely viable to play in alcohol decks. I think the exact distribution and composition of your influence is still up in the air.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I found interesting on the runner side there was there were two cupellations in the bin, and Azamat plus two cups just really presents a difficult tech or like the runner has a lot of tech for that matchup, right? You can pick up
Yes.
the hostile you can pick up your um, the Lengit grids, right? Like you have a lot of tech for that matchup. And Azimat, 2 credits a turn to go trash your board state, must have presented a tough challenge for Santa to be able to pull that win.
Yeah, and I think like part of how Orko can compensate into that level of like hate into the matchup is just by doing the uh going to the next natural progression of tech, which is if people are running your naked assets, then what do? You ice your assets, right? And we see
Right.
I don't think I've seen like 3 rest ice on Alco remotes like in all my JNet casual games, right? Like a lot of people have gone like very horizontal, maybe like 20 plus assets. And maybe you see like some 1 or 2 remotes with a Samak Samun or some other small eyes like a tithe on top of it. But over here we do see cards like Lamplighter. I think I spotted a Diviner somewhere on the board as well. And a lot of single ice remotes, like very reminiscent of HB in the last meta. Of course, I don't expect fully operational out of Alco. I think the deck is more than enough card draw already, but it is like kind of that vibe. And I think it's the next level, the next step in the tech arms race that runners and cops are forever playing with each other.
That's right. It reminds me of the sports medal
Oh
meta
yes,
of old, where it started out with no ice, and then some ice, and then a little more ice, and then
yeah.
back to no ice. It's however the meta evolves, it's always fascinating to figure out what that balance is, and it's why there's probably so much excitement for this tournament. It's a brand new meta, brand new everything here. And just as a reminder, it's 147 people in this tournament, just absolutely massive. So we got about
Yeah.
5 more minutes in the round. What do you think? Should we hop in another game or just fill the airtime between both of us?
I think we can do some filler. Does Aksu have anything that any suggestions for filler in between the rounds? I know we were talking about it a little bit.
I mean, I can open up Gordian Blade or Thrasher Buster.
I mean, we can probably do some Golden Blade. I think that's like fast enough, and we
Yeah,
could probably fill in right up to the point where
not done
when
today yet even.
yeah. All right.
I'm so bad at this, but let's do this thing.
You can probably
I
see the
haven't done this
stream.
in a little bit. I haven't done this since Elevation really, so this should be interesting.
What the fuck? Wrong. That's not it. There. So to anybody doesn't
That's
know,
pretty funny.
it has a random card and it shows it as like a picture that is really hard to
I think it's
understand.
Gordian.blod and then .de.
Yeah, but spelled
Yeah,
like
there
a
you go.
toxically.
Okay.
And
All right. What do
Okay.
we
any
got?
So
ideas?
so
Ooh, this
just
is
as a reminder, we are watching from your stream, so there will be a little bit of delay.
yeah. Should we stick with Eternal? Are you comfortable with that, or you want to go standard?
You can do
Uh,
everything. Eh?
yeah,
Let's
I
go
think
to
okay.
standard.
You want to go? I think we start with standard. We do eternal if
Eternal
there's
left.
time at the end. Although I will say, I think this looks like a Arella Salvatore to
No
me.
spoilers, no spoilers.
No, no, as in the eternal one. As in that would be my first guess.
Huh?
Right. For the record, if anyone in chat has done the thing already, right, has done today's Golden Blade already and spoils the thing, I am banning. I am a mod.
With all the power.
Yes. Okay. Okay. This is
Hmm.
Iswak, right? This is like 100% Iswak.
I don't know. You see, oh, yeah. You're right because it's like has
Has
the
to
blue
be.
sky.
So
Yeah,
we're
yeah. And there's like
voting
the little
Iswag?
yeah, the spire in the middle.
Yep.
It is it. I
All right.
mean, yeah, it's either that or PE, felt like.
I
Other
mean,
than ice.
it's just standard, right? I mean, has the thing
Oh yeah,
been?
it's only new cards.
All right, hit it. All right, there we go.
Nailed it.
Easy, easy
Just
one
one
shot.
shotted.
Mm.
Go next.
Wenjong would be proud.
All right, all NSG. This one
Hmm.
I'm not really sure if it counts system update. It's a little bit of a gray area. This one will
I don't think
probably
it
I
does.
need
I
to
don't think it matters. I think this is pretty easy.
yeah.
Just
Is this Unsmiling Zarefna?
I think,
that's what I'm thinking.
yeah, I think so too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
think I'm
think I
smiling.
would call Unsmiling Zarefna. I see some like vampy in the chat. Nah, it's not curvy enough for
Yeah, it's
vampy.
unsmiling. Everything on one now.
Nice.
Can we
All
have
right,
the perfect one?
good job, team.
That's just a blob. God damn it. Everybody can also see my god awful spelling here.
Just 15 seconds in the past, yeah,
All right.
we are
Nailed
watching
it.
us struggle with Unsmiling. But okay, start up. Um, what the hell is this?
Startup. That's a
I,
character, yeah?
yeah, like specifically I think it's an ID because those have a smaller text box.
Gotta be Baz with his cool jacket, right?
I don't know. I'm thinking Mercury actually.
Mercury or Bass? I, we can let
Yeah.
the chat vote. I think I'm seeing more Bass.
Um, I think it could go either way.
Hmm.
Like I can see this being like the best shade, but
I think it's also Mercury, so I'll go with that one.
yeah, yeah. I think I would go with Mercury, but I think if the majority goes with best, I'm happy to follow that.
Not Mercury. Chat slide. So I think it's pretty easy Bass at that point.
Yeah.
Yep. Unluck.
Unluck. Oh no, I broke the one streak.
And you were guessing Arla Salvatore for the Eternal one?
Arela Salvatore. Of course, that is much more
Yep,
difficult.
100%. So we get a solid
We broke the streak.
1-1-1-2 line,
Okay.
which is still
All
pretty
right,
good.
going eternal here. Wow. Very
Holy
good.
shit! All right.
Don't think I would have guessed.
Yeah, after
Bravo.
playing that for a while, you start to get like actually kind of good at it.
Honestly, I had this really bad patch when I was like doing Golden Blade when I would just I got so colorblind I started guessing every card first guess federal fundraising. Don't ask me why federal fundraising exactly. But yeah, it was like I've got to get it wrong. I got to get it right one of these days. First pick federal fundraising. It was never
Mhm.
federal fundraising. God damn.
The day it stopped, it's like was the federal fundraising for sure.
For sure.
And now we just have to wait 100 rounds, 100 minutes until the rounds are paired again.
100 minutes. Shit.
And I think after this
And time in the round has been called about 2 minutes ago.
Mhm.
We have another table, which looks like to have gotten an extension, although I don't think they're playing currently. It looks like we're in the last situation where we've got 6 tables, now maybe 3 tables that are finishing up their maybe last just intense turn here, which it always makes for some of the best Netrunner moments.
It looks like I think only 4 tables haven't reported their scores yet. I think in either case, because time has been called, should be a matter of time. So some notably the people on 2-0. Shout out to Eric Hayden from Neon Static. I think looks like 2-0 currently. Center on 2-0. I do believe White Blade is also on 2-0. London on 2-0. Rodham Appliance, unsurprisingly. At least I hope this is the case. I'm just going off like the top half of the standings, which I assume is the 1-0 bracket. But with the state of A sub stables right now, who knows for sure. I'm not pushing my luck with clicking back onto standings. But yeah, looks like still very early in the event, and as we talked already, X and 2 is a lock for top 16, and what that means is that nobody is out of the event yet, right? Even if you've gone 0-2, you can go on a super submarine run and win 8 games in a row and still make 16, and that would definitely be a story. And in fact, now that I think about it, that actually happened at Worlds. Sebastian K, I believe, started the event 0 and 2 and came back to make top 16. Of course, this was a top 16 but 14 round event for 200 players, so there was a little bit more leeway there. I think he may or may not have lost another round in between that, but still.
Yep. But made it to day 2 and then had to keep grinding to be able to make it in the top cut, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. How did you do at Worlds, Cody?
Not great. Had a great time, but yeah, could have certainly gone better. I think one of the fascinating, it was in my backyard. I'm in the Bay Area, so it was really good to be able to share a house with the local team and then pop in and get to see everybody. It was a fantastic time. I don't know if I'm going to be able to travel to this Worlds, but I'm looking forward to hearing all the stories, of course, if I don't make it. Are you able to make this Worlds?
Oh, Edinburgh. It's a tall ask. I'm still seeing if I can make it, but I can't promise anything. That being said, I know there are a lot of people very happy when NSG announced that every region will be getting both an online and an in-person continentals this year. Are you gonna be able to make? I believe it's Montreal. For continentals.
I don't think so. Certainly going to be trying to make the online tournaments, and I'm thrilled that OP has been able to add more of the online continentals, which is just so awesome. It's going to be an absolute just banger of a competitive Netrunner season. It's going to be so much fun.
And I think the number of players at this tournament is like a testament to the fact that there is like a demand for more and larger Netrunner organized play. So I'm glad that they're taking this step as well.
Right. I also want to take a moment to shout out NANPC.
Oh yes,
there's a group of people, NANPC organizers, particularly Whiteblade, and then all of the tournament organizers put together another tournament series, right? And NAN PC was actually, I think, one of the big driving forces to bring back regionals, which is, absolutely fantastic. So cool to see, just there to be more demand and drive for tournament organizers stepping up to run a lot more local tournaments outside of the sort of traditional tournament season, and really drove, I think, OP to reconsider what does regionals actually look like. So huge shout out to all the tournament organizers for NAN PC, and also looking forward to hopefully getting to a couple other NAN PC tournaments this season.
Uh, I guess while we're here talking about online tournaments or tournaments in general, Larea has actually just launched a asynchronous, I believe, 7 round standard league, which you can access from. I believe it's at the very top of the always be running upcoming page, which is, I believe, round 1 has just started. But if you clock in and express interest, you may be able to get in from round 2 onwards. Entry is absolutely free, which I think is um, very great. It's very great and very generous of Lyra, considering that it's a completely free entry event. And I think in general, I would encourage like Netrunner players of all skill levels to engage with whatever whatever like level of competition that you feel comfortable with. And I think it's like the free and low investment events like these and the AMTs that uh, that let you really cut your teeth in like a lower stakes setting than something like 150 player showdown.
That's right. But even, I just want to call out, even if, you are relatively new or not necessarily thrilled, or I don't know, maybe a little scared to join some of these bigger competitive tournaments, do it. There's nothing more just rewarding and fun than playing an actual tournament out. And the way that the Swiss style ranking goes, you typically play people of similar skill caliber and experience.
Yep.
So it's always a great time, and highly encourage anybody, even if you're curious out there, to come out and play some of these tournaments. I know it's not for everybody, but that being said, it's a great time.
Absolutely. Okay. Looks like round 2 pairings.
Looks like we are off to
So
the
the
races.
round 2 results
Round
have been
3.
confirmed. Yeah, we're looking at round 3 now. Yes, round 3 is up. Unless
Yep, round 3 is paired.
Okay, yeah, okay. Already I see there's maybe a little bit of a problem because there are only 52 tables in this round, unless something has gone terribly wrong and like 40 people have dropped.
I see 72 tables paired for round 3.
Oh, really? Okay, that's very weird. Something is wrong with the Google Sheet.
I have already I say we chase after this Pravdivos and see what they got cooking here.
I do not mind that. Do we have any
Table
Pravdivos?
5, which is not Yeti and Amarum.
Okay, something is very wrong here because my table 5 is like Matrix Go and Poke King. Refreshing against my better judgment.
Maybe
Okay, yep, there we
actually,
go. Yep, I see it. Not Yeti against Amber. And that should be a very exciting matchup. Amber, of course, our runner-up for this year's CBI. Playing I think had a very exciting run in the losers bracket.
great. And so it does say table 27, that the name of the table here. Table 27 for Amarum.
Curious. Okay. yeah, we're good to go on table. I mean, whatever this is, 5 or 27. Uh, but yes, this is going to be Pravdivos Consulting, an idea we've seen very little competitive play of, uh, uh, even ever since its release in Borealis, uh, up against Ari, with the ID that very famously won Worlds last year. This is a 48 card Ari, so a little bit over uh, minimum deck size. We'll see what kind of draw power that Amarum's packed into this.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this game. If I think about Arasana, um, wanting to install Trojans, make lots of runs, and Pravdivos, gets to place an advancement counter on a successful run. So there's some really interesting synergies here where this shaper is no doubt going to want to make some runs. And Prav is saying, come on in, let's see those runs because I'm going to be utilizing my AD to be able to place those advancements. Now, as a runner, I'm probably going to try to be very careful about when to run. Any, non-advanced, never advanced card on the table could all of a sudden make a run on, let's say, R&D and get an advancement counter on, a non-advanced card, and it could be a artificial crypto crash, right? And now all of a sudden can easily score, zapping 7 credits from the runner. So I think that there's a lot of just a lot of risky things on the board that I would be pretty hesitant to make these runs. And on the Pravdivos side, I'm expecting lots of splash here. Potentially Czechus Scion, definitely idiosyncrasies. I can't pronounce this word. Idiosyncrasies.
Idiosyncrasies. Yeah.
And I think right now I talked about at the beginning of the stream how ice is actually more relevant than ever, and Pravdivos gets access to Mesnechesvo, one of the most annoying
Yeah.
ice in the format right now.
Definitely, like Pravdivos, you expect it to have a little bit bulkier eyes than most NBN that we see, with the exception of maybe Nebula, because Nebula is, building with that specifically in mind. We see a turn one, click one buyer bands into HQ. Getting coalescence down, that's good value. We won't get to pop the unlimited runs over. YDL is the access. We do see an advancement on server one. I wonder if Amram's going to check that. Correct answer is no. Correct. Well, maybe. Okay. This was a gamble.
Nope.
All right. So worth noting that both players mulligan. So maybe not the ideal hands for either of them. Shaw enters the heap, probably signifying this is a deep dive deck. So probably a spiritual successor to the world's winning deck. Would probably wager at this point. Maybe we'll see
I
some
think it's
squeeze. Maybe not.
no ice yet from the corp. I'm wondering, maybe this is a very acid heavy, very light ice style of deck. Oh, let's see it. Wants to say, hey, let's see this advanced card
Definitely.
here.
Where is
And it
this?
is a Czechus Scion.
Oh, that's not good.
3 tags. Wow.
Oh, that does not feel
Going
good.
down to 2
Ow,
credits.
ow,
This is a
ow.
tough position.
Yeah, and that's
Not yet
two wire
equally.
bands down already, so you don't get on tempo tech clearing.
Mm-hmm.
The unfortunate timing of the run trigger. Okay, we notably it was trashed out of the remote, so Oppo research is online for not yet enough if he chooses. And this would be a pretty backbreaking Oppo if it does come up, which it doesn't. But yeah, so Amaram being on exactly 2 credits, this would be very terrible. Flux capacitor discarded. Excuse me? What's going on here?
It's a Trojan.
It certainly is. Yeah, I wonder how much then being exactly 0 eyes on the board right now is affecting Amaram's ID ability and like card flow, because I suspect like the loss of specifically Ika from rotation definitely hurt Ari a lot in terms of having a Trojan that she can um unilaterally cycle without having to put actual cards on actual top cards, right? Like something that even other zero cost Trojans like Flux Capacitor, like Physarum, like Cuban.
Whoa. We see an in the groove in the bin.
Whoa! Okay, something's happening here. I guess we are. Yep, there we go. That's the last coalescence. And you go to draw. We will be seeing more installs here, most likely. No, just a draw.
And look at
See our
that. We see a
last.
Flux and a Physarum hit the bin. Just no ice yet. No point in holding it in hand.
Hmm. Okay, so discarding a game break. So this in the groove was basically a diesel, uh, which is a drip diesel. It's like probably it's like a ritual, right? It's a priority diesel, and if drip fed the cards,
Mhm.
or hearts
Okay,
and
and
minds,
away we go. Hearts and minds getting rezzed
something
here.
is happening.
So
Touch ups. Oh, interesting. Three advancement counters. We will probably see a score. There's no way this is a newer spike kind of deck. We call programs or Muse, Unity, Conduit, Pressure Spec. That's a lot of programs. What do we? So Pressure Spec and Conduit go away. Conduit is the obvious choice against a no ice deck. Headline.
okay,
Oh, is this a end of the line?
end of
Come
the
on.
line.
No way, no shot. Oh
No
no.
action.
Please don't do this. Not yet.
Or
You don't do this to us, fam.
just end this.
Yeah.
Wow, and just like that, an end of the line. Yep, touch ups into end of the line. It's certainly a kill enabler.
It is.
Hearts in the Mind sitting on the board. Tomorrow's headline, getting the tag with an extra click ready to go.
Yeah. I do wonder actually, like because I tomorrow's headline, I believe the only agendas that give a tag on score in this rotation are tomorrow's headline and orbital superiority,
That's right.
I think. So probably what this means is that um you would need like having an advanceable ice, for example, like message flow or something else that was pre-advanced, like the Czech Scion, to move the counter from elsewhere onto the orbital, so you can never advance it. So so with a double advance on this orbital, you can you can still go touch ups into end of the line.
Mhm.
That's one way that you can. That's a semi-consistent way that you can do it, and I can kind of see why you do it in Pravdivos, but uh, and I imagine that there's also gaslights for end of the line, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah, seems good. Okay, so you're a new Vem gamer.
Yep.
I've spotted a matchup here. We're looking at Hams versus Wentagon.
Oh god,
Uh,
that sounds
and
exciting as hell.
Hams is on New Vem and Wentagon's playing Zaya.
That sounds fun.
Let's jump in. Stream as a go. Just search Wentagon. They don't have a table number on it.
And perhaps this looks like a fairly standard river board with a Silent and a Winchester on HQ. I don't think Zaya's getting in there efficiently anytime soon. Not
We
even with
see a
the
single
Chesney.
Chesva, which is always good value, but you're right. That's a lot of bucks to be getting through here. Carmen can handle the Winchester fairly well, but you're right. Nothing's really handling Silendra. That's likely firing.
And 15 credits in Ham's pocket. We do see a petty cash removed from the game. I assume that would have been worth like 8 credits by itself. And the spin probably shuffle something back off the books in the running score and a transfer. All right, this
And
is
look at this,
bold.
Manuel hitting the table right before the transfer.
Unfortunately, Zaya is not Zep, so you have to pre-install the manual. But okay, We are just going in. Two accesses, Corp Hospitality. Ooh, that's a
Corporate
spicy
hospitality.
splash. Yeah, what they got calling it out directly.
What a cool use of influence, you know, be able to trash it with Nuvem, bring it right back with corporate hospitality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I think that was a very straightforward and easy trash by Multigon, and did spend a good chunk of change on that run, but made most of it back with the transfer. I do wonder if he intends on staying tagged or if this is just going to be a permanent fixture of things.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm thinking
there
about that
is a
too.
non-zero. There is a
Obviously,
non-zero
Wentagon.
chance that Nuvem is on end of line as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty fascinating. I mean, Wentagon could be click forward, you know, draw to get up to
Yeah,
four cards here, and not be able to die to end of the line. And there it is. Just says, you know what? You need to have. I mean, single end of the line isn't going to go for the kill, and feel free to trash any of my cards. Hams at 12 credits. That might be a tough thing to do within this board state.
yeah. Oh, just advance. Oh, whoa, that's not something you want to see
No.
if you're a hands fan. That's
Fascinating.
just
Flash and
so
burn.
smash and burn.
Effectively a blank 4-2, scoring it in this way.
Yeah, and that probably says a lot about the state of Ham's head that he doesn't have any more agendas to push. Uh, I think he would probably have felt quite safe on that transfer run. If you if the agenda you're pushing is a slash and burn, it's quite likely you don't have anything better in hand. Okay, we go on taking that class act draw.
If I'm Wentagon, I'm looking at R&D right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if agendas are anywhere, it's gonna be in R&D. There is a card there. What was the other card we accessed? It was a lockjam from H2, so we know that's somewhere.
Mhm.
Hasn't been
And
installed yet.
if you see a logjam, you're probably thinking, you know, this is probably going to be, oh, fascinating. Going in for HQ
Oh,
says, let's
H2
sweep.
again. I mean, we will be getting a decent chunk of change back from this. 3 credits of Zaya's ability.
3 credits.
Um, so so how much is this costing actually? Silendra losing 2+5 from Winchester, or 4 from Winchester. There's no hardware actually. Another corporate hospitality trash. Complain about that.
Yep.
Yeah, this was actually not too expensive for Wintergun, considering the boomer.
All right.
Trash
Ham's making the
Manuel.
decision. Enough of Manuel.
Yeah,
Time to take a
get this
rest.
guy out of here. Mhm. Sadly for him, of course, no new trigger from this past 2 turns. Of course, the previous one was involved scoring the slash and burn. But just the installed trash and getting no ID value, which is a little bit sad. But okay, Polygon. The econ's still extremely healthy. Show gamble back up to 15.
Ooh, double Chesva. That's looking good. If Wentagon can find the rest of his breaker suite, I think they're going to be
Yeah.
feeling really good, being able to just continue to run. Ham's getting up some econ here, but I think it's going to be tough for Hams to start pushing in the remote. Um, you know, you got to assume this criminal is going to be on Hermes, and when once Hermes hits the bin, it's going to be pretty tough to be able to continue to push and protect Central. So there's a bit of a clock on the game, and I feel like the runner is going to continue to build a board state and start putting on some pressure here.
Oh my goodness gracious me. That's a 3-line advance on Silent. Expanded on Silendra, I should say.
Hmm.
So this is going to give Silendra and counter effects to advance something else, which is very nice. It's not like the most impactful thing in the world, but given that we already know there's an advanceable on R&D, that might like, deter sustained aggression from Pentagon, especially on HQ.
Yeah, now as a runner, I might be starting to think a little carefully. There's some pretty scary ice. And if Nubum's on tree line advanceables, then you're also got to think potentially on Pharaohs.
Oh yes,
And
absolutely.
Logjam's going to be nasty. Oh, this anthill is perfectly timed. That's going to generate 5 credits and 2 cards over 2 turns. Huge value and just what Ham's needed in that position. You're hoping to not flood up here maybe in with the card draw, but with all this advanceable ice, exactly just this. Dump a bunch of ice on the table and say, sure, Hermes bounce some ice, that's fine, but it's going to be a tough time, I think, for the runner if all of a sudden we start seeing some big stuff, heavily advanced log jams, heavily triple advanced Pharaohs. I don't think Kurapira is going to have a great time getting through them.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, and yes, I mean theoretically, Pentagon still has easy access to HQ pokes with getting maybe 2 or more accesses, depending on whether you can find another manual and or jailbreaks or possibly even compilations. But uh, like, I mean, you can't realistically run through advanced Silendra more than a couple times. Oh, okay, there we go. That's transfer coming in. Uh, we are going to probably lose the break the damage and advance sub. Okay, and we see here Hams spreading out the advancement counters between eyes. I think he doesn't. I think he's very cognizant of the fact that Hermes is on the board and the threat it poses, uh, and wants to uh, what's the word?
Mm.
Distribute his risk.
And there we see a
And
measured response getting trashed from HQ.
yeah,
One down, Wentagon
yeah,
says.
2 to go,
Um,
5
5
to
to
go.
go. Okay. So I think, pretty clearly the read here is, well, Nuvem's just going to kind of sit back, build up a board state, make it difficult to get in, and then effectively create a situation where double measured response is gonna take down the game here. Um, Tons of
Mm,
ice hitting the table. Ham saying, "Come and get it."
and get it. And I think Wenigon has been doing like a kind of discipline thing and uh, focusing on focusing on the server uh, to pressure. In this case, HQ, obviously with the boomerangs on Silent multiple times now. And part of this is to avoid giving Hams the opportunity to rest ice on multiple different servers and this is like one of the ways where the corp can minimize the impact of Hermes, right? Uh, if Wenigan can get like agenda snipes out of HQ, you can bounce advanced eyes on other servers and undo a lot of the work that Hams is doing in building this board. But Hams recognizing this and putting the third eyes on HQ, right? Like further deterrence on that server. And oh my goodness
Mhm.
gracious me, another Antil. I want to say there has to be agendas in HQ by now. Like there's 25 cards in R&D. Bear in mind, this is movement we're talking about. We've started 54 cards in a deck.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
where are
Yeah, I
those
would
things?
think so. And I'm looking at the runner's bin here, and I see a maintenance access. So I'd be curious to know how many are in the list. A maintenance access with a Docklands Pass in HQ can just be so well timed to be
Oh
able
yeah.
to bounce some ice, make another move. And we're seeing a bravado run just on archives, which, again, is totally safe to be able to hopefully push for a res here. Wow, we see a bring them home
Bring
in
them home.
archives.
Wow, what is this?
Oh, for measured
So
response, right?
uh, in theory, right, but
Um,
this is a terminal, right? So you can't actually combo it. This is never going to
mm,
end the game.
mhm.
Uh and I wonder if this is the second corporate hospitality or the third corporate hospitality, or the one that just got shuffled and immediately milled off the top, which is a little bit sad, but it is what it is.
What
But that's a
is
lot of events to
bring
follow.
them home? Is that just a tempo card? I don't know.
Possibly, yeah.
Fascinating. Fascinating include.
Advanced the ice. Okay, single advanced the ice. That's very interesting. Uh, am I wrong to say the only ice that gains a benefit from being only single advance is tree line? Is that right?
Logjam, but I
Oh,
think
lockdown, yeah, yeah.
maybe this is just a hey, I don't have anything else to do and I need to get this ice to triple clicks, right? Like you got to get it up to 3 advancements at some point. So might as well start now. Maybe there's no wall to wall on the table, so yeah, better start going after it over the span of multiple turns here.
When I got now doing the math for Kurapira versus Logjam, and I think without even doing it, like without doing the actual math myself, I can tell you, I think about 1 billion sounds about right.
Yeah.
There's operation, asset, and ice in archives. So there's 3 counters plus one, that makes 4, plus another one for the manual advancement is 5. So 5 strength logjam with 3 counters is 7 credits for Purpura. So you can get in server 1 if you really wanted. It's like 5 for 7 logjam, 4 for Masquerovka, 3 if you give the corporate creds. 25 and 27 probably doesn't make that big of a difference. So you could,
Mm,
in theory, it costs you 10 credits plus whatever the middle ice is.
yeah.
Um,
It's certainly tough, and I'm looking at this upgrade in the server, and Angelique is probably the most likely.
yeah, we've seen like a bunch of influence already spent on out of faction operations. So I mean, in theory, it could be like an anoetic void, but I think that's quite unlikely. Jailbreak is on R&D now. Okay, time to start getting hams to invest in another server.
Mhm.
Surely we rest this, right? Tree line. Okay.
There's the tree
Uh,
line,
this
and
is
yeah, Kurapira counters are going to be really important this game.
another
Another
side.
Silendra that's going to fire, and
I wonder what this is
hope.
advantage. Probably the tree line on RD. Uh, Boomerang is the damage that's relevant. What was the advantage? Oh, itself. All right. Nothing, nothing, nothing. No, where are the
Mm,
damn things? There are 22 points in the deck. Hello?
Henry needed something there. I think that was I think a good push towards R&D to say, hey, let's go snipe an agenda here.
Yeah, get
Um,
Hermes bounce, whatever. Yeah.
yeah, where
Let's say
where
what we're
are
all
they?
thinking.
Pentagons. Yeah. I'm sure Hams is also thinking the same thing. Probably would have loved some agendas earlier. Yeah, exactly. I'd love to know. Say. Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is, I mean, it's the 54 card gaming like Nuvum that you'd expect, right? There's a lot of variants, that many
yeah,
agendas and deck
absolutely.
sides.
And as someone who's been playing a bit of Nuvum over the past week or so, I can tell if I emptied 2 anthills and I still haven't found an agenda other than one single freaking slash and burn, I'd be so mad as well.
Runner Econ keeping up pretty well here. The double Chesva is really going to be, doing them well.
Mm.
Um, I think Wentagon certainly thinking, you know, uh, what do you think the runner is playing for decoder here?
Good question. The infection choice is probably just uh, either Shibboleth or Sankanchil. I don't think it's Sankanchil though, given that with well, all the usual suspects are here: transfer, getaway, bravado, and we do have like jailbreak and maintenance accesses as well. But probably not Sun Concerto unless you're on like stuff like Concerto, and already mostly hard is on that. Oh, second maintenance access. I did not expect that actually.
Okay, Dockland's coming down. 4 cards in HQ, gonna see 50% of them. Oh, the
Oh,
descent.
feels bad. Oh, that actually feels bad. Good God. Ow. Son
Son
of
of a
a gun.
gun is right.
And the run code gates in Wayland, that's illegal.
A well-timed res there.
Very well timed. Yes, absolutely.
Even if there are no agendas in HQ, you wanna stuff the 2 card access there and deny.
Ooh. Okay, something's happening
Okay, here
here.
it goes.
Economy's bounce. That makes sense. Yeah, I have to imagine this Hollow Man is not long for this world. It's gonna get run at most likely, but Hams is probably just gonna pick it up and put it somewhere that's very inconvenient for when they're going to run most. I wanna say on HQ behind the triple advanced Islandra.
Now with Basalt's scored with 2 counters, things get a little dicey.
Yes.
Measured response can get pulled back to hand.
Yes. And yeah, Basalt Spy makes it like fairly trivial to get double or sometimes even triple measured response um
That's right.
responses to runner aggression. And we are on threat now. We are on
Mm-hmm.
5 points. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Danger calls when you're
Wentagon seeing the situation that he's in now. Now I think if I'm Wentagon, I'm thinking like you got to make some very very well timed runs and somehow be able to have a billion credits to be able to not die to measured response. You need to be able to have 16 to dodge 2. I guess you can let 1 fire and still have some money left over, but there's a real possibility with Basalt Spire scored that
Yeah.
3 measured response could get played here.
Yes. So you have to be um on 16, as you said, credits to not die to the triple measured response. We do see 1 steel skin in the bin already for what I got. So in theory, if you hold 2 more, you don't die to the triple. But I think that is especially given like the condition that the stack is in, there is a chance that you might run out of cards to draw with the steel skins before you die to the third one.
That's right. Although taking a look at the runner's bin, right, I see some steel skins in hand. I'm sorry, not in hand.
Yeah. So yeah,
in the
one
heap,
one
right? One,
one
one in the
one in
heap.
the
And I'm
so
looking at the inf. I haven't seen any other. So gotta assume maybe they're playing with the full play set here.
yeah, I believe this was like a mainstay of King Solomon's self-defense Zaya, which this looks to be quite heavily based off of, especially considering the manuals. And
That's
I
right.
do think like Transfer of Wealth was a very big upgrade from Hot Pursuit in that particular deck slot, given that it's also like Corp Disruption. The players like taking it a little slow here, giving them a little banter.
Yep.
When it comes considering whether he wants to send it, it is worth noting that Hams is representing a fast advance end of game game end because he is on 5 points after all, and this is the faction with off the books and above the law.
These competitors having fun with each other here. No doubt they've played game. Wow, look at this. Wentagon going R&D saying, let's grab something on cups and
Oh
then
my
send
god,
it
he's
to
just sending
HQ.
through the Silendra. Uh-oh.
We are
Hams
certainly going
thinking
to get a
about
big splashy end to this game. I can feel it in either direction.
yeah. Okay. These players have been talking a little bit. How
Mhm.
many? I think yeah, R&D is fresh cards on these. Is this okay? Yeah, this is fine for Winnegon. The trainer will be slightly pricey, but nothing you can't handle.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I guess you really don't want that to fire. Yeah, but you only lose a Chesva. Oh, loses a
this is
sign
Sankancho.
Control.
Compilation petty cash. Oh, that's a really nice hit on the
Cash.
compilation. Honestly, I think you don't pop this unless you feel like the game is like ending instantly. Like
Mm,
it's so good to deny Nuvem access to 4 clickers credits and be oh never mind. Looks like Wendigo does
Pentagon's
want
going
to.
for it.
He is going for it.
I
Does he have enough credits to do this? It's 5 credits on half shot. Oh,
doesn't
ow,
matter.
oof, ouch, ow. That's not
But
great.
this takes Wentagon to 3 credits uh and is dead with to measured, right?
Is absolutely dead to 1 measure. 2 measure response would do it.
Oh, two. Yeah.
That's it. I don't think Hams
No, it's
has the ability to get to 2 measure. Looks like no. Install credit, right? I'm just thinking if there was a way to get to 10 credits and have a measured response in hand. I guess not. With a maybe you're supposed to basalt for like hedge fund at the end of the turn, but that's a really long stretch. But okay, Hams. Only down only with 4 credits at the moment. Technically this server is runnable, yeah. Looks like when it's going to oblige. Yeah, centrals look like extremely locked up, nice and tight now with triple ice, HU R&D. We see 2 maintenance access already burnt. I don't expect that there is a third.
yeah, unlikely with Zaya's 40 card runner deck size. You want a little bit more consistency there. What are you thinking is the access card here? Another anthill would be great for Hams.
Yeah, Anthill, but I think this is something that you doesn't mind losing. Yep, okay, Anthill, and the Hollow Man is definitely going down as well. Oh, Anthill. Oh, when it doesn't trash the Anthill. Hold up, that's interesting.
Hmm. That just represents so much money to get into measured range. I feel like you have to, but I assume it's got to be a lose-lose in either direction.
Yeah, when it got thinking out loud here, so slash and burn is an option for Hams to fast advance out.
Leaves it all. Fascinating. A tough position here for
Yeah,
Wentagon at this point.
super difficult. Yeah, I guess you can do some math here about what the expected agenda distribution is. Expect 3 Basalt Spires. The Anthill goes rest, obviously. Of the 3 of the books above the law, maybe there's only 2 slash and burns. And if there's only 2 slash and burns, maybe it's in the bottom 15. I'm just thinking.
What is he thinking here? Tempo? A tempo measured?
That's very possible, actually. And then, I mean, given that you have Basalt counters, I think it's fairly trivial to. Oh, no, install. Are we going to see? Yeah, Hollow Man. I think
Advance?
you have to.
Oh, slash and
Yes,
burn.
yeah,
There it is.
it is a slash for slash. Oh, an
Mhm.
off wall. Okay, okay.
And fast
GG.
advance
Wow.
out. Wow, fascinating. This is sort of the you know, present the fast advance threat with Hollow Man, and if not, the runner overextends. Well, we've got the measured response as a backup.
Yeah, and yeah, this I think is much more in line with like the classic, very old school like core genesis of the FFG days, of like the Wayland supermodernism. Like you compare to the uh, more recent variations with like the build to blast BTL with public drill end of the line. It's like kind of in that same vein, but not having the ability to actually just point and click do 8 damage to the runner's head takes a lot of the charm out of the deck archetype, but having measured response and the ability to do that
That's right.
I think it's very appealing.
Null Signal Games taking it back to the old school. It's feeling a fun tit for tat sort of like dance here between these games, and I think measured response is such a cool infusion into the meta here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so looking at the timer, we've got about 30 minutes still left in the round. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's at the break. We only have 7 minutes left in the round. Let's go ahead and see some absolute like huge finishes. Why don't we pop into another game here before we head
Yeah.
into the break?
Yeah, let's do that.
We've got an Epiphany versus Baz, table 29.
Epiphany vs. Baz sounds extremely exciting. I've always wanted to watch some Epiphany and see what's going on here.
Holy assets.
Am I going to have to zoom out? Oh my god, I'm going to have to zoom out. Oh no. I have to zoom out twice? Come on, Tyrande. What are you doing to me, man? Holy assets indeed. What is going on here? I didn't turn on server stacking in this JNet version.
Oh my, look at this.
There's a
Triple saucy.
What is happening? Like the card in the server is like offset. It's like outside the ice. What is going on, bro?
Yeah. Before you jump in, Oxy, one sec. Just want to make sure the other competitor is okay with it. All right, we're good. Hop in, Oxu. Okay. Yeah, table 29. It's at the top there.
Yeah.
Look at this board state.
I legitimately cannot tell which server the triple sassy ice is supposed to be guarding anymore. Can
Well, the
someone
one on
help
the
with
ice. Janet's like, let's make some room here.
that?
Okay, I don't even know where to begin here. We've got, first of all, we have a rezzed Seraph on the table. Have you seen an actual res Seraph?
Oh my god. Okay, would you believe me if I said I saw a res seraph at like my local meetup like just last night? I know you're not gonna believe me, but it's the truth. I swear it. But okay, yes, Seraph on the remote server 11. Does it
Yeah.
end the run? Okay, so this is like so many things that come. There's an Amaze Amusement on HQ that's rest.
Yeah, fascinating. And I'm also looking, anytime I look at an asset board state, I think what are the most impactful and important assets to take down and take a look at here. And notably, I see 2 federal fundraising still up, right? Which is in my opinion a must trash asset in any asset matchup. But 2 seemingly have been staying alive for quite some time here. The runner econ is quite low. Sitting at a single credit, also a tag. And if I look at the number of cards drawn on the corporation side, right, 13 left in R&D versus 23 left on the runner side. So it seems like there's been probably a lot of clicking for credits here. Barry expecting a pretty good amount of like ice interaction to handle the installs, and I'm not seeing a lot of ice on the table. So tough matchup for Barry Baz without any type of sort of asset tech management. And we see a JK getting rezzed here in the server.
Okay, I think I figured out a solution to Archery's econ problems. We just need to mind control Tirana to rest that eyes on server 9. Okay, econ problem solved. Get a wounded opportunity in there. Why don't you?
Right.
I mean, public access plazas, these things are never getting trashed. We have an epiphany counter. We don't seem to need to use it at all. I mean,
Right
17
there, just getting
credits.
used.
I mean, the score is what, 5 points. If there's a hollow man anywhere on this anywhere in this board, I think it's fairly trivial to epiphany out and hollow man score regardless of what agenda it is. Yep, there we
Yeah,
go. Is this? Yep, there it is a hollow man. This is probably the end of the game. Advance. More time. This is probably off and office.
there it
Oh
is.
no.
Yep. freedom of information sitting at a 3-2 because the runner has a tag.
Yeah. With which you can confirm that there is one tag that the runner has because we can't actually see it on this instance of JNet.
What a board state. This must have been fun to see. I
This,
would love to
yeah.
know the interaction of how did three saucies get on some ice? And obviously the runner would be expecting some window of opportunity plays, but it seems like, as you would expect, the corp says, this is just dead. This server has been shut down.
Yeah. Closed for business.
The corporation said, I
Amazing.
had a bite on the top of R&D the entire game. That's great. Good fun.
Incredible. Incredible. Right. Holy shit. I think that was a round of looks like just 8 games left. Has time been called? Time is calling. Time is being called in just about a minute, so I don't expect we'll have that much.
That's right.
Like,
So we are about to go into the break, I believe.
Mhm.
3 rounds in, another, was it 5 after? We go to 8 rounds, is that right?
There's 10 rounds total. I
10
don't
rounds,
know
that's
how
right.
many more today.
hmm
Uh,
So after this, showing this morning, I guess depending upon where you are here, um, what are you thinking about the meta and what you've seen so far from the games?
I think my biggest takeaway is that Seb is uh, a lot more susceptible to tag-based flatline than we were expecting. Or, well, not really that we were expecting. We always knew that Seb was doing it, but I think decks that prey on his weakness to um, or just being tagged at the end of the turn, we see the hypoxias come out and so on and so forth. And even like a fast start from other kinds of flatline decks like the touch ups,
Mhm.
Neurospike that we saw out of Wenjong. That is also enough to deal with who sometimes can dip to quite low cards when he's doing like certain install combos. So I think that is one angle of attack that people have identified to deal with tag me Ana, which I think is interesting and is definitely something to bear in mind going forward uh, when you're making a deck selection. And I guess on the corp side, uh, measured response is a good card, wins games. Nothing much to say there.
Yeah, I think measured response, but also the card that sort of stands out to me has been touch ups.
Oh
Pretty
yes,
interesting, right? We saw it in the Pravdivos game where touch ups, got rid of some cards and then was immediately used to be able to score tomorrow's headline, giving a tag, which then created the kill combo there. So it seems like corporations have sort of moved towards being able to go fast, present some threats, and then have this like kill combo sort of backup plan in the cases of like runners overextending themselves. You see that also with the Alco decks. Um,
yeah, with the
so
alcohol, even with the Nuvum to some extent, right?
Yeah, it's what I find pretty interesting with this meta is oftentimes kill decks tend to be kind of just prison decks, right? Like that's their main line of outcome is just I'm going to kill the runner and not really intending to score out. But what I find interesting with these new corps in this meta is they kind of they also have a kill plan or a score out plan, right? It's sort of
Yes.
a you know, getting to a point where you can actually force the runner to make those bad plays because, well, if they don't make that move, then the corp's going to score out. And I feel like that's a good space to be from like a meta health perspective, right? You want to be able to have a scoring out plan and have just multiple win conditions. That seems good, diverse, and creates for these like really unique game experiences between both the corporation and the runner. So far so good. I've seen what these 3 rounds and just with this tournament so far, unique and interesting meta shaping up that seems to be a fun dance between corporations and runners.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like the point you specifically made about like having multiple game plans is uh very astute, and I would like to I would like to almost like term it as a like a chicken and an egg situation where which is your primary game plan in any given matchup? Is it going to be flatline or is it going to be like scoring to 7? might actually just depend on the matchup, and the answer may not be consistent from game to game. And I think that's like very interesting and something that I definitely like to see explored more in deck building going forward.
That's right. Yeah, and oftentimes, you might come in with a game plan. Oh, versus this matchup, I'm going to play it in this way. But as we saw in the Nuvem game, right? Like your deck will give you what it gives you, right? And sometimes the order is really important. And I think going back to like the Santa's Alco matchup versus a highly teched um, Magdalene with like double copulation and Azimuth, it
Azuma,
seems
yeah.
like Santa really had to change, the strategy where assets couldn't really stick on the board and needed to depend upon, going a bit horizontal with ice and really changing that play style versus the matchup and like, ultimately what the deck gave to you. So it's fascinating. Not every game is just the same. Execute the strategy. It seems like there's a ebb and flow for these games, which I find really, really fascinating.
And this, I think, to me is like the most interesting part of any like new meta is like the development phase, like right after people discover what is like the first order good decks. Like the part that comes immediately after is like learning how the decks interface with each other and like specific matchup interactions that you need to bear in mind. I think that's like the by far the most interesting part, and that's I think exactly what we're seeing here in the first 3 weeks of elevation.
That's right. New meta, absolutely wild. It's been a lot of fun. And this is actually where I'm going to be signing off here. After these 3 rounds, we've got another great, rest of the stream here is queued up with lots of great commentators. Thank you so much for having me on the stream. It's been a pleasure, Jai. And thank you, Aksu, for running the stream behind the scenes here.
Uh, Really, same old, same old. Stay hydrated. Always be running. And have a good night, everyone.
Michelle, please, we are Swiss.
We can just use my water bottle. Wrap some aluminum foil around it. Yay!
Hey, Axel, how's it going? Excited to be here. This is a massive event this summer. We have what is it, 149 players starting today. We obviously have a couple drops as it goes in online tournaments, but Elevation's been out for less than a month now, and we are really putting the paper to the test. I am so stoked for this weekend.
Hello, hello, I'm here as well. This is gonna be fun. So happy to be here. So good to see so many players trying the meta out and being a side commentator as well.
Actually, not to put you on the spot exactly, but we've got 3 rounds in. Is it 9 rounds today, if I'm not mistaken, or is it 10? 10 rounds today. Okay, so it's going to be a late night in Finland, that's for sure. But we're looking at 7-3 to make the cut. I think there'll be a couple players making it on that. So some players might be out of contention now. There's still a long fight today. What could you say as a quick recap for those who are just tuning in after lunch? What have we seen so far? I know we've looked at some of the stats, and it's a pretty even distribution on terms of the different factions. As much as the identity spread is, there's some strong showings on the corp side and on the runner side. What's it looked like so far this morning? Yeah. I don't think I've seen anything so far that's been like super surprising. Like the things that you could have guessed, like, oh, there's a fair bit of Oko. It's the most represented, followed by, Nebula's doing, or is at least showing up really well. I can't actually tell if it's doing that well. My guess is into the field of all these criminals today, it might be a bit of a struggle. And then we have Leo to be, I believe, the third most represented identity, which is like for HB that a lot of people weren't too high on. That's actually pretty exciting to see. I'm a big Leo construction fan. And then what on the runner side, it's like Hoshiko's doing well at the most Seb we've seen. This is also, I guess, on the corp side, very notably, man. Actually, I think you're gonna have strong feelings about this. There's like 2 PDs here out of 149 players. Like, what's going on? Yeah, sure. Yeah, it kind of looks, if you squint enough, the colors are different, but the idea is the same. I think, what is it, on the runner side, we see the most Sable, which is not a huge surprise. I think a lot of people were going into this, and I saw a pretty good division between people expecting Deep Dive Sable to be the best deck in the format, feel a bit unfair, and then people just saying like Reg Sable, good stuff Sable with the twinning and just good pressure, playing some Cheswa. Cheswa's really good in the meta right now. That's also felt good, and it's not very obvious which is performing. We're pretty early into the standings, but if you look here at like the top 10 tables, there's 2 Sables still in the top 12, but there's also like Moosely Hots showing up. Zaya, there's a Barry, like, and Az is even undefeated at this point, as much as that might still just be one game going into this 4th round. But it's neat to see other lights. I think Criminal is the most popular by a mile. Shaper, not exactly showing up, but we're seeing some good Shaper finishes from some strong players. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's that bad. I think Leo is like the tricky one for sure. I feel like Swift and 6 clicks, you can get there. It requires still like pretty strong play from Leo to make sure it's impossible. And like, yeah, it's definitely the hardest matchup for sure. Oh, actually, can people hear you in the stream?
They can now. God damn it.
How's it going?
The classic.
Oh
All right.
jeez.
It's live. If you ever wondered if this was live or not, it's definitely live. Axie, welcome back to your stream.
Thanks. Will be. I hate live production so much.
It's
Oh
a
man, no
good, it's
worries.
a
I mean,
good kind of stress.
it happens. I mean, that's the thing, and the thing is, I was just enjoying this. I feel like very special now. I was the only person hearing this, the whole conversation. Well,
Yo, do we want to jump in? I think table 3, I've looked in. We're like a turn in. I think things have started.
Oh,
At least this table
going
has started.
in. Yep. Let's go. Table 30.
All right, welcome. This is round 4 of the Summer Showdown. 149 players. These two players are currently undefeated. On the bottom there, that's Why Not playing Oko. This is the new Jinteki identity, one of the two that came out that seems to be incredibly strong. It's a bit of a snowball. It says whenever damage is done or cards are discarded, you're getting these power counters, and these power counters are going to become card draw. You look at the top 3, trash 2, draw 1, and it makes all these sort of effects. Things like, as you see on the table here, Makoto Langi Grid is protecting the 5 trash caught Fat John Batista. This is going to be damage. We'll see how Hams wants to interact, and it's such a funny matchup that I felt both uncomfortable and in control on the other side of the table because Phoenix's ability, she wants to let subroutines fire. She's going to force the corporation to trash cards from HQ, and both of those triggers fundamentally fire Oko and give power counters. It is a weird matchup.
Yeah, the thing I think right now, or at least from my experience, which is very, very, how to put it, minimal at this stage of the new meta, because I haven't had a chance to play much, but I think the main challenge that many runners face is basically the corpse just putting out so much stuff onto the table, be it on a single or 2 servers, or just going very horizontal. How the heck do you trash all this? And this Oko is going to be going for it because we have this very nice server 1 already set up. Good luck to the runner here, I would say. Even though you do have, well, you know, you're an anarch, you can trash things. You should trash things.
Yeah, I think this Phoenix deck is actually going to be doing a relatively good job at trashing things. We already have the Azimat on the table. Phoenix's ability, if you're going through ice, gives you a credit. I'm expecting things like Baya Bands, Fencer Fueno. This is a raindrops for server 2, and we're checking out just a Bladderwort. Going to trash that for 3 credits, so why not cannot snowball forward on top of that. Now, this remote server is also fascinating. Now we have FUT at 3 counters. Now, 2 is the most you can use at any instance, which will do 3 net damage. But this means if you touch a Fuji, that's going to be 5 net damage, and that still leaves a counter on FUT, which means next turn, if you don't at least have 2 cards in hand, you die to a Blood in the Water, which is a really scary fork if this thing doesn't get pinhole threatened or dealt with in another more organic way. There's an upgrade on top of it. I don't know if it's a Mitra, I don't know if it's a Mavirus or a defensive upgrade, but as soon as you start to see an upgrade on top of a region, there's not that many options you expect in this list. My guess is the Mitra Amon, which can be a potentially disastrous face check if you're planning to ban Har through what turns out to be a Saisentan.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pinhole here, and I think this card, I mean, it has been useful for quite a while, but I think especially nowadays with those remotes that you just have to contest one way or another, you need pinholes, whatever color you're playing, whatever faction on the runner side you're in, not to win the game, but just to have a copy of Pinhole, maybe just in case you need to just poke a server and see what the heck is going on there, because this server 1 here is gonna be spiky. And honestly, I died to a similar combo a week ago, and it's just, I mean, it's fair, it feels fair, but well, I wish I just put more pinholes in my deck. And yeah, that was it. Here we have Why Not going with the Wildcat strike for 6 credits. Obviously, you don't want the runner to draw too many cards if kill is your plan. And we're going for the server. We're going for the... Let's see what's gonna happen now.
Now, just a tattoo bullet. This will do a damage. Phoenix will be firing. So this is going to be actually 2 counters for Oko. 1 from the discard, 1 from the net damage. Losing a Simul Chip, not an obvious card for Phoenix, whether that's for Botchless Recursion. We'll see what these upgrades are now. Makoda does increase the trash cost. It's an Angelique Garza Correa. This is going to be 2 damage. This is meat damage, mind you. Oko does not care what type of damage you're doing to get the counters. So we're going to get a lot of counters here. Trash 1 card because of Phoenix. The Angelique, we're definitely going to be paid 2 credits for this. We've dealt with the FUT, which is a really good diffusal of the board state. That's a large threat you have to deal with. And Steel Skin going to be knocked out there. Is that a second Steel Skin as well? No, just a single Steel Skin.
Steelskin doing a lot of work in this matchup here for sure. And Angelique, I mean, I'm a big Wayland fan, always have been, and I'm so glad to just see Angelique outside of Wayland and being actually a threat. It's a very good card. Speaking of threat, of course, but it's a very good card to have both ways, on the table or in your hand, just for that extra damage while you're trying to flatline the runner. Oh, here we go, hybrid release, score.
A nice steal there. The remote server, I was guessing, is going to be a Sting or an agenda to push the FUT issue, but it's just a cohort. And this card is another must-trash asset. There's so many must-trash assets, it feels like, in this matchup, because this card allows you to discard a card from your hand, which technically gives you an Oko counter, so you can always do cohort into Oko if you're just missing 1 counter. And Why Not here is going to be diving deep into the deck. We have 3 face downs. And in terms of face down cards and archives, you have to be respecting Regenesis on certain board states, and that is a harder thing to deal with if FUT's on the table. But otherwise, Ham's feeling pretty comfortable throwing out a Shred. Actually, kind of surprised to see that. That might have been an option for the remote server, but you're not expecting a hard end to run, so it's just going to be a hit point.
Yeah, and Oko here trying to set up server 1 a bit more. Oh, here we go. We have a peer review. Sorry for that. I
So-
just jumped into just for a second. Go on, yeah.
So probably the unknown card is in server 1. The peer review revealed a peer review and a spin doctor, one hidden card. That's probably what server 1 is, and server 4 is looking like the spin doctor here. We do have 2 counters on Oko. We're going to charge. I'm assuming the spin doc.
They're
Going to get
spinning,
rezzed.
yeah.
If you look at archives, what cards you want to get back here. Not super obvious. Probably the FUT. It looks like it's going to be a FUT and an unseen card that could have been trashed off the Oko. And now with 2 cards drawn in halfway through the turn, HQ is going to touch the Tattoo Bola, which could be off the spin doctor. That could assume there's a second Tattoo Bola in server 1. Mind you, the worst thing you can do against Phoenix is put down a second ice for Banhar, but that's a time bomb. This actually might be a Chistushka as well. Sabotage works really well with Phoenix's ability. We'll see if Hams can put the pressure on. Because sometimes just getting cards in the bin is the perfect thing for Oko.
Yeah, and the funny thing here is this is going to be a war of attrition, I guess. I mean, if Oko is just going to be like, you know what, I don't care because you're risking anytime you're running in a way. That's fun. And seeing time bomb on the table, yeah, there might be some sabotage in here for sure. Let's see what the Corp cooks up now. We have a Mindscaping, putting an
So that's a
advancement
flip.
counter here. Yep.
Yeah, for the advancement here. So a 4-2, a see how they run. Sorry. Yeah, that's what it's called, to see how they run. But it looks like we might also be slow rolling a Fuji. Server 5 could be a FUT setup to do more damage for an agenda score, but the card in server 1 has to be advanceable. So there's still other versions of the deck that are playing advanceable traps. Sometimes it's Urtica. I've seen clearinghouses. So there's a couple things that you have to still diffuse, whether they look like agendas or not. But why not there taking a couple undue clicks? We'll see if we want to score out or just keep building board state. I don't think
Yeah,
this Phoenix deck is running breakers. Like, there's a big chance that with all the scrounges and the simul chips, it's just like Botulus and Banhar, and that can go far enough, and it usually can. Peer review, going to show the FUT server 5. So now we have a fork between server 1's agenda and more damage coming in.
Yeah, the runner's really in a state here, but then again, the centrals are open. So if your plan is to just, I don't know, destroy the corp, you could be trying to get as much. Well, you might be going between or trying to balance between, okay, threatening to actually win by points by stealing agendas. There we go, Chistushka. Or you might just be saying, hey, I'm gonna mill you out.
Once you see the time bomb, you're expecting it just to get. The problem with Banhar is you need 2 ice to stop that, and that's not coming anytime soon. I would love to see a Stargate and more controlled aggression. That was just 4 cards from the top of R&D. Again, we've used 1 Spin Doctor so far, and if any of these are face-down agendas, if you don't flip them, server 1 could threaten to be a Regenesis setup. That you can, it gets a bit ugly with Oko, but this technically works. Hams, clicking for 2 passing the turn. We'll see what gets scored out here. If it's a see how they run, I believe it can do up to a tag and, was it 3 damage?
I'm still not good with the math and the new meta, but let's see. We have 1 counter on Fat, yeah, and then here we go, and
that's going to be
a
4 damage. Mind you, we take a counter of FUT, we get it right back. Knocking out a hand, triple Slap Vandal Botulus. That is beginning to make a lot of sense as a cool card with Phoenix. Break the end of the run subroutine, let the others fire, bring that back with your scrounges and your simul chips. But that is leaving Hams with just an empty hand and still a FUT ticking down while Cohort is pushing forward. Why not has to threaten points out? And jamming behind 2 ice in server 1 is probably going to do the trick. We'll see how impactful that time bomb is next turn.
Yeah, I do love the combo of Slap Vandal and Bank here, being able to, get into places with a bit of pain, but still, it's just out of the game right now. So if you have more simul chips, it would be good to get them under the table soon, if, of course, you're trying to contest the remotes in any way. For now, we're still doing fine, and the centrals are still open. So yeah, game on.
Yeah, open is, I'm expecting to see a lot of that. It's hard to single ice into Banhar on HQ if you're worried about Shistushka. Yep. So a lot of times it's up to you as the Phoenix player to drop a Stargate, to drop something that demands an answer. Because I think why not here with the FUT? FUT is protecting the centrals. If you run archives and you hit a Fuji into a Sting, with FUT having enough counters, that on its own can be lethal if you don't have Steelskin Scarrings. So it might be more important. Yeah, you can ice up archives. Maybe you can leave HQ open and just force some problems on the table. We'll see if there's wage workers in this list or whether this influence has been spent on some of those cards like Angelique Garza Correa, measured response. There's a lot of flexibility you have here when a lot of your core engine pieces are all Jinteki.
Yeah, and speaking of Jinteki, this is peak Jinteki. I'm protecting my archives, but you're more than welcome to just come into the centrals because I don't care. Hostile architecture here. Ooh.
Res for 5, pretty expensive. If you want to trash this, you will take 2 meat damage, which does give the Oko counter. Mind you, Oko's counter is not first time per turn, it's a whenever. If you don't deal
Yeah.
with this now for 4 and 2 cards, as much as you do have the Azimuth, this only protects installed cards. So we're just going to swing centrals and find a Petty Cash there from HQ, a very powerful card that works well when you rip it off the top of your deck with Oko.
Yep. I'm
RB
wondering.
last click. You
Yeah.
can take 5 damage here with Fuji. It's luckily just a Regenesis, which scares you. What's in server 1? There's a bunch of face down cards and archives, and it's been iced up. There's a chance that this is Why Not's final turn here. If it's just Regenesis, score Fuji from archives, that's game.
Yep. Might be. Ham's finishing the turn on 8 credits and 5 cards in the grip. So, well, you're fine. Now, let's see why not with 8 credits and not so many cards in HQ, but all the options because there's 2 counters on Oko as well. Let's see.
Why not? If there's a Regenesis in server 1, you just don't fire Oko, you don't fire Cohort. Well, you can fire one part of Cohort, because if a card has entered archives, Regenesis's text doesn't work. So it's up here, why not? If you have a Regenesis, just slam it out. And it looks like that is the case. We haven't used Cohort, we haven't used Oko. Oh, sorry, we just used Cohort. We haven't used Oko. I'm assuming this is Regenesis. 2 more advancements. I guess we're not slamming it. It might not be. Trying not to use Oko. We have only 13 cards left.
Okay, going for the Petty Cash, and server 1 gets another install, but we keep playing, and another remote. So this is not it just yet, but yeah.
Not just yet. Running archives here. We could have on the table a Moon Pool to rescue some of those cards. Could have a Spin Doctor in server 7. Hams taking a somewhat risky line there. Again, Fuji is 5 damage. An enemy's going to be the start here. This will knock out 3 cards from hand. Now, once you res this, you're also knocking cards out of your hand. But luckily, if you have no cards, Phoenix doesn't do anything on this run. But now we'll see if it's a Moon Pool or whether Hams can survive. There's actually some states where touching archives is lethal. If it's Fuji into Sting, I think you might be cooked to Fut unless there's a Steel Skin in hand.
Yeah. Ooh, there we
The bin.
Blood in the water.
How much damage is that? Is that 4 damage?
Let's just see. We're up to 5 points.
No, it's perfectly
and-
3 damage.
Yeah. Calculated risk.
Sting was
So,
3. Blood in the water was
Yep.
none. Now Hams is on no cards. Server
Yep.
7 could be a Reaper function. Bladder won't fire here. Server 1 definitely looks like an agenda into a Fut trigger. Well, it'll do 1 damage. So Hem's just sending it again. If you win off of Fuji, you win. Fut is only first time per turn.
Yeah, and I think I would take the same line here because, I mean, you know, what else are you going to do right now? There's only 13 cards. There we go. That's how you do it.
Flatline to Sting.
I was going to say, there we go. That's how you do it. And that's how you win as the runner. What a game.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, a lot of
This
these
was
decks aren't actually running Bite, so there's not that many bad axes there. I think Sting is the only one that really gets you because Fut isn't online, but Fuji will win the game. That is the one bad one, and unfortunately 12 cards left there, 13 in R&D, but it looks like all the agendas there at the bottom. We don't have a Genesis threat. Why not? Probably is going to be on 6 points next turn is my guess, and that's going to do a 3 damage burst. So Hams had to do something right then and there.
Yeah, I mean, this was fast, which is the new meta in a way. But this was also, it was really good to see how you can play. Because honestly, I haven't faced an Oko that would just not ice centrals up. Because I was playing Sable Deep Dive, and of course that means you have the selection, you have the choice of choosing your cards, what you want to access. So my opponents were straight away like, no, this is not gonna happen here. But this was just so much fun to see. It's really peak Jinteki in a way. That said, there's still a ton of games going on. So should we jump the table?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe. I reckon we have to go in and ask first. I don't know. I guess I'll do that. I'm off a camera, but maybe I'll look at table 8, which is Alice on Leo versus Whiteblade on Sable. Give me 1 second. Let me see if that works.
Sure.
Give me 1 second. Sorry, there's in the middle of the turn.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Oko, mind you, there's a lot of players today, and I think it's performing pretty well. As much as people are like teched for it, for sure.
Oh, they're facing issues. Ooh.
Oh, there's a JNet bug right now. Okay,
Ooh,
so no, that's okay.
I guess we can just jump out to be less of an issue in the game.
Okay, so yeah, table 8 is struggling with the JNet problem right now. So give us 1 second. We'll find a table that makes some sense.
Yeah, checking ASOPs here on my side just to see what's up there. And there's so many players playing today. I mean, I was reviewing the list of names, IDs played today, and it's just who is not playing today. I mean, it's so good to see
It's
the meta
huge.
people, yeah, coming together from all sides of the world. Seriously, this is like a mini world, you know? And yeah, it's so good. So Man in the Moon, thank you so much for organizing this and just raising the banner, saying, "Hey, how about we play some?" Here we are. What do we have here? So many people playing. I don't know. We could pick technically any table, but we should be maybe looking at the top ones because this is where the excitement happens most of the time.
Yeah, one sec.
I'm trying to see. Well, we could go for. Trying to check also the no stream list because some people ask not to be streamed, which I can completely understand. Who do we have here? Oh,
All right, just for the sake of expediency, maybe we can try out table 10, which is Diogenes, into HexNet. Let's just check real quickly if that works.
Sure.
Oh no, the table just ended. Okay, I'm just gonna start grabbing somewhat more random tables.
In the meantime, dear people, if you're interested what's going on with the world, actually there's Eurovision on tonight. So if you don't care about Nintendo, no, I'm kidding. The best way to watch this stream is watching us commentate and watching the game, but in the background just having a bit of the sound maybe from Eurovision, but honestly it's the visuals. The visuals are like 200% Netrunner, cool, flashy things, stadiums, arenas, whatnot, people with glow sticks and all that stuff. So if you're into the visuals minus the music, go for that. I mean, I would totally do that because our sweet voices here, dulcet voices are much better than music they put out there. So if we ever go to Eurovision, we're gonna win it for any country whatsoever. I can win it for the United Nations, no problem. But other than that, this is Netrunner night here, Netrunner weekend actually. That's what.
So if we want to jump to table 16, it's D versus Eevee. It's another Oko versus Sable. And the board state is pretty set up for Oko, but that might be a place to jump into. I actually don't think this game is going to be that much longer in hindsight. There is 2 Res Reaper functions, and
Jeez.
it looks like they're just firing off.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
no,
this is,
that's a good game. Sorry.
we just
Sorry.
went into the kill, but that's fine. This is fine. Those things happen.
GG.
I'm trying to find something that could work for us. I don't know. There's Speedy versus Baz on table 4. Is that checking the list just to make sure? Oh no, sorry. We won't be streaming. What else is there? So many tables already finished. This game got fast. Table 12 is Nebula. Oh no, not getting there. Table 13, built to last. Okay.
I'm currently sitting on table 13, and it looks like in a second we might be good to go. Looks like there's definitely a game ahead of us here.
Cool. That's BTL. I'm just trying to get in there.
Yeah, it's another Phoenix deck.
Okay.
13. It's 13. Kindly, thank you, Asku.
The lucky one, yeah. I don't know if they gave it a number. No, they didn't give it a number. Yeah, with a J and Sauce with an E. Yeah, there's no number on the table from what I see. Could be wrong, but there's still game in here, and we have BTL with a bunch of, bunch of ice reds.
This is a purge. I was worried that was just going to be a straight measured response, but checking the build the last spin here, there's actually a lot of very good efficiency cards. Like we're looking at Charlotte and BTL. We even have an escape net to deal with things like the twinning. There is seamless launches, which you don't always see. KPI, another really powerful Wayland card that just came out in the last set. And while Ronha's on 5 agenda points, I'm not expecting any hard fast events like Slash and Burn, but that remote server Mesna Chesfo and Enquete is something you can deal with, and purging to push all that money back off of 2 fermenters seemed really important. The weak server here is probably R&D with 14 cards left. You can always go for a single, let one of those subroutines fire, or make them all net damage as much as you're going to need. Oh, we only have 1 card left. This seems like a problem for the runner. Unless that card is exactly an Ashen Epilogue, and if we look at the bin, I can't do an influence count this quickly. This actually looks very close to Ham's list from what we've seen so far. We see Time Bombs, we see Demolisher as a console, the Azimat, the Nukas. We're running R&D. We're going to be breaking this. Now, we can't break every single subroutine, which is kind of fine. You don't always mind the subroutines with Phoenix, but if you want to break this with Matryoshka, you can only break one of the subroutines. So we might just end up taking that tag. Looks like we're going to protect our programs, and we're going to lose a resource. So we lost the Banhar there with one card left. Single Axis gaining a credit, forcing a discard.
And that's fair enough. And I mean, this is probably your way out here in this situation because the corpse sitting on 5 points, you have to dig somewhere, and R&D, like you said, is the weakest link, so to speak. Everything else here looks rather. I mean, you could try, but you only have one card in the stack, be it an
thing is,
Ashen
like,
or not.
You only have two Matryoshka dolls, so you can't even break HQ unless you trace a Winchester. So Runha
Yeah.
doing install advance in the remote server behind too hard to end the runs with 12 credits. Assuming this ice isn't trace ice, you have to win an R&D this turn, which is really difficult. Install advance hedge fund. This is looking like any 4-2 in the game. So Sauce here has to win on R&D. I'm assuming you just let Hammer fire. You lose all your breakers. You access as many cards as possible and hope you can rip it. And hope that you have enough programs to deal with SDS before the game is over. I don't know what your other line is here.
Yep. And by the way, a meta shout out here to Ronya on the corp side. Ronya was one of the organizers mega cities in Poland in Łódź recently, the first mega city tournament in the world, and actually Ronya did an amazing job, so kudos for being there, for running the tournament
Super
together
cool.
with Telvel. It was so good to be there. I was so happy to be there in person. But yeah, it was a great tournament, but now we have an even bigger one here. So Sauce taking a deep dive into the think tank because this is one of those moments where you have 4 clicks, 3 credits. And what do you do here? I mean, there's only so much you can do here, I guess. But there's options.
Yeah. Yeah, HQ is the lockout, server 1's the lockout. R&D, you can just fire it. Now, the cards and archives, I'm assuming those are both discarded to Phoenix. Now, Phoenix's discard from HQ, it's not random. So I would say that's a 0% probability that those are agendas, unless for some reason Runha's holding only agendas. But if that's the case, you need to spend 4 clicks to make at least 3 runs to steal points off the top of R&D. Agendas have to be somewhere. There's 1 in the remote, 2 in the score area, none forfeited. So R&D actually could be pretty stacked.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, only 3 cards in HQ, and even if they're agendas, I mean, like you said, they have to be somewhere. So this is the part where that hammer, not being a hard ETR, well, you just don't care at some point. Just keep going in, and that's it. Tags don't matter. If you can snatch in 4 clicks 7 points off of R&D, which is possible, you got a game. That's it.
Yeah, I think you're gonna need all 7 points in these 4 clicks, which is it sometimes lines up, but Sauce is definitely thinking, understanding here we have time in the round, and this looks like the last turn. There's a small chance that server 1, mind you, could be the last Charlotte, which like maybe Ronha just needs to find the next thing, the next agenda. But regardless if that's the case, R&D seems to be the run here.
Yep.
Cracking a fermenter.
there.
Now this means that Sauce might want to break this, but if that's the case, you don't have that many clicks. If you have to trash a card, if this first access is not an agenda, you have a 0% chance of winning the game.
Exactly. This is just going in like R&D is gonna bless me with some agendas right now or not, and let's see.
Breaking the program trashing subroutine, so we're gonna lose our trickster Taka. We're gonna take another tag here. The top of R&D has to be good for you, and SDS also will challenge this line a bit. Phoenix forcing a discard, gaining a credit. Nothing.
Oh, that's well, we can probably say the probability is high that the corpse got the game right now in a way, but there's still 2 clicks to go. I mean, how do you make 7 points into clicks? I don't know.
Check
you go
archives.
archives, I
It's the
guess.
best you
Yeah,
got.
exactly.
Yeah.
Nope.
Rhyme, Tree Line, and a Regolith. It looks like Ron here comfortably getting that mandatory draw. Can just score at it. Looks like a 5-3 with a seamless launch. We're going to go up to a nice 8 points. How did we see this few agendas? There's 8 agendas in the score. There's 12 in R&D. I don't know if HQ, the last 2 cards are all agendas. Again, Ronha could have given an agenda there to Phoenix if he really wanted to, but unfortunately, just getting locked out, not having the Ashen, not having the run back on the deck, and just some good ice on the table will definitely make Phoenix struggle a wee bit.
Yep. Well, that was a fast one. We still have 25 games going, I guess. So let's take another dig at the list. I mean, what do we have here?
I think we're at the point that we just should slide down and jump into a game that exists and ask. Obviously,
Makes
checking
sense.
to make sure that the game can be streamed. But let me
Yeah.
try Table 24 again. A lot of these games are going to come to a wrap. We only have about 10 minutes left in the round.
Yeah. This is the thing with single-sided Swiss. It just feels so much. Everything feels faster. The games feel faster. More, how to put it? I wouldn't say competitive, but it's a more sports-like tournament format. And honestly, I was skeptical at first when I was trying to see if it could work for me as a player. And once you try single-sided Swiss, you kind of don't want to feel the pressure of 1 hour, 2 games. In a way, I guess. I don't know. It's a personal thing. Table 24, following you, are we?
Yep. I'm looking at Lander
Perfect.
versus Meteor. This looks like game point. Lander on 3 credits with Baz, not a big board state. A boomerang is coming down and we're running HQ with a compilation. Now Meteor is on a comfortable 6 agenda points. Even if you steal an agenda here with the threat of the Hermes, you can undo the agenda that looks like it's sitting on top of server 1 on top of a Hollow-Man. Tithe will let that fire take a net damage. Not even breaking with the Carmen. We have bigger problems to deal with.
Yep, we're getting in for sure. The Kessleroid not gonna stop here at all with the boomerang, and we're going in Anthill excavation contract.
So if you grab that, you can't really afford to run back here. You're going to need a way to cheat through the Kessleroid on the run back. Trashing that for 1, boomerang is going to get shuffled. Now R&D locked down, remote server seems locked down. Meteor on 10 credits. Any agenda of the remote server with Hollow-Man should seal this game.
Looks like it.
See if it's a big one.
It's a
Just a slash and burn, the ugliest agenda to ever have to score out, but when you're on 8 points, that is definitely a GG.
That's a GG, and the corpse.
Oh man,
up
I missed this. This is a
Huh?
Baz Knickknack deck, which is a really fun list that you install your things cheaply and throw them out. I'm looking at the bin right now, and it doesn't have like it has classic. It's not a red team, which is like a really fun interaction line, but it looks like we're installing things cheap. We even have a bit of D-res with Saucy and Mag Electric, which is cool to see. That's a neat deck.
Okay, we're hunting for another game, and I'm just gonna follow. Pick anything you have. You have a good hunch for
Cool.
matchups.
This matchup generally takes a bit. This is table 15, I think it is. It's Joe Z versus Rotom Appliance, a former world champ. Rotom's been grinding some some Leo. I'm not sure what version of the build this is, but Josie has such a big board state. This looks like it is that sort of like not Yeti masterwork knife deck. And while there's a knife on the table at Jaichinyu, there's none stuck in the corporation. So that score area on the runner side just has 2 points. We're running HQ here with alarm clock, double clicking. Some big ice here. This is going to be accessing a spin doctor on a single axis. No way compliant, no twinning. This deck does run soft on multi-axis. Oh, it actually has a hyperbaric list too, so it has like a bit of, Ches with spice. But here in the remote server, we have 3 ice. We have a Leo ability. We have 1 click for Josie. So without a Hermes, I think Rotom is just going to triple advance here, and that should be the game.
Yeah, and the moment you see so many green cards that are not deep dive in Sable, you're wondering, okay, what's the game plan here? And you can see that the board state on the runner side is just huge. There's all the stuff you need ever to to have a game plan for a game plan, more or less.
It's not 5-3. This is seamless
Okay.
into the ADT. So Rotom's going to look at the top 5 cards and install one of them for free. It might just be an agenda. Now we're only on 13 credits. If you could fire the Tranquility Home Grid this turn, you'll be up on 15. And Josie's threat of Jaichinyu is so far away from being relevant. We're missing a Fractor, but you can get pressure. The question is, the pressure gets harder once LEO gets bigger. You get that sort of inevitability engine where if it spends your whole turn running HQ and you just throw the damn Bran at them, that's going to be a problem. So Rotom, thinking at the top 5. Again, 2 spin doctors are out. If we look at the bin, this is our first seamless launch so far. But that remote server on 13 credits looks pretty safe, especially with the free MIC. Rotom has the agenda, definitely is going to go for the jam, and I'm assuming if there was an agenda on the top of R&D, I think we would have gone for the agenda, so I'm assuming that Rotom might just have the agenda in hand to push on top of 3 upgrades. Draw, okay, that could be the agenda, and that probably is the case. Yeah. Gain 2 off Trank.
Yeah.
Now this list actually might not be on an Ingaton. So if they're holding onto a seamless launch as a way to score out, there could be a Hollow-Man in their remote server as well. But if you're holding onto a seamless, Josie has maybe a chance to grab that to buy a turn with something like a compilation. We don't see one yet, but it could be in the deck. Looks like we're passing on the alarm clock, drawing up. Oh, Poison Vial also very good into this matchup. You can click through a Brawn and just spend some counters.
Yeah, Poison Vial is such a good card. And it's cheap.
Now
But yeah, those two brands in the centrals and HQ are definitely looking pokey and just mean to you if you're trying to get through. We're going for a clean getaway. Where? Archives.
Going archives here. Again, you do spend 2 credits to make these credits back. At least those are Chesva credits, so you can push yourself forward a bit. No twinning on the table. Mark, mind you, on Sable's R&D, so this is just going to be a 3-credit run.
The Q loop.
Oh yeah, you do have Q loop, you have Masterwork, so you can build some board state.
Yeah.
Super important that you grind that value. This is going to be a Poison Vial, drawing a card off the Masterwork. This, mind you, is installed for free with the Chesva credits. Actually for the Paladin Puemo on this run itself.
This is like big pockets Sable. I mean, so much stuff on the table. Usually you wouldn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah, these are
Seems to be
basically like
working.
the Az decks as of last year that Nadia is like, wait, this is
Yeah.
just better in Sable. And unfortunately, it does seem like it's the case.
True,
Especially
true.
for Judge plans.
Yeah.
Now, it's so hard here where you think the agenda's in the remote server and you only have 2 clicks. Because if you make a run, that means you can't deal with the MIC and then you can't deal with LEO on top of it. We don't
Yeah.
see like a Mersha anywhere. There's one in the bin, but if that's just sitting in server 3 not being res, like this remote server is impenetrable. In fact, it's really hard to run just about anything here when you know 1 click can be robbed and then you still have to run back.
And Mersha is just such a cool card because cheap to res, okay, cheap to trash, definitely to install place. We used to have an would do that for you, but this upgrade is moving, which is always more fun when you have decisions to take. And okay, we have Joe just drawing drawing and getting a credit and Rotom now on server 3 we had an install, right? So this could be game.
So without the Seamless here, this deck might be on a single Project Ingotan. Mind you, Luminol Transubstantiation doesn't exist. So you might have to hold on for 1 more turn. It looks like that's the case. Credit, advance. So either we have 1 Seamless in hand and this is one of the 2 to 3 5/3s in the list, or this is the last 4/2 and we're missing a Seamless, or one of the 2 last 4/2s. Josie has another turn here, loves to see it. Alarm clock starting with HQ. You have to double click the Fly Swatter here unless you can install a Boomerang. My guess is from HQ using the Masterwork.
Yeah.
The Mighty
Let's
Gear
see.
Check.
Yeah.
You could prognostic a Decoder, which would be pretty sick off the top of the deck.
Yeah, this is again a deck on the Crim side here, on the right side where there's a knife hitting the table, I guess. That's at least what I see on my side. Yeah. And this is one of those decks where there's just so many triggers that playing a dungeon deck is so much easier in real life unless you, which very often is the case. And just as a reminder, Sable has this HQ marked, so this is going to be a click back.
Now, Rotom knows, well, obviously Rotom knows how many agendas are in this hand, but also does know the next 3 cards on R&D. So having that sort of information allows you to hopefully intelligently throw the big old bronze. Looks like we're just bouncing off the Fly Swatter. That's a really cool interaction with Alarm Clock, is if the outermost doesn't have a face check, you can just run on click 0 and fire your Masterwork Prognostic and the whole engine using your Chesva credits.
Yeah, in this case, you don't get the click back from Sable, but you can still get back there. I mean, no problem.
Clean getaway. We're running the remote server with 2 clicks left. You have to deal with MIC. Now, you can't even break this MIC. So you would need to find a trick like Boomerang, Poison Vial works. And that's what Masterwork is going to be cheating out here. It's a bit expensive. I don't think there's any shot this clean getaway is going to give you those credits back. You still have to deal with a bunch more ice. And upgrades. Like, I'm assuming this is like Anoetic Manic-Arm. I think you have no shot at making your money back.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be very hard to get into with 2 clicks. Like you already mentioned, we can use MIC, we can use Leo. There's still 2 upgrades on the remote that we have no idea what they are. We might be guessing, but still getting in.
I totally forgot we had a Hyperbaric. Yeah, so no, we can break code gates, excuse me. It's barriers we can't break. And a Bladed Barrier would be perfect here. A Hagen, even better.
The
ambitious call on the deep past Boomerang, but this barrier here is going to be able to trash at least a Chesva.
Yep.
We'll see if we can simulchip something. I don't think we have a target here to bring back onto the table. Josie now knocked down to only 1 credit. Coffee has been drank this turn. running this click still difficult. You could single click through a Brawn and then use the poison vial, but if that's the case, that's when Leo kicks in. And as you notice here, like I'm not sure how many times Leo has fired, but its existence forces the runner into certain play patterns, and it gives you that sort of security where if it's really bad, you can use it. And Rotom has just been comfortable in his fortress, and his fortress will go to the moon, score the last 4 points, scoring to 8. Good game to both players.
GG. Yeah, this was really good, and it's what you said. Like Leo is, it's not really threatening or anything, but you do have to make sure that you don't run last click or the penultimate click. You will need more clicks, so you have to plan your turns slightly differently. Like the first or the second click in a turn, that probably is when you should be running, just in case Leo fire off that effect. Okay, let's just jump out again. Let's see how many games are left and how much time is left in the round. I don't
I
even
think
know
there's like
clock running.
2 minutes left, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to jump into another game here.
No worries. So Andre, I mean, you've been doing a lot, of course, analysis and whatnot, and tier list and whatnot. But on your personal side of things, what's your most fun thing about the new meta? Tell me. You're being interviewed right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been enjoying a lot of Wayland right now. It looks like there's actually like a pretty diverse spread of Wayland decks you can play today. There's like a lot of different op stuff. I think a lot of people, myself included, were calling that op would be pretty dead on arrival with the loss of border control and Rashida. And while I don't think I've seen like tempo rush op be super consistent or do well, I think the big winner coming into this meta was the change with Cyber Sand Harvester and no change in game state, so that people can trash 4 trash cost 2 coster at instant speed to get a 1 coster, and that's been really potent. You can grab some wild cards with that interaction, and that's been like an asset damagey matchup that's not dissimilar to Oko, as much as the lines are, I think, a bit harder to see coming because people don't have that much experience into it. I think Wayland's been fun. I'm a big Zwicky fan. I think Zwicky is great. I'm not convinced it's what I would have brought today if I was playing today. I think I've actually been enjoying LEO the most and has like a pretty good matchup spread into some of the criminal stuff, and I like the matchup into Seb a fair bit. Plutus is really fun. I don't know if we've seen any Plutus on stream today. I don't think there's going to be that many Plutus decks in the top cut is my guess. But on the runner side, I've been really playing Phoenix. I don't know if you've had the chance to bring out Phoenix and just smash into servers and fire Banhar. It feels good, as much as I don't think we've seen that fantastic Phoenix game on stream just yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, so you're coming in, into the meta after having a lot of time to analyze and play games and so on. My clash with the meta so far has been just going to the mega city in Poland last
Oh,
weekend,
cool.
and it was so funny because I just picked up all the cards. I was just like, okay, what am the night before, I of course net decked. By the way, net decking is okay. You can do it if you don't feel like you have any idea what to do. Just net deck and just read the deck list and whatnot. It's perfectly legit. So I just went like, okay, Sokka put some 2 cool lists from Reading, from England, and where he was visiting apparently. And I was just like, okay, let's take a look. The deep dive Sable, and then there was the what's this name, Nebula. And I looked at the list. I was like, okay, this is cool. Those cards are cool. And then I realized I haven't read many of the new cards in Elevation at all. So I was like, what am I gonna face? It was so much fun to discover the meta with people playing. It was just like, okay, what does this card do? It was like opening a new box of chocolate, so to speak, and just saying, oh, what is this flavor? And of course, I mean, it went the way it did. So I wasn't there for the competitive part of it, but the social part and the having fun exploring the meta was so good. And I think my faves for now, you mentioned Ob. There's kind of a cool combo out there, like a kill combo with Ob and several tricks that I don't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, that was one thing. I lost against the winner of the tournament on his Leo deck, which was really cool to just face. I was like, oh, this is so nice. And then I'm a big fan of actually, that's my plan for the next 2-3 months, I would say, trying every single ID and build something fun, just fun. I mean, just to see what it can do. And this is the plan for now, I guess. But it's just, I don't know. It feels like Elevation has elevated the game to a new level, so to speak. And I know I'm not getting here or anything. It's just so much fun. It's just good.
Yo, looking at the standings that just come in,
Yeah,
in the
we have
top
all the games.
25 tables, there were 2 runner wins. The top 25 went 22 corp wins, 1 tie, 2 runner wins. 22 corp wins out of 25. What's going on?
I guess you
I've
could say
never
that was-
seen that
yeah.
before.
I guess you
I've
could
never
say that.
seen that before.
The meta seems to be a corp favorite. No, I mean no. This is just round favorite.
What the heck? 22 out of 25?
But then you look
And
at
like
the
you can
lower
keep
tables.
going. Like if it goes down to
Yeah.
28, it's like 3 out of 20. What the heck?
This is actually a cool feature request. Maybe we should have this where we have a counter for the runner, the corp wins, each round, and then you can kind of see the balance.
Yeah, it's like I try and crunch that generally
Uh-huh.
after events. I also look forward to Kikai's surveyor that does a lot of that numbers and math stuff, which I
Yeah.
really appreciate running through. But yeah, just looking at the standings really quickly, it's very, very apparent that that was a very corp favorite round. I don't know if it was like that on the previous round. No, on the previous round it was like kind of fine. It was just exactly what you'd expect. So I don't know what's happening, but I'm excited to see what round 5 is gonna bring for us. I think we're still waiting
Yep.
for a couple standings, is my guess.
Yeah, there still seems to be either some games going on. No, let's just scroll down. Table 30 might be actually still going on. Or
Yeah,
at
sometimes
least I
you get
don't have
time
the score.
extensions
Yeah,
if there's
yeah,
like,
exactly.
JNet issues or anything can come up.
Yeah.
So usually we have a
Table-
little
yeah.
5-minute padding.
I think table, maybe there was just a blink here on my side, but I think table was reported in and it was a win for the runners. So yeah, another one for the runners. But yeah, it looks it looks really lopsided with the top part. The bottom tables have a bit more variety in a way, but I mean, in a way, it's corps versus runners. Somebody has to win, so it's kind of like any other sport where you have two opponents, and sometimes you just have one side dominating a bit just because the numbers shape out like that. But yeah, we still have a few more minutes left. Sorry, we still have a few scores left to be reported, and in case you just tuned in. This is the Summer Showdown 2025 organized by Man in the Moon. We have 140, around 140 players. We have, and it's just a fun tournament that seems to be the pre-worlds meta for 2025, in a way.
Yeah. We got a lot of time to Worlds. I'm excited to see how things are going to change. I do think, oh, excuse me, I got something stuck in my throat, but this is like the event. A lot of players, they're in testing teams. They have secret things that they're finding out. Sorry, I just need to drink water. Give me 1 second.
No, take your time, take your time. In the meantime, I'm gonna let you drink the water there and bring it back. I'm just telling everybody that if you need like a very artistic break, this is gonna be the theme of the night as long as I'm on stream. I'm sorry for that. The Eurovision Song Contest has turned into a curtains and fire crowns contest, and it looks epic. I mean, every single thing looks epic. I'm pretty sure we could say that this is going to influence fashion for the next 20 to 50 years. So these are kind of cool, runner outfits or club outfits. Imagine you're in wild side of your, so to speak. This is probably the way it would look if there's a performance. This is just amazing to watch. Anyway, Andre, if you're back, over to you.
Yeah,
if you're not, I can keep going. No worries.
I survived.
Fair enough. Good to have you back. It would be a shame to lose you right now.
Yeah, I was saying that I'm pretty excited for this event because there's a lot of testing teams that secretly have figured out something about the meta or what they perceive the meta to be. And this is the first big event, I would say, for most people that they're going to bring out their secret tech, whatever they think is the called shot into this meta. I don't think I've talked to anyone, which is really interesting, who is specifically said that what has appeared today in terms of identity distribution and faction distribution would be unexpected, which means that if somebody does have, a secret tech, something that they think could beat the expected meta of Sables and Sebs, that they probably should have played it today. Now, there's a couple decks that I'm still looking to see. I think the EA Sports crowd has been bringing a Pravdivos consulting deck. I do think there was one game on stream that I know I didn't catch in a couple rounds ago that we saw on stream. I believe it's a trap-based deck is my assumption, but that seems to be the one archetype that looks to be performing consistently well. That is maybe a bit of the mystery, but otherwise, yeah, it's like it's expected stuff. I also am really interested to see how the different OCO decks across different testing groups, how they spend their influence. There's a lot of staple cards across most of them, but how you force that issue, how you do that last bit of damage, that's an exciting change that different groups have different ideas on.
Yeah, and it's really quite interesting to see what you said. People bringing kind of their experiments, but also kind of things to test, because honestly, you can test. I mean, you can keep testing regularly with your group or on your own, just randomly jamming games on JNet and whatnot. But I think tournament is where it's at, and those events that are kind of, they're not official, but they're big and they're really fun to play because you have people from everywhere, especially online, of course. And it's just so good to see people just bring stuff. However, I'm just wondering, if I was in a testing group and if we were kind of trying stuff out, would I be bringing my big guns already, or would it just be like, hey, let's try and see if we can, we can try and shape the meta one way or another, and kind of play the meta game. Of course, we still have a long way to Worlds, but kind of try and figure things out and then bring some completely different to Worlds. Although I guess that by Worlds we're gonna have mostly kind of the main standard meta figured out. There might be, of course, some shakeups with some standard ban lists or whatnot, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think Worlds is like probably 2.5 ban lists away from now, so I wouldn't be super concerned about that.
Uh-huh.
What I think is actually really important is when Elevation came out, there's not that many deck lists that are published on NetRunner where people are saying like, this is a new deck in the meta, this is good, try it. There's a lot of
Yeah.
people posting their testings and they're labeling them enough to be like, we think this is okay, but we don't know. You mentioned the Megacities, I believe, was in Poland, and that was like one of the first sizable events. I'm not sure how big it was that has, some amount of competitive play to it. But I think that it actually is like a really big reason to bring a deck in an ID or with a card from Elevation that you're most excited about and come to an event like this and do well, just so you can post your deck list. Like, no joke. I think if a testing group comes out to say like, oh, this is our sick, ob deck that you might not have expected in the meta, they just want to post it and talk about it and like have that impact on the global meta. That's worth a lot. And I think that's what we're going to see from this event, which I'm the most excited about, because I do feel like NetRunDB has been it's been a bit quiet the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I think everybody's cooking in the background. People are just like, okay, there's just so much stuff to parse. I mean, you just get this huge bunch of cards, and of course, we had the scoops month and whatnot. Everything was slowly kind of dripping towards everybody. Like the cards were being spoiled and whatnot. Sorry, it was a spoiler month. Sorry, not well. Anyway, scoop spoilers, same thing. But the thing is, now this is probably the most exciting time in Netrunner in a long, because well, first of all, the rotation, of course, and FFG cards going out of the standard pool, then just Elevation coming in with a bunch of really heavy hitters. I mean, so many new IDs. It's really, really cool. Of course, you could say, yeah, well, the old IDs rotated out, but the thing is, there's the staples that we already had from NSG, and they're here. Of course, there's somebody mentioned there was a PD somewhere. There's a Thule I see. I mean, there's Mirror Morph somewhere there, of course. But there's just so much new stuff, and this is the exciting time because, let's be honest, we all know the archetypes of the different decks, and you usually build your deck around your your ID's core ability, so to speak, and there's nothing game breaking there. I mean, I think for now, the IDs, they just look interesting and fresh. That's the thing. For now, there's nothing. There's no absolutely unbeatable ID, and we have people saying Seb is the deck to beat on some matchups. We have Sable, which is of course previous released ID, but there's just Ko, for example, right now, which seems to be the thing, and I'm really excited to see how people are going to try and dismantle this, because of course on one side you have the meta matchups where you kind of go, okay, what happened, for example, in Poland. It was an event with around 4 people, and it's a meta that's very local. We had people coming from France as well, which was really, really, and from Czech Republic, which was great. But people kind of have, they kind of know what to expect more or less. So it was really fun to see people try to surprise each other. But then again, there's this kind of local meta slant. People just like to play Grim, for example, or people just like to play Jinteki, and that's fine. And on events like this online, you can be anybody from anywhere, bring anything, and yeah, shake them. So let's see what the spicy stuff is gonna be today.
I'm pretty sure the amount of refreshing I'm doing on Aesop Stables is not healthy for the website, and I deeply apologize to Jeff. I am part of the problem. That's okay.
Are you hacking the system? Are you hacking the system? Well, anyway,
I just want to see the
has
numbers go up.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the scores have been already reported.
Yes.
Yeah.
They just came in. Okay, so my refreshing paid off. All right. So just to do a recap for the stream, we have 9 players who are currently undefeated after 4 rounds. Again, what people are expecting to make the top cut is 7-3. If you've only lost 2 games, you're almost guaranteed. I think you are guaranteed mathematically to get into the cut, if I'm not mistaken. But a bunch of the 7 and 3 players have a chance to make it in. We have 2 players that are on 10 points that they could draw, I think, against each other last round, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have a jump down to 9 points, and there's a lot of players with 9 points. So there's a really strong division. Now, even if you're on 6 points, I do believe you're still competitive because I believe means you've only lost 2 rounds, so you can still definitely make it in. So we have a long day ahead of us. Again, this is a 10-round tournament, if I'm not mistaken, and so just coming into round 5 here, you gotta pace yourself a bit. It's a long day in Everton. You gotta make sure you take your time a bit. You gotta it's a marathon, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could say, if it's 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss, 5 regular double-sided games, but it's not the case in a way, because with the time being 40 or 45, well, around 40 minutes, that kind of makes, you could say they're kind of 80-minute double-sided Swiss games in a way, which is more than the usual standard one, so to speak. So it is actually more neutral per 2 rounds in a way. The games can be longer, and we've seen games run to time. But speaking of time, I think it's time to take a look at the pairings, because people are setting tables up.
It's getting harder and harder as the rounds are going on to not just show Oko decks. And while it is the most represented deck, it's about like a fifth of the field here. We'll try and do our best to give you some variety at the top. I think there's a chance we can maybe dive into Tron versus Spoot, which is Built to Last versus Baz.
That sounds cool. Yeah. Another candidate. Yeah, another candidate for later if we catch them and checking if there's no stream list. I think we could do table 7, which is Nebula versus Seb. But yeah, table 3, let's go.
Yeah, I like Nebula versus Seb too. That's an interesting matchup.
3, there's a lot of table 30s.
Yeah, Nebula's fascinating because it was like the deck that I think was the easiest to build out of the gate of elevation. And there's a lot of posting be like the play pattern is not particularly healthy, it's particularly strong, it's not particularly interesting. And so far today from our results, I don't think the Nebula's been converting super well. It is very well represented. And I do think the field of a lot of criminals that do want to be running all the time and build their decks to run every single turn, that's not going to help you. But I also don't think we've seen the sort of like evolution of Nebula that I'm expecting to see over the next, couple months or years or whatever, in which Nebula maybe builds a remote server and actually has a bit of a more interesting game plan. So we'll see how that shakes out over the next little while.
Heresy detected. Nebula and remote. What are you talking about? I guess it depends.
No, it works. You got to keep them busy. So you just got to keep them running.
True. I mean, I think it also depends, of course, if there's going to be... I'm just thinking now, because I got a bit lost. But I don't think we're going to be getting any new cards before Worlds, right? We're just going to get ban lists. That's it.
I'm assuming so, yeah.
I'm sorry. This is not scoops. This is genuinely me just thinking, did NSG spoil something, or just said that there's gonna be the matchup decks, so to speak, the training decks coming out, which is a completely different story. But that's not the case. I mean, there's not gonna be any new cards in this. I wouldn't be. I mean, knowing history, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, hey, by the way, here's a 5-card pack, or I don't know, like one new card per faction that we're trying to have fun with it for Worlds. Again, no scoops. I have no idea. I haven't been a part of any actively, so it could happen. It would be quite funny to see. We have table 3 up. Toron is already there. Spoot is joining. I guess we can just jump in and we can just ask. You're in there already. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. We're there.
Can you give me 1 second behind the stream? We're just behind the scenes. Excuse me. We're asking to make sure we're good.
Yeah. It's always good to ask. Even if somebody didn't put themselves on the stream list, we can just say, hey, right now I feel like being streamed, but they do. Here we are. We're in BTL, so advance and get money, which is so good. And Baz, which is basically, if they res, you may install a resource or piece of hardware from your grip. So again, efficiency on both sides. We're hoping Axu's joining. Yeah, Axu's there as well. We're all in. This is it. Round 5. The Summer Showdown 2025. We're in, and the Corpus starting. They both took a mulligan. Interesting. Are you expecting any small siphons? I think the small siphon is my favorite card, the Crim side, in the recent release. But let's see what happens here.
It's a really cool card from Baz because you can force the issue. If you even just like siphon immediately, you're always threatening to install a boomerang from hand, so the corporation doesn't know whether they should res their ice lose all of their money or just let you go through and keep some of their money around. You probably do want to res your ice here, but you have that ability, keeping your secrets close to your chest, which is good. I want to shout out Spoot says I'm a big fan. Thanks to you, I'm playing competitive Netrunner. This might be Spoot's first tournament, first like organized play, which is such a wild jump, and I cannot recommend it enough, even to newer players. And looks like Spoot is getting involved, and right now they're probably killing it. They're doing really quite well in this tournament, so hopefully they're having a good time on the way as well. Now this start here, we're not getting that aggressive Barry Baz Wong run into ice, but you get that open market smoothly transitioning to Dr. Nuka. And with a full hand here, running last click can be a bit scary. I don't think the face check's gonna be that bad, and the card on R&D was advanced once, so it could be anything, but Mess and Chesto is the one I'm always the most scared of.
Yeah, and this looked like a good setup, and I just always love, but I do love a good Crim versus Wayland matchup. It's kind of one of the classics. So I'm really curious to see what's going to happen in this one. We might be looking into a longer game.
I honestly don't know, because like I tried to jump into Tehran's game last round, and he was on Corp and he won in the first like 20 minutes, which makes me think there might be a measured response or a kill line. Like I don't know how you win in BTL in 20 minutes unless you have lethality. Maybe something silly happened, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah,
Now, I need to shout out Tehran, mind you. Tehran earlier this year won the Eternal Super League the first year. Just such a creative deck builder. I constantly, Tehran is joining a Metro Grid stream, showing off really ridiculous and creative brews. Again, BTL, not the home for a lot of creativity for most players, but I do think if anybody can have a cool, unexpected line in BTL, I'm excited to see Tehran pull it off on stream.
Yeah, let's see what's cooking there, because I mean, you just turn it up to 11 with the excitement here. I'm curious. Wayland perform well. So Tehran, now I'm waving, or a green flag basically, and let's see what's gonna happen here. Oh, and this is so cool. Like, if you want to chat, because again, we're not following this, but there's a huge, of course, the Discord server set up by NSG a while ago for events being used for this, and people just hang out there as well, and great. So let's see if Tehran is gonna do something. You could be doing more advancing, stalling. Yeah, there we go. Spoil it. And okay, fair enough. 2 clicks spent on exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, go on.
Single advance is really strange, right? Like, you're assuming this is a Charlotte, which means if you spend a click to run it, there's no more NGO front in the meta. So there's like, either this is a trap or it's something you just want to shut down here, like a Charlotte. Now, Tehran could be flooded, but if this is just like an advanceable trap, it's just an idiosyncrasis, a new card from the set. So you need to trash that for 2. Otherwise, your 2 credits are going to be lost for you. But that is a strange play. So I'm assuming this means that Tron actually doesn't have ice in hand. And maybe after the mulligan is a bit flooded. I would really like Spoot to face check here into HQ, force out a boomerang, force an ice res. Because if Tron doesn't have money, doesn't have ice, the hand is probably not that good for him. I love this run. Again, Baz says that when a corp reses a piece of ice, you can install a hardware or resource. Resource should be super easy with 8 cards in hand and open market, but hardware threatening a boomerang through this is quite nice. We'll see if Tron reses no res here. SDSs are entirely safe, which you can't expect, and there you find one. So Tron not needing the res there and denying the Baz value. There's actually a good reason to do this. Spoot's going to be discarding cards at the end of the turn.
I love them. And this is the thing. I mean, when you're on 7 credits, you might be flooded, but you're like, well, I mean, what am I going to do? Anyway, no. So you just roll the bones, so to speak, roll the dice and say, okay, let's something. There was a hit, but SDS is self-defensing. A good old 5-3 that just says you need to have some table for me. There we go. Nuka.
Yeah, Criminal struggles a bit with SDS, but now with all the Chesvas and sometimes the compilations, there's even more criminals like Musalhat's running redundant programs, as much as I don't think I've seen the scrounge criminal meta. Now we're going to install that Nuka for free off the open market. We're getting good value off that daily cast and we're going to have to pitch 2 cards into the heap and pass a turn. It looks like it's a window in a class act, so that class act could have came down there. And we're throwing out a window as well, so it looks like we might have some D-res, which is the natural little synergy point with Baz. Install, advance, card in server 2. So a never advanced card, I don't think you're too scared of it. I think Antil Excavation Project, I forget the last word in that title, is the most important card here that you can deal with.
Here we go, Bravado into HQ. Yeah, like you said, there's chances that there's more than meets the eye. We know there was an SDS, and here it is again. Or maybe that's a second one. You never know.
Looks like we might be going back mutual favor. Here, you're kind of incentivized to get your worst breaker. Revolver is expendable. You probably have 2 of these. And now this won't
Yeah.
beat the Afshar on HQ, but maybe Barry does. If Spoot runs back, this means we might force the first Barry Baz trigger. Ron deciding here to res or not. It is the
Yeah,
Winchester.
there we go.
Fortunately, this, you only have to break 2 of the subroutines with the revolver, so it only costs you 2 credits. And if you're going to throw the gun anyways, it looks like we're going to just boomerang from hand instead. Now, if you're going to throw the revolver to the SDS, I don't know if you need to expend the boomerang here. This actually gives you a third subroutine. You have to, oh, well, not exactly, because you don't have a hardware after you trash this, but we're through. Oh, that is going to get shuffled back at the stack. We found a government subsidy on the run back. Spoot has 1 more shot, 1 in 4, maybe even a 2 in 4 if you want to go back and throw that revolver into the void.
I guess you really want to snatch those 3 points. I mean, it's a good thing to get, right? I mean, right now, 3 points is solid. My pulls are simply built different.
I think you also might want to consider running server 2, because if that's an antil, that's what Tron really needs. And this advanced ice on the remote server, like, it's probably going to cost most of your money. My read here is it's tree line. You know, it's not a Maskarovka, which is like the blowout. So this, if it's a message chesto, can't be res. I like this aggression a bit better.
Yeah, we're pushing
so
the
see if Tron can
into...
res.
Exactly.
Yeah, this has to be advanceable ice. Obviously, you can't advance it. Ooh, Makota. Not expecting that, but Makota into tree line is going to bottom out Tron to only 1 credit after the subroutine fires. So I feel like Spoot here is pretty comfortable knowing that Agenda and HQ is probably not going to go anywhere. Tron now needs to find something to put in the Makota remote server. I think getting an antil on top of this would be fantastic, that you only res for 1 credit. But second boomerang, we're coming back and trashing the Makota. Now, this is dangerous for both players' economy, and this is 2 boomerangs shuffled back into the stack, but this means that the Makota won't get any further value, which I do think Spoot seems to be valuing that here.
Yeah, this is definitely a
we're just installing that.
game here.
Okay, cool, neat.
Fair enough.
So we're pre-installing that on HQ, not hunting down the Makota. Server 2 advance. Okay, advance. So, this is so cool. This is either a Charlotte on top of Makota, which will now cost like, what is it, 5 to trash? Or it's an Idiosyncresis on the Charlotte, which also costs 4 to trash. On top of the Makota Lungit grid. That's a really nice fork for Tron here. Even if you get down to Hermes and threaten R&D, you can just pre-res the asset. So it's relatively safe. But that's a really cool way to keep these very valuable assets safe to, cheap destruction here. SDS is still 1 in 4 in HQ. If Spoot wants to throw out the revolver, you probably want to use that boomerang sooner than later, just to make sure the others do something if you draw them. I don't think the deck has a better way to deal with tree line besides a boomerang back, so you want to make sure that you always have access to a boomerang in your hand.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, I mean, would you be in this situation here trying, again, go for the SDS? You do have the money, you have the table, so you could just go through that Winchester. And this was a horrible
boomerang, yeah. It's like, yeah, pre-installing it is nice. It's unfortunate that the revolver deals with the Winchester for the same cost as installing the boomerang, and now you don't have the ability to contest server 2, which still is pretty expensive to deal with. But yeah, getting that on the table, this is a unique card. You can over-install it, but you'd rather just send it back. You could just run HQ. Yeah, there you go.
We're fishing for SDS one more time.
This is the sort of board state that I get super uncomfortable with Baz, because if the ice isn't getting rezzed, you don't have text. And I feel like some of the other red crims I could do it. But we'll see if Spoot has like Mag Electric on this board state, would be pretty sick. Or find the Gover sub. Feels bad. Like if you have a bit of D-res, that actually does good for you with Baz. But Baz so far has fired twice.
Yep. And at good moments, but still, I mean, this is quite fun. This is playing hide and seek with the agenda. It's like, where are you?
Now, if you think this is an Idiosyncresis, I think you actually want to install that open market for full market price and not use the open market. Because if it is exactly this increases, you're going to lose all your money. You can offshore the money. And so now Tron is going to gain 6. Spoot's going to lose 4. So yeah, you do want to dump your credits into the expected Idio. Now that's going to be into the server. Free res of Regolith. And this is a 5 trash cost.
Geez,
man, I have not seen enough Makota, but for a faction that doesn't have a playable region, this is really quite something. Oh, you can play Zato, I guess, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, this is looking very, very, very poor for the runner here. Right now, Spoot on 1 credit. what do you do? I mean, you really need to get your econ up. The open market might be doing something, of course, but it's kind of meta econ in a way, and it's dripping there. On the other hand, we have Toron here on 13 credits. You have still 3 clicks on that regolith, no problem. So 9 credits waiting there for you. I guess you could just spend the whole next round just clicking for credits, and then you will have money possibly, throughout the whole game, unless something goes really south for you. Spoot is just going to be click credit. I mean, yeah, what else? Money.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ways to get back here. Like, you want to be on 3
Yeah.
for clean getaway. If you're playing red team, you could drop red team and go. It looks
Yeah.
like we're going to take another shot at that 1 in 4 on HQ for 2 credits. But Tehran looks like he's overcome that ugly early game and has stabilized money. The ice is going to hopefully come next, and then we can start scoring out. If this revolver gets thrown to the SDS, the next SDS is really safe for Tehran. We're throwing the gun? That must be a misclick.
Yeah.
That has to be
I
a
mean,
misclick.
totally.
I've done that many times on JNet.
There's no universe in which this is a premeditated play. Just saying, yeah, I'm just gonna, like you can be very nonchalant, but no.
Yeah, the interface has like the trash button to break a subroutine, and it's really easy to click that one on accident.
Yeah. Actually shouting in the chat, no takebacks. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, judge. Okay, so we're getting through this Winchester with a revolver. This is funny. It's like guns fighting as well, anyway. And we're trace, of course, which is useless right now, and it's the government subsidy.
Again. Thing's a
3 and
damn
3.
magnet.
Yeah.
It rotated, but it's back. Tron
So fun to
holding
watch
on
this.
there again. There might be 2 SDSs in hand. Again, this deck actually might be on very few agendas. Built to last like that sort of like mid-range Glacier. Got a big boost because now it has a 2-1 with Green Mail that it doesn't feel bad playing. Hostile Takeover was a bit rough with the bad publicity, but now just having a good Sentry you can play with Biowac and then having that 2-1 means you can play the entirely like 2-1s and 5-3 deck, which has a not the lowest, but a pretty low agenda density, which I've no doubt Tron's courting that sort of idea.
Yeah, and there we go. Tron here right now on the last click thinking, well, okay, do I overinstall this Regolith because I still have some money on it, but I'm on 16 credits. I have 6 cards in hand. Yeah, there we go. There's an overinstall. Fair enough. And we're finishing, the turn with a card in server 2 that could be, well...
What is this? This has to be an anthill, I think, right? Because there's no way
I mean, yeah.
I don't think you safely put an agenda behind a single ice into the deck that plays 3 boomerangs.
I mean,
so this
could
probably
be
is an asset.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Maybe?
but I mean, that's, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows?
Is that better than the 1 in 5 in HQ while you have a Regolith and then you install a piece of ice?
I guess you might what you might be trying to go for here, even though it's probably not optimal, but you're just saying, okay, runners poor, they only have a revolver. I'm just gonna install this. I'm gonna slow roll it, smash the revolver or what have you, because it's safer here than in HQ against a single revolver, and you don't see the runner getting into a lot of money just yet, unless they manage to roll through a bunch of clean getaways for the archives, and then they might be. Let's see. We're still clicking for creds. This is looking a bit... Yeah.
Yeah, I've had, from my Baz decks I've played, I've actually had a bit of an econ issue because outside of renting cheaply with Chesva, there's not that many ways to make money. I think you have to splash things. Like from my early decks, I haven't enjoyed it that much, but like Telework Contract or Red Rioters, like you need these like econ dense cards, it seems, because otherwise just having a bunch of D-res tricks and just reg good stuff criminal doesn't scale that well. Now 16 credits, the Mag Electric is probably not going to line up perfectly, but the difference with this card is not only a bit of econ denial, it allows you to get another trigger from Baz, which is arguably as valuable. So we'll see if we spitefully derez the big spider, or we just derez the tree line. They both cost the same.
Okay, so there we go.
2 more bullets. We have 1 more functional break. The problem is if you throw the revolver, you can't steal the SDS anymore.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
The SDS.
Oh, steal. Finally.
You want to take that?
What was it like? It was like
3?
Yeah. And
throwing
it took
out a
4
twinning.
runs. Yeah.
Yeah. There is the Antail. That makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's
Yeah.
that much else you would put here. So this is such
Yeah.
a powerful card. On the turn this was rezzed, it was +3 credits and draw a card because of the savings of the Makoto Lengi grid. Now Tron is probably on some measured responses, and that's very importantly is a threat 4 card. And now with more ice on the table, the D-Res Winchester Spoot is not in a good board state to be running here. So Tron
Not at all.
can now transition once this Antail finishes. Next turn you can do install advance, and just start like pushing yourself towards threat, let alone towards 7 points.
Yeah, definitely the game is swinging towards the corp being on top here. Spoot, I don't know. I would just be digging for any econ I can because 2 credits that there's not that much magic happening in the open market here. You do need to stabilize your economy if you want to play cards. They do cost credits most of the time. And yeah, the corp could just be simply starting to slow roll agendas and just go for it. Oh, there we go. We're contesting with a pinhole. There we go.
So this is all your money if you want to deal with the Antail, because it does have +2 trash cost.
Yeah.
You could always go for the Makoto Lengi grid, which saves money on the reses, but here the Antail is giving 3 credits and a card draw guaranteed. Tron's money is good, and the card draw seems good, so not sure how impactful of a pinhole this is going to be. It looks like we're going to go for the undo click.
Yeah, take back.
Like,
No worries.
again, no information gained, so not a problem.
Yeah.
But very importantly, again, that's the Makoto Lengi grid increases the trash cost of every asset in the server. So that is a 3 trash cost Antail. That's a pretty big thing to deal with on only 4 credits.
It is I mean, it's a pretty swingy card if you look at it because it gives you 2 recurring as the then it makes everything more expensive for the runner. And as we have noticed, there's not that many well, asset trashing, upgrade trashing, econ cards nowadays. One's gone. Not
Yo, maintenance. This will hit the other SDS, which might still be an HQ. Off the books,
Off the
great
books.
rip.
Ooh.
5 points is game point. If Tron has 2 measured response here, the game is over. We've drawn through half the deck. It looks like we're fine. Install advance, pushing what might be the last agenda in hand here. Just counting, dividing by 5, it looks like we're on real 2-pointers. So this is probably not as heavy as a 5-3 deck as it might have looked since the early game. But we have drawn through half the deck, and we've only seen 2 to 3 agendas here. So you're assuming there might actually be another agenda in HQ. Spoot just needs 1 good run, 1 boomerang on R&D, 1 maintenance axis to have a chance to pull this away from a game that looks like it's slipping away from Barry. Spoot drawing up.
Yeah, even though there's no econ in the tag, you just, by hook and by crook, you just kind of manage to get into 5 points, and that's absolutely game-winning territory. But you just have to have a save now, I guess. We've seen that happen before.
Good axis.
Yeah.
Run R&D, Resin Chesa, boomerang it, steal the points. Hermes.
Oh,
Now this is
good.
going to be impactful.
Yeah.
Now you're not super incentivized to run R&D here because of the 5-3 scored in the remote server. You can open up R&D. Now this could be an off the books push, and I'd actually really like if this was an off the books push because then Tron can push the next agenda clicklessly at the end of the turn and really push yourself forward. But this Hermes is going to put a bit of pressure on Tron. Might not have to score this out immediately.
Yeah. Mind you, that Hermes is hardware, and we do know that there's a Winchester somewhere there, so you might want to set up a bit better if you don't want to.
See if Tron scores this. Again, if you just pass your turn score out of 5-3, if it's an SDS, it doesn't have text. I don't expect that many other 5-3s in this list, as much as you can play Basalt, but organize up archives, respect that maintenance access, do the slow roll. This is the nice way you play around Hermes. Get another ice down. While you're going to be reinstalling the ice for credits, Tron has the good money here. And Spoot now can play a sure gamble. We haven't seen one yet, and we've been struggling under sub 5 credits, but drawing deeper into the deck. No class act hitting the table, so we're going to have to be hit manually draw as much as I think we've gone through 2 Nukas already.
Mm-hmm. And
People are playing lie low. I don't know. I think
it's a good card. I like it.
Seems like an okay card, yeah. I don't think you see that much of it. I think people are still spending influence on Nuka, and Nuka probably makes a bit more sense in Baz, especially with open market. But yeah, criminals still clicking for a bunch of card draw modernly.
Yeah, but I do like lie low because it gives you the flexibility, and if you want to go tag me a bit, or if the corp is just going tag you, it's a cool tool. It's like it's a better networking in a way.
Yeah.
We have
Now, if the read is that this is an SDS, you don't want to just install a breaker and pass because you will just lose it. So it puts you in this ugly spot that if you have cards in hand that you want to get on the table, you're kind of locked out for a turn. And we're drawing deeper. Now we're going to be discarding cards, and that's okay. You don't have to be worried about discarding cards. You're never going to play all your cards in your deck. So Spoot is definitely looking for something as simple as money, as flexible as Boomerang. We're going to start bravadoing, and this is into R&D, which honestly, there's a chance that Toronto's happy with this, because if you
Yep.
res this ice, you no longer have to worry about Hermes on this server. So while
Yeah.
one ice can be dealt with Baz and a Boomerang, maybe the second can too. Money will be a rate limiting factor. We'll see if Toronto reses here into the Baz trigger.
I would, I guess. Oh, the no res on the first ice. This is probably the
Innermost,
Messi.
there's the message Chespo there since
Yep.
turn 1. So if you want to bounce into this, you'll lose all your credits. If it's a Boomerang, you will technically duck the credit loss. So you're kind of incentivized to do it. And again, a single axis has a chance of winning the game as long as it's not an SDS, which the second one does look like it might just be in the remote server. It's a flip switch.
We're flipping
So
the
we're installing
switch.
this and just jacking
Yep.
out. So you technically only save a credit, but it allows you to fire Baz, which feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if you
Also,
just
you can,
beef it into
yeah.
that. Like you
Yeah.
lose the 3 credits and you just run away. SDS. Oh, it's a Basalt. What is the agenda suite in this deck? It is on big 5/3s. Now we'll have a Hermes here. So the ice on R&D is returned to hand. Now this is a card that does work really well with things like measured response, because you can play the same measured response twice, which can be really important. But Spoot now is actually over that 8 credit threshold.
Mm. Yeah,
Open
Spoot
market
definitely
finished.
stabilized on the money side. Yeah, this is good. This is the good thing, because now we have cards, but now we also play the cards, open up your board state, which is pretty poor with just Hermes for now. But you have options on the table, and with Baz, you can again start contesting things and making the think twice, especially since the corp is down to 11, which is a good number. Oh, wait, we go Cheswick, good stuff. There's gonna be some econ support for further runs. And
Yeah,
not
this is
only-
like probably not going to work with breakers anytime soon. It's nice to have an SDS thing to sell, but the
Yeah.
bigger thing here is you can use this during a run to install cards with Baz. Now, this is the second twinning coming down, and while this game, I do think Toronto still has a bit of work to do. The idea is that any turn that you run, that use the Chesva, you charge the twinning, and now you can get that single axis to be a double or a triple axis, which is, again, we're just one axis away from closing the game.
I have a hot update straight from the desk, from the central desk, because of the technical difficulty we had and current 100% reliance of Isangrin or Jeff. Thank you for being the one person holding the cables and the servers together here for ASOPs. The schedule is going to be adjusted to 9 rounds of single-sided Swiss, which is still a lot of a net runner. So yeah,
I don't
We're
know
not
whether
gonna
that
be bored.
changes. I don't know if that changes the breakpoint, whether 7-2 or whether 6-3 makes it. My assumption is on vibes, it feels like maybe a 6-3 would make it, but with 150 players, like maybe that's still a really hard cut to make.
Yep.
Card in server
have
2.
Good,
If it's just a
yes.
3-2 agenda, the Hermes is going to do some work here, but maybe Tron has now controlled the flow of agendas, so it's not worried if HQ opens up. Spoot drawing up again. You definitely want to charge that twinning if you can. With 2 open markets out, it's probably only the Chesva, and maybe you have a companion. We'll see if we get that face check. We'll see if we get that cheap install to like charge that twinning, because you need to get that pressure. Any turn you don't charge the twinning, you're losing a fair bit of value, because it's a once per turn trigger. Very important. You keep building.
There's been a lot of clicking for credits on the runner's side, but I mean, you can't blame the. Oh, there we go, Cat's Cradle. Okay.
It's a decoder. The numbers on it are not fantastic if you want to break that message chest, but you lose 3, then you break for 5 up to 4. So that's a lot of money. That's 7 credits. Now,
Yep.
the remote is another cheap anthill. That's going to be 3 credits in a card draw. When you res it, or sorry, 3 credits in a card draw on the turn you res it.
Or
Run over
knowing
installing
it.
that. I'm assuming that has to be an agenda.
Yeah.
Install advanced, no KPI on 23 credits, as much as most of the ice still has to be resed. Spoot here has a good Hermes turn, but again, if Spoot fires Hermes, Spoot wins the game. So gonna feel happy no matter what.
I'm wondering about the agenda suite. I guess it's just Basalt Spires, SDSs, and off the book. That's
I don't know,
enough points.
maybe.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, you can play 18. So if you play all the 3-pointers, it takes you to 18 on its own. So I'm assuming
Yeah.
you're like, was this a 44? I assume this was a 44.
Trying to count cards quickly. Yeah, looks like it.
Spoot is charging R&D here. Again, we have the Baz Trigger pending. Logjam is a very bad res for Spoot here. This is one of the few ice in the format that you cannot beat by just dropping a boomerang from hand. It doesn't matter what the strength on this thing is, which it looks like JNet is calculating. This has 3 end the run subroutines, so you have no shot of cheating through this unless you Estabrado or install your Kurapira and then continue to spend a lot of money. Now, this is only going to have 3 counters. It's just Asset, an Operation, and the one that you get from resing the thing.
Yeah. It's a very sweet piece of ice that makes itself cheaper if you don't break the first sub, if the runner's already first sub. But the 3 subs are the solid part here, sure. 3 subs are just the sweet spot for the corp and not so sweet for most runners nowadays. Mystic
Frame with Chesla, that's not bad. You let it charge you 20. Now, at this point, the pressure seems to be all in R&D. Unless Tron has flooded terribly, Tron now has a conveyor belt where top deck agenda goes straight into server 2. So the HQ pressure is going to fall off unless the top decks get bad and you get turns like this where you have to score out and then you can't jam. But Spoot is building a bit of pressure here, but we'll see how we deal with a 3 subroutine logjam and whether Tron scores and causes a Hermes. Triple Advance, just another off the book, so I do not know the Agenda Suite is here, but that's going to be game point for both players. We haven't seen a slash and burn, but there is a threat here that Toronto can just score out from hand for 2 credits if the cards line up well. Opening up Archives, interesting. Not the cheapest dice to repair, but that might assume that we have a maintenance access that we're going to charge the twinning with.
drawing.
Up.
Yeah,
knowing exactly, what they're drawing for. Again, one good access. It's going to be a Mystic Sure Gamble, which charges the twinning once again. Going to unfortunately pass a turnover. And if Tehran does, for some reason, have the slash and burns here, and one of the last 2/3/2s, assuming there's no IZFs in this deck, see if Tehran just jams in a remote server or ends the game on the spot. 18 credits.
Yeah, you have all the money you need, but there's thinking, so I guess we're still not finishing.
The question is whether you do something with the Basalt Spire. Like, you can always do these weird plays where you Basalt Spire to grab an Idiosyncresis and then instead jam an agenda, right? Like, you can kind of make it obfuscate. It's a bit easier on JNet. The problem is that, like, with the Basalt Spire, you have to mill the top of your deck. And so if you don't have a Spin Doctor in hand or a Descent or, some way to deal with the eventual downside of ripping a card off the top of your deck, it's like a hard thing to do. But I think the bigger thing is Tron doesn't have a reason to do this. Install Advanced Events instead is the play, just saying you have 1 turn to get into this remote server. You have to beat a 5-strength tree line, an unknown ice on the outermost and the middle with only 1 breaker installed and not a great breaker at breaking any of the expected code gates in the list.
Yep.
Open Archives. We're going to go get that 3rd twinning counter, as much as you only use 2 on each run. Clean getaway on Archives. This is going to put on a healthy 15 credits. I haven't done the math, but if we mutual favor for Kurapira, can we break R&D and see 3 cards? Do we have an overclock? Some Bazes play overclock.
Wouldn't be the worst thing to happen to this Baz. We have Chesva with 2 credits as well. I think with 2 credits, 4 credits on the table, counting the Chesva, I guess you could get through and then just,
it's 12. It's credit perfect. And you have Chesva left over. You can get through this.
Yeah.
This is going to be an access of 3 cards. Spoot has a chance here for sure. Logjam on the outermost. You're going to have to boost to 3 with Kurapira, break for 3. That is going to charge up. We've always charged to twinning. Mess and Chesva, you're going to lose 3 credits. That shouldn't make a huge difference here. Boost with Cat's Cradle up to 4. 3 cards. Spoot could take this here. The last run probably of the game.
Oh no!
Thinking
Oh,
nothing. Heartbreak.
Bummer.
Passing over to Tehran, who might just have it in the remote server, scoring to 8.
Oh,
well fought, good game to both
what
players.
a game! This was so fun. I mean, there was drama on levels. There was money, no money. There were accesses. There were secrets. There was everything. And this ended in 15 turns. So wow,
exciting
what a
showing. This is again, I believe, Spoot's first involvement in organized play and just sticking to some of those basic actions and putting enough of pressure there. I would love to hear from Tehran where the agendas are, where they're not. Andre, you mind telling me what it can do better? We might talk about it after on a stream if you want to, but well played, Spoot, for sure. That's gonna be a fun replay to watch through.
Absolutely. And it was a really good game. And I mean, you can always, after the game, of course, you can just have 20/20 hindsight and just say, yeah, I could have done. But this was fun Netrunner to watch for sure. So speaking of watching Netrunner, 18 games on the table. What do we have here?
Looks like Tron confirmed there's 2 more agendas in the deck, which is good. We can jump maybe to table 14. It's Meteor versus London.
Yep.
One of the Shaper players. Looks like we've seen a bit of Meteor early on stream today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So London is on lat. This looks like good stuff. Lily pad, deep dive lat. If we look in the bin, nothing too flashy. The Hannah's out there. We've lost 1 deep dive. It looks like it's not to damage. It looks like Meteor is playing that sort of scoring tempo. This is not the game I want to be seen on stream. Do you want us to leave?
Oh.
I'm just asking. I think things are not going well for Meteor. The board state we have a Svi. We have that powers that be, but we're on game point on London side of the table. We have a nice Biowac on the outside, and now you do deal with that relatively well with the weapon with revolver. You have to boost it's twice for 4 credits, but you have enough bullets in the tank. Notably, the op lost border control, so like just getting a deep dive off is not as hard as it used to be. And Meteor, while is threatening something in server 1, I am not sure what it can be that you're that concerned about. Looking at the bin, again, this is the sort of like tempo efficiency op. So you have things like Mavirus, they can go get into Cybersand. Cybersand can get Humanoid. Humanoid can set up quickly, go get a Spin Doctor. That's like the cool new chain in modern op. But London, comfortably enough on 9 credits, as much as this lat is looking low on resources. It looks like we've played just about, well, we have 4 cards left in our stack.
Yeah, I was scrolling back or up, sorry, the log just to see what could be the reason for the embarrassment or the part of the game, and it seems that Meteor is just not getting it at the right time, and it might be. Sorry,
actually, we're on London versus Meteor. I don't have the table
Oh, yeah.
number.
Sorry. This, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
excuse me. Yes.
Sorry.
Ooh, Eminent. We're gonna score there.
Okay,
That's
we're still
just
playing.
off the Holloman.
Yeah.
So we got a couple triggers here. We can grab a card from the deck. Now there's only 9 cards in R&D, so removing a non-agenda card from R&D actually has an impact on the density. Now London's only on 9 credits. If you stack 2 BOX, as much as we don't know where the last BOX are, if they are in the deck, that can be a bit interesting. And on top of this, we have the powers that be, which can install any card from HQ or archives. I think actually installing an agenda into server 1 might be the play, as much as like London probably can run this. And Innermost Stavka is like not perfect because you can just let it fire, but it is a hard call sometimes to call. BUAC on the remote server, I think Meteor is just going to put it all on the remote server. So giant monitor, the Komodo. This round, mind you, has plus 4 minutes in the round. I don't think we're going to need those plus 4 minutes. And now we have the pending trigger on the powers that be. So I think an agenda from hand, again, the agendas have to be somewhere. We've seen nothing forfeited. We've only seen, this is 8 points with 8 cards left in R&D. R&D has to be loaded. HQ has to be loaded. It's a wall-to-wall in server 1.
Yeah, server 1 got a card, so I would just guess that's an agenda. I mean, you just put the big lizard there. What else are you gonna do?
Oh, we know it's a wall-to-wall. It came from archives.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I missed that part. Thanks for pointing out. There's the Biawak run, so we're trying to get into R&D and dig for those. Have to.
It's a cataloger. It's very likely this will be the last run of the game. You only have to make 1 run and then catalog, or you can click back. So
Yeah.
BOAC is 4 credits. Innermost, can't expect you're spending that much money. Ugly would be maybe 4 for a Maskarovka, but this shouldn't be an issue here. London should be sneaking through the server for the final run of the game. And then with no shuffle effects on the board, Cataloger is going to look pretty good. Descent, that is unbreakable. Oh my god. Perfect. Where's Decoder? I'm checking the bin. I don't see a Decoder.
Wayland running code gates? Who would have thought?
Yeah, we have Descent. I'm not sure what other code gates are running this list. I think Fly Swatter is probably worth the slot. Afshar shows up as a 3 coster as much as the border control chain doesn't exist anymore. But London's going to bounce off of that. And that actually puts a real tax on the Revolver. The Revolver only has so many bullets. If we look at the bin again, we see, I think 2 Muses are out. I can't sort on this mirror, I don't think. And Simul chips are all accounted for. So I don't know, honestly, how you break BOX anymore. Is London actually going to run out of gas? Or win on HQ sooner than that?
Okay, we're trashing, we're installing, we're trying to turn the game around. Double advance, triple advance, score above the law.
Above the law? Meteor is on 9 credits. If London doesn't win this turn, okay, card in server 1 is an unknown card from HQ. That's probably an
Yeah.
agenda. Whatever agenda it is, if the Hollowman stays, can be scored out. Now, so there's only 6 cards left in R&D. There's 2 face downs, 5 in HQ. London can just send as much centrals as possible. I
Yeah.
don't think you can break the Biowac without an extra trick because the 3 subroutines on this matter. Meteor can claw this back from 2 to 5. In 2 turns, we're up to 5 points. Meteor can close this.
Yeah, all the agendas that were not showing up all of a sudden showed up, and yeah, this was just a very quick recovery on the corp side, and now you're threatening to win the game. So London's going like, wait a minute, I have what I still have in the stack. Friendly banter. By the way,
This
yeah,
is closed deck.
yeah,
Should not
yeah.
confuse everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Lists were obligatory, of course, because it's good to have legit lists. But yeah, nobody's looking at nobody's others list yet, just yet. So we're going for HQ.
This is the one server we can run. We probably see 3 checks on this and a respect check on archives. There might be one agenda in here. Winchester to Maskarovka is whittling down the options.
Yeah.
London probably not on burner. We're doing that archives respect check. Again, nothing. A
No.
Maskarovka and a Svigator. Apologies, my
wow.
pronunciation on that card has just got worse over the time. One more click to run HQ here. You can't run R&D. You can't run server 1. Single axis.
Whoa.
Maskarovka. Meteor's going to pull this back. Huh?
I won. Dang.
Server 1? We have the
Good
credits
draw.
again with the SV. We're going to get the money no matter what. Going to trash ourselves forward on 12 credits. Holloman will never spend more than 6. It looks like we can get anything out of their remote server,
Yeah.
including
Wow.
that slash and burn. Well played.
Yeah, GG. I mean, that's the thing. We just had, I mean, you know, the time on the round. No, there was no time on the round coming, but there was some time
No, yeah.
pressure. But the corp here, like Meteor just saying, yeah, well, you know, it was not good and kind of feel bad. And then suddenly clicking for you, and here you are, Hollow Man, just doing so much work here.
Yeah, that like that dang descent absolutely holding the line was super important.
Yeah.
Looks
One
like
code.
the part of the game that we missed was where all the pressure came out. But at the end of the deck there, Lat just kind of ran out of gas. And some of the lists are running Ashen. Whether we have the time or money to replay that, that's going to be a bit of a question mark for sure. But could not close it out. I do think probably one deep dive went through. Maybe that's how we got 5 points. Well played to both.
Yeah,
Very
one
cool.
game. Yeah, this was a very like the last 2 games we've seen. They were very very fun, legit net running experiences. Not that the other ones were not, but so wholesome in a way. Seeing things turn around, you know, like this is a situation where you're sitting at the table and things are just not working out. Suddenly, you're like, I could still just try and do this. I mean, I feel like I'm losing, but who knows? And there you go. Do we have the time? We should be.
Don't. Yeah, I don't think we do. I think we're just about at the end
Exactly.
of the standard 40. So I'm looking at the standings really quick, and in terms of that wild, corp win rate in the last round, it is definitely not the case anymore. This looks more like you'd expect, so probably just a weird outlier from a certain round. That does happen with numbers for sure. We're getting some results here. I think we can check some of the top players. The undefeated players will be the top couple tables, and so it looks like Tehran is, if I'm not mistaken, I just want to make sure I'm not opening up too many tabs and slowing, really messing up with Aesop's tables. Shout out to Jeff. It looks like Tehran might continue to be undefeated, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. We have Motion Blur also taking another Built the Last game. 2 Built the Last there at the top tables. Why not? The top performing Shaper also still undefeated on Magdalene Kano Chemutai, doing really, really well. I want to shout out going into the last round. In terms of like the top 20 players, there's only 2 Shapers. Now, Shaper was the least represented runner faction by not a huge margin, but definitely by a margin. But it looks like, currently in the top 20 players, there's just a Maggie and an Arasana. And I'm actually kind of surprised to see Arasana there. That's pretty cool to see that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, White Blade. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Go on. No, I was just going to say next round it would be cool maybe to see a Magdalene game, but yeah, let's keep going through the scores now.
Yeah, otherwise we have, Oko decks doing all right. Small Grump also still undefeated, taking a game off of Freedon. Whiteblade, who was at that awkward spot alongside with Alice with the 1 draw on 10 points, are now both up to 13, which is really great. Both those players still very competitive without actually having a full loss yet. Dan Funky Man on Seb pulling it through against a Nebula. That was a cool matchup we almost sat down to watch. And then on 8th spot, we have Augie against Bilby playing an Epiphany deck. And I do think Augustus Caesar published. I forget who published. Maybe it was Augie. But a player from that area published an Epiphany asset spam deck, which is not something I've exactly seen in the modern meta, and has a really rough Sev matchup unless you tech for it. So I'm excited to see how that Epiphany holds up. Augustus is a heck of a player. Oh, unfortunately, table 9, a team kill between D and Rotom. D taking with Magdalene against that LEO. So Rotom has going to have a bit of a harder road. And then underneath that, we have Kabloosh and Hams on 2 Phoenix wins back to back, which is pretty cool to see.
Yep.
Yeah, it's wild. We got the confirmation, mind you, halfway through that round that it looks like today, because of some of the technical difficulties. And again, shout out to Jeff, who's been kind of on call all day, unexpectedly, just to make sure that Aesop's Tables is surviving for a massive tournament of the size, that a round is going to be shaved off of this event. So while some players are making their plans, unfortunately, about it being a 10-round tournament and making some of their cut math, that might be challenged a bit drastically right now between this round and the next round, understanding now there's only going to be 9 rounds. Does that mean some players will drop who thought they had a chance of making 7 and 3 and now they think it's hopeless to convert to the top cut? Yeah, maybe. I do think online tournaments unfortunately just have more drops because people are not at an event where they're hanging out with people in person. So if your first couple rounds don't go well, you can kind of just pop out and have a Saturday. So that's something you naturally see. I think that's just a feature and a bug of online play.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I personally see it as a good thing, because you might just be, saying, you know what, I mean, I enjoyed the game so far, but there's life happening around me or whatever. I'm not playing anymore because of the stats that you just mentioned. The math is mathing out, so to speak. So it actually makes the tournaments a bit faster in a way, I guess, as well. And yeah, totally. You can't. It's so much just easier to turn off your computer, whatever you're playing on. You might be playing this on a mic, or if you do, let us know. But anyway, just turn it off and step away and get back to doing other things, as opposed to I travel to a different country, or I travel to a different city, I'm hanging out here. And the social part of this might be suffering a bit, but on the other hand, we do have a big Discord server, people hanging out all the time, and GLC is there for a reason. We are kind of the hybrid people of the 21st century, where exist in so many spaces at the same time, that an online tournament does have sometimes also very fun vibes. Speaking of vibes, we still have 3 games kind of going, but I guess we're getting closer to closing off round 5. Hopefully the server will hold. Jeff, thank you so much for making this work. And yeah, round 6 should be coming up soon, I guess.
You are watching. This is a summer showdown. Shout out to Man in the Moon for putting this together. It's a lot of work. The prize support is also really stunning. I do believe you do have a choice in your participation prize, and there's some really nice, unique arts that were commissioned for this event that I think are quite great. I want to check in also really quick with our host here behind the scenes. It is Asku. Asku, how is Eurovision going right now? I don't know if you've been watching that or not. Finland hype.
I've been listening on the side. It's fine.
What
Right
part
now,
are we at? Let's
It's
confuse the
like-
North Americans with a bit of Eurovision chat. Have we
It's
lost
like-
anybody yet? Have they voted out anyone?
I don't think it works like that. It's
No, I
like
think the thing is they're still going through the round, right? Like they're
Yeah.
still presenting.
Oh,
everybody?
everyone's still performing. Yeah, okay.
yeah, it's like 2/3 have been performed
Yeah.
already.
Yeah. That's kind of a cool idea for a Netrunner tournament. Everybody just gets to play a game, and then you vote who keeps going, like who stays. That'll be
I mean,
that's an
that's-
interesting idea.
That's
for
how
them.
you should do drafts. Like you just keep out the less interesting part where everybody plays the games
Yeah,
and have like a
Yeah,
panel
and everyone
voting for the
agrees
decks.
who has the
yeah.
best deck. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just kind of a popularity contest, but also like just saying, hey, you have interesting ideas. Kind of like a big brother or big sister, but like with Netrunner cards.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
do that
horrible
for,
idea.
like,
Sorry, we're all in for
anonym
the games.
like have anonym
That thing.
decks that people don't know.
Anonymity.
Yeah, exactly. Decks where people don't know whose decks they are.
Yeah, it's always been the conversation. We can just agree who has the better deck. We don't have to play the game, and that's
Yeah,
you get your 40
you
minutes
get to
back or
skip
whatever.
out the less interesting part of a draft.
That's like the weird thing right now is when I'm thinking about elevation, and I don't know. I feel like with the smaller card pool, I feel like my ability to build interesting decks is smaller than it was maybe 2 months ago when standard was a lot bigger. But I don't think the games have been worse, which is kind of cool. So like we're kind of the opposite, where it's like I'd rather not build the deck, but I'd rather play.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think one of the driving thoughts behind elevation, even like too deep into the whole design process, or I wasn't following everything. But I guess the idea has been, we know what's going to happen with the card port standard. Let's just make sure that there's going to be cards that, for example, like you mentioned earlier on Lilo, it's a card, it does things, it draws cards, it gets rid of tags. So it's a single card tool that gives you options. And I think NSG might be going for future just to kind of say, okay, well, we have fewer cards right now. Of course, the pool is going to be steadily growing now, but since there's going to be a steadier release frequency and whatnot, but there's going to be, in a way, more cards coming in big batches, but fewer cards to pick up on the go, so to speak. There might be cards that are kind of more like knives in a way, where, well, sorry, at least 2 uses for a card, or there's going to be something like that, maybe for most of them. And that would mean that exactly there will be a smaller pool, but there will be spicier games, because now the 40 cards or the 45 card, 49 card decks you're gonna have, they will have some interesting forks in there for you while you're building already. So you might have just slightly more universal cards, or have more options with a single draw. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I would be interested to see this happening, but of course, there's always going to be something fun, because Netrunner just has so much different corners and nooks and crannies to explore, and just looking forward to the next cool deck to be coming after this tournament or after the next big tournament. We'll see. How are we on the scoring side? I'm afraid or worried or anything. I'm not going to do it out of my respect for servers. And
Yeah,
on go on.
I think all the results are in. We don't have the updated
Perfect.
rounds yet, so it's just probably a matter of time. We'll be there quite soon.
Perfect. And in the meantime, we actually have Sweden performing right now in Eurovision. We just had Denmark. I don't know if there's like the Nordics. There's a bunch of people looking like a bunch of lumberjacks doing very wooden things and playing an accordion. This is wild, people. I mean, this is just a cultural update from the Eurovision side of things. Amazing. So, by the way, my predictions for Eurovision, I don't even know who's participating. I know there's like 25 participants or something, but I would say some niche country's gonna win, something out of the blue. Just saying, I don't know. I have this hunch. We'll see. As for this tournament, I think it's gonna be Wayland and Criminal. I don't know. I kind of have this hunch as well.
It'd be cool to see. I think Criminal is like numerically doing quite well, and they have the biggest player base. Wayland's like fascinating. We've seen a couple archetypes that seem relatively strong, and they are performing well. So I don't think that's too bad of a call.
I mean, it's just like betting on the lottery in a way, because I mean, you could totally say like, well, look at Jinteki doing it, but honestly, if you look at the top right now, I will actually dare the servers and refresh. Although I think, yeah, you said we already had the results, the update. Fingers crossed. Maybe it's there. Maybe it's not there. Still not there from what I see, but that's fine. That's fine. Things are being calculated. But yeah,
I don't know.
Say, go on.
Are things being calculated in paper behind the scenes? Because I know there was like a Google Drive with pairings. Like I'm not sure what happened between rounds 2 or 3, but there was like some sort of manual pairing system, which is always a hard thing to marry that to ace-up stables after the fact. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Confirmation that it's being paired manually behind the scenes. Oh no.
Whoa.
Apologies if that was meant to be the behind the scenes secrets, but like it's going well. That's just a lot of work for an event of this size. So like shout out to the organizers and people behind. Again, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're playing a hacking game about computers. Oh, come on, ask what's going on here.
we got that message next to you. That's not true. Okay, fine, great. I'll read the last thing you put on the teleprompter, actually. So you gotta.
I mean, that's the thing.
That.
Yeah, we're expecting everybody to be nice and not lie, but that's fine. I mean, we can be, fooled. Visitron, who's gonna be coming up later on in person. But yeah, writing names on bingo balls, them out in pairs. That would be also a cool format, right? We're just gonna, just random people. And that's good. That's good. As long as every round everybody's playing, nobody gets a bye. I think that's perfect. Buys are they're not bad, but on an online tournament, you're like, I'm here to play. Okay, I'm just stream, which is still good, and thank you everybody. But you know, if you once you start playing and once you get really into the things, you really want to keep playing until you just decide not to. So refreshing again. I'm gonna manually refresh paper.
Yeah, I've been manually refreshing. I feel really bad about it, but
we can synchronize it maybe, or I don't know. Like there should be some sort of a server load, or somebody should just fork Aesop stables and just spin up a different server. I mean, you know, there's ways. Okay, I feel like I've bite with that thing about Jeff pairing people manually on paper, but that's well, never mind. It's always
okay,
good to
I'm
get a
doing
good joke. Mhm.
a top cut calculator, and so I don't
Ooh.
know. Okay, so the top cut calculator is telling me, as accurate as I think these things are, this
Uh-huh.
is percent chance of players. Yeah, so it says that there will be up to 2 to 3 players in the top cut that have a 6-3 standing. So 7-2 is gonna be good. Whether it's a 9-0, obviously an 8-1, they'll be great. But it looks like 6-3 seems to be the thing that players are kind of aiming for, and at that point, it's gonna come down to strength of schedule pretty heavily. But there will be players on 6-3 that won't make the cut, as much as I trust this Top Cut calculator website, which I found just right now by googling it. So I'm hoping it's true. That is actually like kind of meaningful because we obviously have players who we have a lot of players who are in contention right now. And maybe this is a big round for drops. I'm not sure because we have 4 rounds left. And so players who are undefeated can actually like technically lose every round besides one and still have a chance to be competitive, which is a pretty relaxing place to be in going into the last 4 rounds.
Yep.
As much as I doubt anyone's really relaxed.
Lucille asking if we're on ASOS instead of Cobra because of self-reporting for the number of players. I wouldn't know. I guess the organizers know. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the recommendation is where to go. Sandy's saying 7-2 is going to be the cutoff because of IDs. Oh, that might be
yeah.
there might be some truth to that. Yeah, because I guess you can't do IDs in the sort of like top cut calculator. It doesn't support that. So yeah, there's a chance the numbers will be skewed a bit higher than that. That's really, really hard for a top 16 cut then.
Yeah. And also, yeah, the explanation is actually true. And this also happened during the megacity in Poland. Cobra is working, but then it just messes up the pairings after the first round. It was getting repaired and repaired and repaired, and then Aesop's worked better. So I think, or maybe I'm making stuff up in my memories, just foggy. But we had some issues repairing the first round, which was quite funny because everybody's super excited. Like, oh, the hype is here. We're gonna play. This is so much fun. And it's like, okay, round 1 paired. People are like, okay, great. And then the TO's saying, no, wait. We had an issue because of the first round buys, because there were quite a few people with buys from different events.
Oh, cool. Yeah, right.
Yeah. And then it was like, okay, we're repairing. It's like, oh, okay, round 2. Okay, sorry, round 1 again, repaired for the second time. Again, everybody's saying, oh yeah, people just going back and forth. It was only 40 people. It was quite funny because we got repaired like 4 or 5 times. But honestly, the vibe and the people, the atmosphere, and people just saying, yeah, okay. I mean, things happen. We've been there before at different tournaments. Software is software. Everybody's super chill. The organizers just did a lot of work. The two of them behind, like the scenes, manually again, like just repairing stuff and whatnot. And it all just worked fantastically afterwards. So huge kudos to them. But it things happen with software. This is have to grin and bear it and keep with it. That said, again, I'm just going to refresh. No pressure on anybody because we still have whatever happens. We still have 4 rounds of right.
That's correct. Yeah, we're about to start round 6, so we should have 4 more rounds in order.
Yeah. In the meantime, somebody's dropping grain on a singer from France on Eurovision. I mean, I don't know what it symbolizes, but maybe it's, I don't know. I mean, it's fascinating. In case you just tuned in, this is the summer. But there's also Eurovision now. So, and France is number 24. I think if there's 25 competitors, we might be heading into voting soon in Eurovision. So if you're excited about pop music of all kinds and whatnot, and I think it's grain actually, this looks way too big for sand, then you might just be running, this stream on the same time. Technology, we can 3 more rounds. Yes, perfect. Oh yeah, no, there should be. You said did we
Oh
say
my god,
9?
3 more
We're
rounds.
on the
No,
5th.
no, 4 more rounds because we have to do round 6,
Four,
round
four,
7, round
four.
8,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
round
yeah.
9, right?
Yeah. Did I say
Yeah.
3?
So we just
thought I
finished
said
round
4.
5.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, hey,
I mean,
we don't have a new roundup, but we have our standings. So if you want to get that a
mm,
refresh, Axu, it looks like we have 4 players
mm,
who, after 5 rounds, are still undefeated. Shout out to Motion Blur, Tron, Wynut, and Small Group. On the corp side, that's only 2 identities. It's either Oko or Built to Last. And then on the runner side, it's a bit more varied. There's one criminal in the undefeated pile. We have a Hoshiko, a Magdalene, and then a Rio Phoenix Ono, which is pretty great. Underneath that, again, Alice and Whiteblade just trailing behind. They're in the 1 tie. They played against each other 2 rounds ago now at this point. They're on 13, only taking a tie against each other. That's Op and Sable versus Leo and Hoshiko. And then we have, again, still a bunch of really competitive 12-pointers. There's a whole lot of them all the way down to the 27 slot. Inside that group, you do see a lot of different things. I do think you see almost all of the EA Sports players on Pravdivost. I do believe they're also all rocking Hoshiko as well, or most of them are. There's some Seb players in that group as well. So excited to see how that out. You still see a bunch of Phoenixes that are trailing as much as the Phoenix performance. Yeah, no, actually not that bad. So that's gonna be pretty cool to see. There, I need to shout out the Bangan player. We have Matt Oh No, who is currently in 12, undefeated on Sable, lost 1 game when Bangan when disaster strikes, which I love to see that. I'm not a big Bangan believer, but it looks like we do have one big Bangan believer here today. Very, very cool.
do you think that Bangan is actually this joke may have been, just
Mhm.
already sold by somebody everywhere else, but do you think Bangan is like a hint that they're gonna ban Revolver at some point because it's ban gun in a way? I don't know.
I've not heard anyone make that joke.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, that's at least it's an original bad joke. Fair enough. Okay, we have the standings in.
Round 6 is
Yeah,
actually up now, so we should know what
and
we're
round
watching.
6 is up. Indeed. Yeah, there we go. Clicking the buttons.
Okay.
Things are there.
Things we can watch maybe could be interesting.
Mhm.
At
Yeah.
table 6, again, sorry, just making sure we're good to go. Table 6 is free done on Pravdivost, one of the EA Sports players, if I'm mistaken,
Yeah.
against Amarim and Arasana, which is one of the 2 shapers that seems to be doing really well at this event right now. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Amarim from Russia. Very strong
Mhm.
shaper player, so that could be a cool matchup to watch. Otherwise, we have there's no Bang in this round. There's another Arasana on a table 9 against Precision Design. That could be a fun matchup as well. Is there any
Yeah.
way that you're feeling strongly about?
I'm fine either way. Any game is going to be a good game if we watch it. That's my
Cool.
approach.
We'll try. I'll jump into table 6 and I'll ask and make sure everything's okay.
Awesome.
Let's see
Thank
if
you so
the
much.
players are going to sit down. It might take a second.
Yeah, there's still a bunch of tables set up, by the way. If you're jumping into Jinteki and saying, where's the 100 something players you're talking about? No, there's a clone Jinteki spun up on a different server and it's just used for this tournament.
Yeah, shout out to XTG. It's huge. It's a
Yeah.
really, really big help.
Yeah.
JDeb has been struggling a bit under load, depending on what time you log in. It was a bit rough when Elevation came out and then it ironed out. But it looks like under the load of 150 players all at once, it was not the easiest sell today.
Yeah. And folks are setting tables up. You said table 6. I'm also gonna hunt for people here. Why not? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, we're
There's
just waiting for
freedom.
players to sit down.
Yeah. So, by the way, we do have, and I might be missing something, but on the criminal side, we have Sable with the violin. On the Anarch side, we now have, of course, Rio with the guitar shredding, which is awesome. I guess just sports metal went Anarch. But anyway, on the criminal side, do we have any? Sorry, not criminal. Sorry, on the paper side, do we have anybody making music? I don't think so.
Really quick, Axu, we should be good for, I believe it was table 6. It's the free done versus
Yeah,
Amarim
table
game.
6, round 6, table 6. This is just too perfect to be true. Pravdivost versus Arisana. So Shaper versus NBN.
Cool. So this is Providence Consulting, 4515. This is from the Borealis cycle. So this is the first time each turn the runner makes a successful run, you can place an advancement on an installed card that you can advance. That's a free advancement, which is not only a click, but it's a credit. And that advancement will interact positively if the runner's touching a card that is a trap, because you get the advancement after they've committed to access and they can't check it. I do think these decks are playing check a Scion and giving a lot of tags and then flatlining the runner. There is a chance that they're on touch-ups as well, which is like an advancement plus damage combo that can line up relatively well. I'm wondering if they're on Idiosyncresis, which is another natural Pravdivos card that came in the last set that abstractly seems powerful, as much as I haven't seen a great deck that pulls it off consistently. I guess we did just see BTL doing some cool stuff with it. So I'm imagining this deck is not going to run a lot of ice and go pretty horizontal and kind of force that sort of like mitosis-esque playstyle. I'm excited to see what EA Sports has brewed up here. The other side table, MRM, Aces, a very strong Shaper player on Arasana. This is 47 cards. So in theory, if you take the deck from Worlds last year, you're actually short the 50 cards because you lose Creative Commission, you lose Trick Shot. So it's up to you to make some changes. So I'm assuming this is a deep dive deck, but a lot of players going into this elevation meta kind of think that Arasana is dead and not a great reason to play Arasana when there's a console in Shaper that gives you Arasana's text functionally. So we'll see what Armoram is thinking here instead of playing any of the other like just value-based Shaper IDs. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we have Pravdivos not taking a mulligan and Amaram taking a mulligan. So here we go. But Nuka, of course, fixed bad draw you may have had with straight away. In the meantime, the corp just went for install, advance.
Yeah, this is the sort of matchup where like Arasana needs to run to get value, and if Arasana is not running, and mind you, without Ika, actually running doesn't make that much sense because there's no Trojans you can install that they all require ice in short. So if you can't run, you can't put things on the table. It's like a weird matchup. Like if you're running, you're giving prov counters. Now, Freedon advancing this card here, this is like the opening advancement to kind of tell if your opponent's going to check it or not. This can be an Urtica that can do 4 damage with the prov advance. This can be a Chekis that gives, I think, 3 tags. And all these sort of things can be a problem, as much as it can just be like a crypto crash that will bankrupt Amaram next turn, as much as it will equally bankrupt Freedon. At least there's 2 points there.
Yeah, and we're getting called out here in the log. Stream unluck again by Amaram. I mean, I'm sorry. I good luck. Stream them or watch them. So
yeah, Amaram's
we have Echelon being cussed.
A lot of streaming, if not, or ending up on games that are streamed. If I'm not mistaken, of the Intercontinentals last year, played great at the Continentals as well. But it looks like we're not scoring out, just putting cards on the table. Server 1 continuing to advance it. So it looks like it's not an obvious like Charlotte, as much as I don't think these decks are playing Charlotte. If that was an Idiosyncresis, would you have fired it? Are you just going to agree to big 5-3? There's no more Beals in the format. So I don't think Amaran's going to run. This might be a pretty sleepy opening, as much as a Flux Capacitor was discarded. I don't know what this deck is charging, but that is an Idiosyncresis, just saying, I'm going to gain 6 credits, you're going to lose 4. And again, these cards, it looks like it's just a regolith on the table. So we're using Prov as an asset's identity. Server 4 getting another card on the table. Amaram hasn't ran now and probably won't be running for a minute, because as soon as you run, that's when you're scared of the 4-2 agendas. And those are the good agendas in this deck, I'm imagining.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a setup on the runner side here. Low money because of that. And like you said, there's just no point in running. You definitely want to make sure that you're ready to play the game that Pravdivos is setting up for you. Freedom comfortably on 13 credits. You have that Regolith still waiting to be clicked. You have 2 servers that are potentially mysterious, but of course, there's just so much good stuff you can put in there. We have a Knickknack, hit table, and a Propeller. Okay.
Now, Knickknack is a card that wants you to run. You, in theory, can just jack out, which denies Prov, but then the ability to run on Knickknack, like, why are you running? You're just playing an efficiency click, which maybe that's okay here. So Freedon does have the money. It's going to have Oppo credits. We're not on threat 3. I think giving a next big thing to your opponent in the early game, you're totally fine with that option. And now advancing server 2. This card's been on the table since turn 1, and now Freedon is forcing the issue a bit. Amram down to 1 credit. If the tags go across, I wonder if we're just going to set up for 1 big turn to deep dive. I don't think we can get any clicks extra if there's no Peach of Chance, but we might just say, okay, I'll try and win in 2 turns. 1 where I steal from the table, the second when I deep dive.
Yeah,
we need a Hannah, though. I don't know how we gain clicks as a Shaper if there's no ice on the table. Again, as soon as you run, that threatens server 2 to be a 5-3 agenda. There could be a Wage Workers on the table. Vladimirsk City Grid is also a common option. That is an advanceable card that no matter what favors you as the corporation, it feels like when it's 4 to trash. We're going to be throwing out a Hush, installing a Nuka down on 1 credit. That's a nice way to at least play around idiosyncrasies. But Freedon here could score at a 4-2 and get the first points on the table. It's like we're thinking about a starter turn trigger. I don't know whether this suggests a Gaslight or a balanced coverage or a federal fundraising. I do think you'd res the last one I've listed. But we're just drawing up. Just saying, okay, I was hoping you're going to run a bit more so I can actually cause a bit of a fork here. But this will force Freedom to actually like commit to advancing cards. We haven't seen a console yet from Arasana. I'm assuming it's Lily Pad. I think Hermes would be the best console possible in this matchup, but I'd be so surprised if we see that in Arasana.
Yeah, and you
Don't
still
ass-
need 2
Yeah.
credits to install. No, you still need the money to install it. So I'm just looking for some with the Nuka, I guess Econ here, because even with the knickknack, there's not much you can actually get from.
I just don't know what your econ is here. Like with the DZ,
Yeah.
you can get the coalescence, and then you can spend a click to draw a card and gain 2 with knickknack. Maybe that's okay. There's a chance that all your breakers are knickknack fodder. So far, this deck has suggested it's running 0 ice. I'd be surprised if that's the case. I just think against Arasana, if you installed no ice, it's a functionally nearly a blank text box. Arasana installs a program during a run, so it's not like you can cheat it out into knickknack, because knickknack is at the start of the run.
Yep.
And we're discarding Urban. Oh, was it Idiosyncrasis? So that's going to be 2 down, 3 up. Just throwing out the breakers here. Amram making a call that you'll bring those back if and when you need it. Also discarded a conduit, which kind of suggests this might not be a deep dive deck. And now Amram can always reinstall that cheaply and just say, I'm going to win this turn by just sending an R&D. But we have our first ice on server 2. That's again our server 5. That's been on the table for a minute. The question is, are you worried about any agenda here? Like, what's the worst case scenario? 4 meat damage? If this is like, you can actually do lethal if it's touch ups into orbital into end of the line, right?
Yeah. Here we're going for some money. Finally, Muse going into Coalescent. And are we going to run last click here? Probably not.
This could be lethal if Freedom has all the right
Yeah.
cards in hand and you call the touch-ups correctly. Because that gives a
Yeah.
tag, loses 2 cards, does 4 damage. If Amarim doesn't have access to Lilypad Simulchip to be able to clicklessly draw a card, there is a risk here. Now, it is niche,
Yeah.
but it's a possibility. Even if that's a tomorrow's headline, that could do enough. You just need a tag, and then again, end of line does 4, touch-ups does 2 technical damage, as much as Amarin could discard cards. We're running last click.
Yeah,
This could
we're
be an
expecting
Urtica that does 5 damage. This also could be a 4 tag checkist. There's going to be potentially a lot of problems here. Did
Yeah, somehow,
Freedom... Yeah, this is a hard
yeah.
sell. Doom scroll. Okay.
Oh, it's like somehow all the different visions you just unfolded in front of the runner are not good. Whether it's an agenda or not, there's just no good way out of this in a way. You have to take a look at what's there. The Doom scrolling out as well, and what are you gonna do? There's no further action on the corpse side, no more reses, no nothing.
So here we have Arisana. We can always muse Simulchip for a Phazerum. You have other issues here. You can't deal with this well. There's no more Ika in the format, so there's no real sentry killer. I don't think you're going to see a... Well, we're just firing these. I was going to say, I'm not expecting a graffiti. What's this card? Again, it's been on the table for a while. This ice made it look a bit sweeter, but Freedom does have some forks here that you have to worry about. It looks like Amram's floating a single tag. It could be even worse than that if this is a checkist. We still have the Prov advancement. Freedom is deciding where to put this. That's interesting. If there's a decision here, you could still put an advancement on tomorrow's headline on the table and still do the play where you do touch ups for -2 and a line for -4. So Freedom's thinking. That means that this is probably not a trap. Maybe. It's an orbital, so this was the line. You had to run this because touch-ups into end of line just ruins the game. Now, Amarim is floating a tag here. End of line removes it. So as long as there's an advanceable card on the table, you still have the exact same line where you can do touch-ups into end of the line. As long as there's an advanceable card on the table. And you need to call the correct thing to Arsana that she is holding at least 2 in her hand. So Amarim, he's probably holding programs. We've seen like 1 event. We're floating a tag. Freedon taking his time. Again, that combo that I've described, I believe, only costs 5 credits, I want to say. Maybe 6. but you know you need to run. And clearly with this orbital, my guess is that there's going to be meat damage kill.
Yeah, the orbitals definitely point in that direction. Freedom just drawing into the fifth, the mandatory, and thinking. Probably some thinking and guessing. Did see a fair bunch of programs being trashed by Arizona, but Arizona usually, oh no, we're just going. Okay.
So that means there's no gaslight on the table. That's a pretty big read because Freedom
Yeah.
could have grabbed the card. It looks like just jam again, gaining 3 credits behind 2 ice. It looks like the Doom Scroll was hard to deal with this turn, but Amaram is okay here. I don't know what you have to run as long as you don't give that Prov Devost advancement. I'm not sure if there's a card that you have to run on the table here. So Amaram probably can just set up. And now here, if you can figure out how to get an extra click, which is actually relatively difficult with no ice on centrals, you might be able to win the game off of a single deep dive. Again, as long as you can get an additional click. So you might need a Hannah. You might need some sort of cheat. Whoa, in the groove. Unironic. Let's go get some speed here. Buy a band to clear the tag as well, but this is going to be a successful run.
Nice.
So if Pravdivos will get the advancement on the card in server 5, I still think you have some issues. It looks like we're still going to play it. Undo click, replay. The question is, what server are we targeting here? This is probably going to be draw 2, remove tag. But giving the Pravdivos ability, I'm not sure exactly how powerful that's going to be.
We're going for a Regolith. Okay.
Knick-knack for the Muse is quite nice as well.
Yeah.
Again, you could jack out here, but then why would you play the Bio Bands?
Yep.
So I'm assuming the advancement goes on the card in server 5, which means Freedon can still threaten lethal if this is exactly one of tomorrow's headline and you have the 2 events in hand. But if you had the 2 events in hand, you might have been able to flatline on the previous turn. Bio drawing 2. Probably clear the tag. I don't know if we have to trash the Regolith here. It does turn on Oppo, and you want to be a bit careful as much as Oppo could have landed last turn. So now deciding after you see the 2 cards, what is the second mode you want on this card? This card's seeing a lot of play in the new meta, just as like, you know, a neutral value option. Oh, we're keeping the tag. We're installing environmental testing for 2 credits, saying that we're going to be able to fly through this. Mind you, installs on this turn are even better because we played in the groove. So on the in the groove, we get a draw 1. So it looks like Amaran just wants to fill up this environmental testing. It's also really nice with Simulchip because you can get that double install with the Muse Coalescence and really push yourself forward. So let's see if Amaram can get enough installs to even still clear the tag before you pass the turn with environmental with 3.
Yep.
Oh, we're just clearing the tag. Okay, cool. Now the advancement went on server 5. You are safe to crypto crash. But again, if you have everything in hand, and this is something that gives a tag for only 2 more clicks, you have a potential lethal threat here. Raw, Freedom does not have it. This server 5 can't tell what it is. 2 Idios increases out. It's probably not a Charlotte. That trap is really hard for Amaram to access. I'm assuming we'll see a bit more of a conservative line here. And you want that lily pad if you're worried about that damage combo, because that does a 6 damage burst, and if you have 6 cards in hand, you're totally safe with lily pad Simulchip. We have not seen the console yet. That Into the Groove wasn't that good, was it? It was like 2 credits? No, it was draw a card, gain a credit.
Yeah, it was kind of, well, it did what it did, but it could have been a bit better. On the other hand, probably just
running.
Oh, ooh,
Messy. Double DZ MZ. Your easiest way to get through this is probably a Physarum Entangler. Now again, we don't have a lot of credits, but if you do in Simulchip for a Muse, let alone we have the Physarum from hand, it's very easy for us to pop the environmental testing. It looks like we're just gonna jack out there. So just forcing that res, forcing Freedom to spend credits actually really matters, and not giving another Prov counter. Physarum's on the table. We did fire our knickknack for the Coalescence as well, so that was pretty good value. Now with the Unity down, we are going to pop up to a healthy 10 credits.
Yeah.
Got to keep that hand full. And there's actually a little mini game here where you want to make sure your hand has many different kinds of cards. If you're holding 4 programs, it's really easy for you to die to touch-ups. So like you actually have to manage your hand and try and keep like a diverse option. If this hand actually has 1 of each kind, well, you still have a problem with touch-ups end of the line. But if you have 5 cards in hand, it's a bit trickier. YDL, Digital Life for 3 credits, install advanced and server non-freed, saying I have to force an issue here because Amberim is playing smart, playing safe, and we'll see if you can just steal 2 more points out of a central and finish with a deep dive if that's what this deck is doing. Which I'm not sure if it's doing. It's on Conduit. Like maybe you just keep that Simulchip for Conduit. Oh, we use that Simulchip. Excuse me.
You probably have another one, maybe perhaps, and in the meantime, the corp is going really wild here. Like they're really wide. There's 2 cards that are advanced, and like you said, I mean, Freedom is just yeah, I have more safer theoretically, but I'm still threatening you with things, so you will have to at some point face the reality here and start running and checking stuff, because otherwise, I'm still 30 cards away from being decked. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah, we've seen no real traps so far, which is like the frightening thing, right? We've seen
Mhm.
no Chekkas, we've seen no Urticas. I don't know what else this deck is potentially packing in closed deck list time. But Amram going up to 18 credits, going to be 5 cards in hand after discarding the Airblades, which honestly might
Mm.
actually have text in this matchup. But we'll see what
Yeah.
Freedon can do here. A Crypto Crash to drop down 7 credits is still going to be felt by Amram, but not the most important. And that'll be, again, a lot of Freedon credits.
And we're going wider.
We're going out.
Yeah.
Keep zooming out. Another into the groove. Illumination into groove. Wait, this is fire? So
Ooh.
this works where every card that you draw from Into the Groove can be another illumination target. This card is so cool if you want to just jam things on the table. So
Yeah.
this is going to be an Axis. We'll see what Prob does with the counter, whether server 5 is a real threat. Again, Clearinghouse is another thing that you might have to respect that can set up other kill lines. So we're going to start here with Environmental. Coming down for 2 credits, drawing a card. So now hopefully we get all those click compressed installs. Simulchip for free, Coalescence for free, drawing cards, pushing yourself forward. Such a cool inclusion with this engine.
Yeah.
And stealing an orbital, that's huge. That's one of the cards you have to play around. Emram now has a chance of just finding the last 5-3 and closing the game out. As much as you do have to be worried about the double advance card in server 9 and the possibility now of an Oppo, but credits are healthy, cards in hand are healthy as well. No console so far.
Such a weird game. I mean, in a way, if you think about it, it's like, yeah, where's the running, where's the no, we're playing 2 different engines here. We're trying to see which one is gonna come out on top, and so far it looks like the runner's coming out thanks to those accesses, those 2 agendas. 4
The thing
points
is, like,
is
it
more than 50%.
just takes one bad turn for this to like change, right? Like again,
Yeah.
I'm convinced a gaslight on the table, touch ups into end of line. If this is one of the 2 agendas that can give a tag, Emram can just flatline on the spot, not mattering how many points ahead he is. So here he could try and say like, I'm gonna find the next big thing and close the game. Here he could bite on one of these events cards, which at this point it's been pretty conservative about. So Frieden might actually push the issue, but just passing on 5 cards in hand, saying, okay, if you have the combo, let's see if you can call the right card from hand. Card type, excuse me.
Yeah, and freedom here, I mean, this is the part where building horizontal decks, it's kind of a fun thing because you know what you have in the deck, and then you kind of take your R&D and start putting on the remotes, and every single one of those cards is potentially playable. Here we go with a predictive to draw 3 more cards just because you don't have on those remotes. And this is the part where it really becomes like a poker game to me. You have to, or you have to just bluff well. There we go. So another remote. This is so wild.
I think Emram has a chance here of just saying, I'm going to grab my Simulchip, run, and just conduit and C4 cards. I do think at this point, Frieden understands that he has to push the game forward. There has to be an agenda in one of these servers. It is a Hermes. That is so big. Now, if Emram steals an agenda, but it looks like we're going to bite here on server 5. So if this is potentially core damage, that can be really important to get that kill line a bit closer. But the Hermes here is going to do something quite bad to server 9 if this is even just a 2-point agenda. Mesny for 2. Echelon from hand with Arasana. That will be trashed at the end of the run. Looks like we're going to be breaking this for 2 credits, which is quite nice. We're on healthy 26. Access card here. We'll see what the prop advancement is. It's the next big thing. That's game.
Big thing. Wow.
Amaram dissected that. I would love to know what's on the table, but I'm pretty sure we got close to flatline there on a couple turns. But we're just not going to see any of these cards revealed. That's for sure.
This was so good because this was a completely different dynamic of a game. There was a lot of tension. If you knew what's going on, it's like, okay, which card could be the last one? Which click could be the beginning of the combo and so on? And it just didn't happen. Amram, I don't know how I win it, honestly. Yeah, I mean, you just win it by calling the shots and just saying, I'm going to try. And there you go.
That's like a hard matchup. Like assets are Arasana.
Yeah.
We didn't see any Acid Tech. We didn't see Azimat. We didn't see Fencer Fueno. We didn't see Hannah. And so if there's only this much ice on the table, like it is a bit of a cursed matchup. But Emram like played it well, made the right calls. And I do think making the right calls is going to be really important against a deck like that. Well played to both players.
Absolutely. Still have a ton of games going.
Yeah, we got some time. Do you want to pick a table?
Rolling very, very quickly. I'm trying to see if we could get into a table with. I said Magdalene at some point, right? We still we have table 20. I guess we could do that if that makes sense. Although, if you want to focus on the top tables, there's still a lot of good stuff to choose from. We have Whiteblade playing Motion Blur. Could be an interesting matchup there. We have who else is there? Cobalt versus Ice Cream, but that's Up versus Hoshi. That's like watching the previous meta in a way replay itself.
There's a Maggie on table 20 that might be worth it. If it's the Thule versus Maggie. Do you want to jump in and check real quick, maybe?
Yeah, I'm just checking that table 20, or maybe they. Let's just. I just have to.
They're still there,
look.
yeah.
Yeah, I just have to look with the nicknames because it's just a 20. I'm just gonna jump in.
You give us 1 second, stream. For those watching, okay with stream, perfect. We're asking. We'll be
Yeah,
in just
we're
a
jumping
second.
in. Yeah, so we have an okay, and then we have another okay. Yeah, so we're clear. Yeah, table T. We have on Thule, which is all core damage, and
Cool.
we have Magdalene, which.
So off 15-15.
Yeah.
Really great player. We look at the archives here. We have 2 Futs. We have Bladderwort. So this is like a damaged Jupestad grinder matchup. Gatsun has suffered 1 core damage so far. And so we're charging the remote server. Here there's a chance you want to access in the right order. So off-world office is the start. You do have a click and 2 credits to spend, but the Mr. Hendrick, you also lose your clicks here. So you don't have to force yourself to take a core damage as much as you're going to end the last click. And you're not going to have the credits to be able to trash it, Hendrick. Oh, no, we did. Azimat. Perfect. So off 15-15 did not fire the Hendrick, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Is that true? Because that means Bladderword's not going to fire. What happened there? Maybe I'm misreading it.
I'm just checking the log here, but
I can't tell what happened.
I think you're right.
Gassa now on 2 points. We have a pretty good rig at breaking stuff. We have the Rising Tide, which will be creeping up in strength. Echelon at 4. It doesn't hit any obvious breakpoints in the matchup, but you're feeling okay about that. And a Unity, I think that's the one that actually adding the Game Dragon into it doesn't change anything for Scatterfield. Now, Splatterwort isn't firing turn after turn after turn. Prototype is getting counters off 15-15 on a healthy 9. And with 1 core damage, that ontological, of which we've seen none in the deck so far, or in the game so far, is just a 3-2. That second core damage really matters. I don't know if this deck is playing like measured response. I wouldn't be surprised. We do see 8 influence on Fut so far, 9 on Spin Doctor. Bladderwort is okay, 10-11, so probably not a measured response. But the question always is, how do you close the game once the runner has a bit of core damage? As much as you can maybe grind the runner down a bit with like Elva Gao and Ontos and cheap Jupestad triggers.
No, I'm just wondering what Gatsun is setting up for here. We do have a healthy set of breakers here on the table.
Money is
definitely helping.
Bad. Money's a problem here. If we look at the bin, that's the last coalescence. But otherwise, we're looking at 2 fermenters, 2 simulchips out, Muse 1 on the table. But so much of the stack with the Magdalene deck, I don't know if it's on Knickknack. I'm assuming it's on environmental testing. We've only seen 1 so far. But all the big burst money is like fermenter and sure gamble, and most of those are in the bin. So we're gonna have to need a 1 or 2 recovery turns, is my guess, until we can get that fermenter cooking in the background. So installing the coalescence, drawing forward, mind you, with Lily Pad, I do think that was we're waiting on a Maggie trigger this turn here on the discard, which is a nice little 6 clicking we get. Discarding Propelling Muse. We're over MU. Looks like we're choosing not to take the Magdalene, which means in theory Gatsun could have discarded the Coalescence and saved a click there, if I'm not mistaken, as much as the Lily Pad draw might have wanted you to do that in a different order.
Warm reception, getting rezzed.
Cool. So Prototype can get its counters quickly, but there's no resources to bounce. That might be the rate limiting factor that's causing these environmental testings or these knickknacks not to see play. But that is a really obnoxious card when Spin Doctor gets rezzed over and over and over again, getting that infinite sort of card draw. 15 cards left in R&D. Off 15-15 now has 2 cards on server 18. I guess you're worried about... Well,
and
firstly, we know there's
well.
a Hendrick in 16. Yeah, the Hendrick makes this a really hard fork to check 2 of these. We're also not on threat 4 yet, which I do think is the number that the Jaguar cares about. That makes it even harder to check some of these servers. We do have to worry about a Ablative Barrier if you want to worry about, again, a Fut coming back or another Hendrick. There's the Knickknack finally coming down. So the Prototype might send him back to the top of the stack, but Gasson wants to interact here. We're charging server 17, selling Coalescence. That's reception. Again, that's 2 to trash. Knick-Knack giving you the credits for that. Whether we're contesting these, again, off 15-15, if you can do another core damage, if this is Jupe stat on top of a cheap agenda, which will be most of your money, as much as Prototype will bounce back, getting that second core damage will really change this game. And it's actually kind of funny how much Magdalene doesn't mind core damage compared to Lat, so this is like probably the better shaper to be on in this matchup. Oh,
Yeah,
sick.
you do get your trigger. There we go. Oh, nice.
Makota auto. This is a win condition in a couple turns, and this is now a much more expensive to trash, and the ice will be res cheaper. You don't always see Makota in HB because you have access to Tranquility home grid, but I'm excited to see off 15-15 playing this to or really give that the sort of like, oh, I think there's something here, which sometimes has been a hard sell with how good Tranquility feels in HB. Bin Doctor in 16, going to be drawing 2 cards. It looks like we're shuffling back 2 Hendrix, 2 of the triples. Triplets, mind you, the third of the brothers is in server 16. Oh, actually, no, it's a Jupestead. I guess we're scoring an Elevagao here. That's another core damage. That's huge.
Yeah. This is now, the ontologicals becoming, just 2/2s.
They're 2/2s, which means we can threaten to close the game out in 2 turns, let alone do more and more core damage. So Gatson probably has to kind of pivot to HQ here. I don't know if you have time or money to trash the Jupestad. Just you have to deal with the agendas before they hit the table.
But the
Gatson
runner
drawing up.
definitely, running up that hill, as in trying to get deeper into the corp plans and then finding those agendas. But for that, you have to keep running, and the corporate just doesn't mind. It's like, I can be low on money. I have 2/2 agendas now that are going to be bothering you even more. There's the dupes that just sitting there. I have the economy. The auto campaign is there. It's like everything is just slowly clicking and ticking for the corp. The runner has to find some solutions and just I don't know, maybe push, try and force a res on R&D. Try and see what's in HQ. Could be a line. But you need, there we go. We have environmental testing. We're going to be powering up again, I guess.
This is risky. If you can't empty this before the prototype gets a click next turn, you'll lose all the tempo on this. So now Gatson probably needs to run HQ again. The Ontos, we've seen none of them, and there are 2/2s here that do more core damage. We're charging the Bladderwort, going to get our 2 credits off of the Knick-Knacked Muse. Whether you want to trash this again, this card won't actually do net damage. It's just a pad campaign here because we have no way to duck, but we're going to be trashing that with the ZMAT, so not too expensive for the runner here, but Gatson down on 3 credits. Off 15-15 probably has an Onto in hand. Man, that testing, if that goes back to the top of the deck with the prototype, gaining 6 credits, right? Like, I don't think you do that when you have an Onto in hand, but it's an option. And I do think Gatson really appreciates these 9 credits coming in, and you do not have the table to be able to set it up. Oh no, you can actually. You can now do Muse for Coalescence, and then on your turn, you can simulchip Muse for Coalescence to draw with Lily Pad. So you actually can crack this very, very quickly if you want to.
Yeah, we're already up to 2 counters on environmental testing. It's like a power counter.
Installing a buffer drive. That's another way to get a cool environmental testing counter. Wait, that's actually kind of sick. So here now, before you give the runner a click, Gatson is going to pop the simulchip to bring in a Coalescence. That will crack it immediately. That's actually really cool click compression that Maggie can rush down the environmental faster than I thought was possible. That's kind of neat.
Yep.
There's still a problem here. There's no more Clot in the meta, so off 15-15 has free access to the Jupestad. Whether it's the third Alevagao, I'd be a bit more surprised. But whether it's the Ontological to do that 3rd core damage, that I'd be very excited to see here. And it looks like install, advance. Come on, show us those advances off 15. Looks like it's not the case. We're getting 6, sending Knick-Knack back, packing to the top of the stack. Again, this scatter field is going to be about 3 credits to break. You don't really save anything with the Game Dragon, but not ripping the Ontos. So it looks like the Ontos are not alive and well. But auto campaign next turn is a real risk. If server 16 is a card draw card, like a Spin Doctor, you actually can lose in a single turn. I think you can score 4 points with an auto campaign and Ontos on the Jupestad.
Knick-Knack back.
A different one, I think. That one's from hand. So now we're charging the auto campaign, which is 4 to trash. Knick-Knack getting drawn off the Knick-Knack with the Coalescence. Outermost Ice here. Jaguar has text. Ablative has very relevant text. It's a drafter, though. That's going to be broken for just 2 credits.
Yeah. So we're contesting this. We're going to be trashing things. Because why else? Yeah, it was there doing his job.
I don't know if the Makota goes down. I think definitely you have to take down the auto before it fires. This one's a bit interesting. This is real money out of your pocket, but actually we're trashing both of them. So that was a 6 credit trash. That's a lot of money from Gatsun.
Yeah.
Now I'm not convinced server 16 is an agenda. Maybe you can feed an agenda when Gatsun's only on 2. But we'll see what our win condition is, whether we can pivot over to, like, I don't see any multi-access in the heap. So whether there's a deep dive in waiting or not. Running the prototype, again, contesting the economy, and there's another drafter. So this is another 4 credit run. Now, these sort of aggressive trashes are good into a fully operational deck. I don't think we have evidence that that's this deck, but I'm very excited to see what is in server 16. With only 11 cards left in R&D, or 12, excuse me. Off 15 just scoring out.
Ontological? Yeah. Oh, this is.
But what's in server 16? If you didn't install that on the Jupestad.
Yeah.
Wait, that has to be an agenda, right?
I mean, it would be. I don't know. Like, it would be the best play ever. Drop that ontological into 16. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what's on server 16 that you don't use the Jupestad server? Wait, what's going on?
I don't know.
That's fascinating. Now we're on game point. The ontologicals are still 2/2s. Charging HQ here, first click. There should be no ice we can't break, but a Blade of Barrier is going to get a card from Archives or HQ on the table. It has to be a non-agenda. So we have a couple options here. I don't know if you need to threaten some damage from FUT, whether you just want to get something that gives you value. Oh, we're rezzing a FUT here. That is the FUT. It's a Spin Doctor. Okay. So off 15 wants to keep a Spin Doctor there instead of taking the core damage. So I do think that we're...
right, yeah.
Yeah. We might have an agenda problem in hand. Project Inkatan. I think Gatsun just needs to keep going back here. You can probably take the core damage. Looks like we're going to pay for it. But if the Spin Doctor's rezzed here, no, we're just taking it. If the Spin Doctor's rezzed here, you know that there's probably an issue in HQ.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is a big signal here because honestly, like that was a play to make, but with the last Spin Doctor being right there, you just can't lose it, and you have to keep it there, especially since you might be up here dropping an emoji. And let's see. Oh, sorry, an emoticon, right? Word to say here. We're going for R&D. That's it. Yeah, that's.
Now this is not a deep dive. There has to be more agendas in HQ, but we're going for a single here. I don't know if this deck runs 5/3s. There's could be a salvo testing. We're trashing a Makoto with the Azimat, so that is not a great draw for off 15/15. So Gatsun opened up the line for an ontological to come down. So here again, it's super important. Elevigao or Onto is game, and we're discarding a DZ and drawing a card. Off 15 has a couple lines here to close the game out. It looks like we have it in HQ.
Yeah, another ontological.
Yes.
Or the Elevigao. Yeah, that's it. I mean, oof. That was just probably Gatsun just whiffing on the HQ access, or I mean, we don't know the numbers. But
yeah, on those last runs, like the Spin Doctor run, sometimes you can bluff it, but it means that there's probably multiple agendas. If a corporation wants to res a Spin Doctor into a cheap HQ run, it means that they're really either fooling you, but probably fixing an issue. I do think there's a chance too, if you trash the Makoto from the top of R&D, now there's a chance that off 15 draws into the ontological, which also could have happened potentially. So that last turn, the pressure is like really interesting where you want to put it. Really, really cool game. That's a cool shaper engine for sure. Off 15/15, just skirting that line, barely getting those small agendas, scoring 5 agendas to close the game out is kind of jupes that thing for sure. Well played to both players.
Absolutely, GG. This was really cool to see. Again, another kind of asymmetrical, of course, because it's Netrunner, but another game where you could see 2 different things happening on 2 different sides of the table, and it was still exciting because when you nodes, so to speak, in between those 2 decks, it's like, oh, okay, this is the decision point here, this is the decision point there, and both players doing their best. Of course, somebody has to win, so this was really exciting to see. Do we still have time for another game? I guess we.
Yeah, I jumped into a game real quick. I'm just going to ask if it's okay.
Sure. In the meantime, I think there's going to be a 20-minute break after this round, and then there will be 3 rounds. Yeah, so I got a confirmation here in the Discord we have. So yeah.
If you'd be kind enough to jump onto, I don't have the table number, but it's Sticks versus Squeets. It's at the bottom of the list, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's table 15. I'm just jumping in and asking.
Thank you. I already asked. It's all good, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Oh, okay, you're fine. Yeah.
Awesome. Interesting board state here. Squeets on Lou. There's not a lot of Lou representation in this tournament. There's only 4 or 5 players, and Lou has gone through the deck. Looking at the heap there, we see some actually sabotage. There's Cacophony, Chestushka, Time Bomb, pretty cool. Some influence spent
Nice.
on things like Telework and Nuka for some card draws of Econ, and both players are on game point. We have an Isaac making the rounds across the server, spreading those advancements. An 8 strength Brand, you can still click through it all the same as much as Leo can throw it. But Squeets, even on 0 credits, and the Banhar is going to be threatening an access no matter which way this goes. So you might just take the damage here and then run back to force. Oh, it looks like we're actually going to be clicking. Each click is worth a card in our hand, we're saying. But now we have the full power for Sticks to even throw the Isaac at you, which very importantly is a Sysop Byroid if this run seems rough for the corporation.
Yeah, that's the question.
Looks like that's the
Yeah.
case. There has to be agendas in hand. Isaac's showing himself out, leaving that advancement for another Isaac from future generations to come. We'll see if we push in the remote server with seamless launches. If we look at the bin, this looks like a Holloman version, similar to the version we might have seen at in Lodz in Poland, if I'm saying that correctly. So this
Yeah,
one
no
is on
worries.
2 Hollomans. So that is, you're going to need credits to fund out your score of the send a message.
Yeah,
This
this is
is
really exciting.
Sticks, Mr. Sticks
Mhm.
from QTM, very solid player.
Yeah.
Playing some good fundamental HB. I always like to see.
Yeah, and just jamming into server 1, 2 cards, Squeets, 0 credits. So
But hey, you have a banner, you have an Audrey. Why do you need money? You got it. You could just
yeah.
send it. Like this remote server too. You can say, I'm gonna
uh.
run it. You have to force a res, otherwise you ban hard the tattoo bullet, click the brawn, and then hopefully maybe the upgrades go in your favor. Who knows?
Yeah.
Banner targeting HQ again. You knew there was likely an agenda in there that might have shifted over to server 1. Now this is 8 credits, which if I'm not mistaken, if you want to res Holloman, fire Holloman, that's exactly 8 credits. So Sticks can perfectly score at 5-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough. Which means if Squeets clicks through this and you throw Leo, the game is over. So we're going to take the net damage, losing 3 cards. The last 3 of our 6. We have 3 more cards in our stack. Excuse me, the last 3 in hand. Going to get a single access here again. Looking for something nice. It's an Isaac.
Yeah.
Cannot
No
trash
dice.
as much as Lou does like trashing things. But that will still leave you with 3 clicks. You can send it to Boomy. You, in theory, can click through 1 subroutine, but we're going back into the Brawn. I don't know how we're dealing with this.
I don't.
Double click
yeah,
Audrey? We don't have cards.
I'm not sure. Might have been a misclick. No, you're just telling. Yeah, you're just telling. Okay, you can. But yeah, then just Leo fire.
Yeah.
No more clicks.
Sticks might have it here if it's a 5-3 into
Yeah.
Holloman. It's credit perfect. It
Yeah,
looks like
yeah.
that might be the case. Down to
Wow,
0,
what a
up to
finish.
7.
Yeah.
Photo finish. I do think there's an agenda in hand there. Maybe you Leo just for fun
Yeah.
to end the game, but there's a shot that Squeets could have had it. It looks like there was something in hand there, especially when it was fired last turn. Maybe it's a 1 and 5, but I'm guessing a 2 and 5. Well played to both players.
Yeah, Squeets was really pushing it. Even no credits doesn't matter. Like you said, go and try. And this was like any good game of Netrunner. At the end, you realize it. This turn or the next turn, somebody will have to push it. Okay, let's.
I think we only have like 3 minutes, so it might not be
Yeah.
appropriate to jump into another table. I'm just gonna refresh the standings to do a quick recap to see where we are.
Fair enough. Just don't break the server. In the meantime, I'm just gonna drop a very quick eye onto whatever's happening in Eurovision. A light, like a kind of a neon ladder, which could be a cool idea for a card in the future. Just saying NSG, neon ladder, people hugging them. I mean, might as well. Why not? It's the future for you anyway. And for those of you who may have just tuned in, this is just day 1 of 2 days of an amazing event put together by Man in the Summer Showdown 2025. You may have heard of the New Year's show because, hey, guess what? The year. I don't know if there's going to be like one. That's a cool idea. The organizer later on. But for now, we are down to the finish of round 6 of 9. There was, at first it was 9 rounds, there was 10 rounds. Now it's 9 rounds again. And tomorrow there will be a cut. See? And that top cut is still being hotly contended by many good players who are, well, basically giving it their all. But, of course, there's only so many people that will fit into that top cut. The numbers are merciless, usually. Yeah, so Do we have
Speaking,
any?
yeah, yeah. Speaking of the numbers, we can look at that a bit here. So, in terms of the four players that were
Alrighty.
currently undefeated going into this round, there
Yep.
was a bit of like a pair up, pair down, which is natural. So, Tehran
Mhm.
played against Wynot, and Wynot still hasn't lost a game. Tehran is taking his first loss. Now, Whiteblade, who was on the one tie underneath, got paired up against Motion Blur. So now we have two undefeated players, both Motion Blur and Wynot, going into round 7. They are basically guaranteed to make the top 16. They probably don't have to play their next rounds. They can potentially draw if they want to, as much as they're kind of incentivized to play, so they have a higher standing if they want to. Now, Alice versus Small Grump, that's the other very big round. Alice was again tied with Whiteblade with having one draw. So if she wins this game, that's a big upset, and then Small Grump will also will no longer be undefeated. Underneath that, we can see a couple of the results here. Not Yeti for EA Sports on the Pravdivos deck, which we just see Frida and Amaram did pull it out from underneath Frida there. While there were some threats, it was 7-0, but the threats are the thing that are the actual game plan. But Not Yeti is pulling it out against Zaya that Meteor is playing. So that deck we're definitely going to see a bit more of. Augie as well. Hoshiko taking it against Oko. And then as we go lower there, we see a string of Corp wins. Okos still seem to be doing relatively well. They're winning more often than not. I'll be surprised. Neat. Okay. So it looks like we're waiting for one or two more standees to come through. If I'm not mistaken, Axu, is there a little break at this point in time?
Yeah, it's going to be 20 minutes break, after which we
Okay.
will continue for the last 3 rounds.
Cool, cool, cool. So if that's the case, these are the 3 rounds that I'm on to do commentary. So I might just sign out now. And then after the break, we are returning with, I believe, Axu and Vicitron. Y'all doing commentary?
Yeah, I think so.
Pretty sick. Okay.
Awesome.
I know I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be streaming an early part of the top cut. I will be on the Meshball Grid. For those who are not familiar with that channel, go give that a Google search, and we'll be there in the morning. I'll be doing some casting with some nice people, and that will be the beginning of the top 16 cut. So for now, I'm gonna bow out. Huge thank you for having me on the stream and for sharing the mic as well with Axu and Vesper. And I hope you all have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much,
thank you for
Andre.
showing
This
up.
was awesome. Yeah,
Vesper, you got some say?
I'm just yeah, the clock just struck midnight here. People were celebrating outside. I don't know if this was about potentially for many people celebrate, and the show is just up there. But I will be signing off as well. This was absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for behind the scenes, and now you're gonna get the front seat here, Axu. So thank you so much for running this, for organizing this, for doing all the things together for the stream, and for making a tag team with Man and the OT slash judge part of things. This has been an absolute blast to be a part of. And of course, there's still more great Netrunner to come. There's going to be 3 more rounds at least. Sorry, 3 more rounds today and good stuff tomorrow. So with that, I'm going to say thank you so much. I'm going to good night to everybody, but don't go anywhere because there's still 3 more rounds after a short break. And now over to our host and streamer. Bye.
Yeah, alright. We will see everybody in after 20 minutes, I think, after the break is done. Alright. Time for the last couple of rounds. Getting a bit later, but I'm sure we will manage. And hopefully without neighbors complaining about noise when I react to like deep multi-access. And I'm not alone in the commentary booth. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hey everybody, it's Vicetron, aka Chuffbot, aka Dimitri. This will be an exciting couple of rounds for sure. This is the part of the tournament where a lot of folks have probably already played their hearts out, and now they gotta keep doing that while increasingly fatigued. This is my favorite part of day one.
Yeah, this is the part where showdowns, like the Europeans that are playing, are starting to kinda slow down a bit. But I'm
I'm
sure.
sure everybody's got enough time in the round to make things happen. They know they've put their reps in at this point.
100%. And if you do good enough, you get to just ID a couple of times into the top cut and chill
Yeah,
with
well
that.
then there you go. That's
Uh,
Netrunner, baby.
yeah, you got any preferences on which tables to look at?
I will let you dealer's choice on that one. I have a feeling we're gonna get a chance to bounce around a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Just opening up
Looking
the
at the
notes,
list,
please.
I think we probably want to favor top tables, but beyond that, I'm not 100% sure. I
Yeah, you
see.
want to maybe jump into table 5?
I was just gonna say, I think Not Yetis looks interesting. Yeah, that works out great. Let's do that.
Yeah, if you can jump in there and ask if we can stream,
I will do so.
and I'll check that everybody can actually hear both of us. Yeah, I think it should be alright.
Waiting on a second yes here, and we should be gravy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we're set.
Alright, great. Table 53, 55, 52, 51, 5. Let's go. Okay, so Hoshiko, my favorite ID. I hope Oko is yours then.
Yeah, everyone's favorite, right? Versus the egg. Very popular today.
Yeah, basically, I think the most popular played ID. Does
That is
make
correct.
sense, yeah.
Yeah. It went at sign up, it was just past 30 if memory serves, and that is a lot.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's kind of good, you have to say.
I would say, respectable ID. Yeah, I think people have started to figure it out just a bit.
Yeah, having draw 2 on your ID is kind of busted. Who knew?
Yeah, well, yeah. It's Max Corp good. Big if true. Interesting note in the chat there. Apparently, these two players actually both worked on the Hosh to some extent. So it'll be neat to see if that knowledge benefits one side or the other as we go forward.
Yeah, I would assume that it benefits a bit, but realistically, what can you expect from a horse that you don't know already? Like, it has all the good Hoshiko cards and like companion econ and everything. I would assume so, at least.
Yeah. I think that's a reasonable assumption anytime you see Hosh on the table.
Yeah. I think the real
I'll
question...
be curious to see which version. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say I'll be curious to see which version this is. I haven't caught Not Yeti's matches yet, but I have seen a lot of interesting interpretations of just how to turn a good Anarch value into a win since Elevation kicked off. It'll be neat to see how hard this pushes into the very EA Sports kind of like what if criminal but orange archetype that they've often liked to do.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect this to be basically Rego Shaco from last meta with a couple of different includes in there. But I think that's
Gotcha.
not yet his favorite deck at least. But
yeah, he's definitely a big fan on that front.
Then the second interesting question is what Taoko is doing. I would assume we're just going to spam assets and make the runner figure out what's happening.
I have to imagine so. As to what they're going to do exactly, I would hedge damage. That seems to be where the trend has been. We will see.
Non-damage Aoko, just blank ID. Okay, I guess you get Hansel.
I mean, more in the lethality angle.
Yeah. Oh, wheels install click 1, just run it.
Yeah, hit it. Love that.
And then like great fine turn 1. Yeah, seems solid, just setting up.
Yeah, just like that. I think it's going to show me rejoining here. There we go.
Oh, second spin doctor instantly after?
Immediately, yeah, right off the rip. That's interesting. Okay.
Mm.
We are just like, oh, that's a nice wheels you've got there. Sure would be a shame if I install more remotes than you can touch.
Pricing into a Bassa, probably not what you want at this point, but you kind of have to take what you get.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just going to be the way it goes.
Yeah, at least we get the flip down and some econ in there.
Yep. I'm rejoining, by the way. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Slight technical.
The classic.
Oh, yeah, isn't that always the
up,
way?
And yeah, getting cohort rest. Such a nasty card in Auko, especially when you can like order the triggers. So on one Auko counter, you still get the trigger from cohort guidance program.
Right. I think, oh, yeah, well, there they go.
Yeah, just installing assets.
I'll hit the newest. Okay, it'll be interesting to see. There's the hostile. Time to see if they're willing to bite the bullet and knock that building down before anything else gets worse.
With 4 crits is so tough. You basically have to click your fermenter this turn, which in turn kind of means that your econ is going to fall down a lot.
Yeah, it's looking like this is going to be a trash, just set up, and hope that there's no virus or anything else on the table.
Oh yeah, just leaving the hostile architecture on the table for a later turn.
A very interesting statement of intent there.
Oh? Getting a fat rest, dealing 1 damage.
Yeah. Well, oh, there's the hollow.
Oh, that's scary.
Yeah. Yep, there it goes. What are we scoring? We're not. Oh no, okay, there it is. I was about to say.
Scoring a sting for a lot of credits though. Does make you feel good, but like you have to take those sometime.
I think you just need to set yourself up to get the big sting, and if that's what it costs, that's what it costs.
It does make sense.
Definitely a priority worth chasing.
Yeah, you have the fat online, so you deal 2 damage at least.
Yeah. Found one of what I am sure is a very low quantity of ice there to protect that fat too. That's about as well placed as you could possibly hope for. With the hostile still up too, getting rid of that hollow man is going to be rough.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to run both on the same turn.
Yeah.
Or you just like think your opponent doesn't have enough credit, so you can just let the hollow man stay around for a couple of turns and take the flip. Take the flip this turn, basically.
For sure. No, not yet. He has the opportunity to run it, though. It's a raindrops turn. Okay.
Oh, Diviner in the Basso, not the best ice, but you'll take it.
Yeah, another hostile proc too. That thing just building value turn by turn.
Yeah, surely you have to go get it. Yeah, going, trashing it. Got a solid 2 credits.
Yeah, this is how you hold Alco down. You gotta break those eggs to make that omelet.
Yeah, the egg will just be drawing up though and installing 3 next turn either.
Certainly, and I mean the unfortunate thing there is that piece of ice really isn't doing anything in this case. So it'll be interesting to see if ID can keep up this tempo. If any ID can do it.
Yeah, you're just not having enough credits. Like losing 1 credit next turn, going down 2, means you basically have to have like a strike fund in hand to actually be bounce up.
Right, right.
Click for draw doesn't feel like we have it.
I'll be curious to see how Ice Cream College pushes forward here. Not yet. Definitely eventually going to create a window. The question is what we're actually going to do with it.
Yeah, 100%. Corp's starting to think a bit here. Not just going instantly for the install 3 line again.
Alright, yeah, we've got a loaded HQ. I expect a triple. It's just a question of what.
Mm. Already gone through 20 cards from R&D. Basically 26.
And we're at 1-1.
Yeah. Those agendas are piling up somewhere.
Elevation truly is the Wild West. I love it here.
On Servu, going up to 10 credits, discarding a card, getting 1 more counter on Auko. Does mean you're not doing anything from the table. I think Archives?
Protecting. Ooh. Now that is an interesting play, right? Because there's a couple of ways this could go. I don't know how big of Ice Cream College is running, but I have to imagine that if it's good enough to put on Archives and force Not Yeti to run it, it's got to be nasty. Straight to the Fought, as you should.
Oh, and not having a second hostile architecture, I would feel like that's the perfect spot to res it. Snapping a Hollow Man?
Running a rough shot all over that board. There's the spin.
Yeah, third one of the game. But 1 shuffled back in means that you will at least have some recursion going back.
Yeah, for sure.
And
2 Foughts down too. I mean, the board control has just been, on Not Yeti's side, has been phenomenal.
Might be popping that Spin Doctor a bit preeminently when Not Yeti on 2 credits cannot even trash it, but not a big deal, I think.
Yeah, face down's not too shocking there. R&D has to be loaded at this point. Well, there's the Sting.
Oh. Losing an Echelon also means that we probably are kind of afraid to check into Ice for a while.
I would say so.
Like you check into Assassin
Protected
Time,
remote.
lose 6 cards and just die.
I mean, well, that's just Jinteki. That's the risk you take.
This is where you write in chat,
A
no
JNet
undos, no undos.
A firm no undo policy.
Make your opponent call the judge. But for real, just an easy undo, basically. Everybody misclicks.
Absolutely. Now, if it can be easily fixed in person, we can easily fix it here.
Yeah,
There's always a way.
Yeah, sometimes you get those situations, Janet, where it's like mission impossible to actually try fixing something that's in real life.
I have never and will never be 100% comfortable with JNet inputs. Like, I'm sorry, this is server 27. I meant to do 24.
Oh yeah, especially when there was like the week where Janet didn't have the server numbers.
Oh yeah. Oh jeez. All right, well, Fought number 3 is rolling. Is that Fought number 3? That is Fought number 3. Yeah. Oh goodness.
I mean, not even on 1 credit. Basically, has to click for credits again.
That's true. Yeah. Wheels directly through that anyway. Spend that last credit. Get in.
Oh, what a snipe! Just calling it.
Not Yeti, just be like, no, I'm going to touch every card on this table. I need you to understand.
I mean, the agendas are somewhere. Like, you have to basically put those on table or you're not doing anything on the Alco side.
Absolutely. Another remote with a fresh piece of ice. We're done with Diviner. We're not done with Diviner.
Never done with the Diviner.
Oh no, full Diviner value. It's going to cost a credit every time. That's the fanciest pop-up window I've ever seen.
Pop-up window at this point, at least getting one credit of it.
I think I kind of lost some of what you were saying there. Lagged a bit.
Unlock. Clicking for
Into the
credits
gamble.
again.
All right. And there's the Regenesis anyway. Oh no.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's so. After all the work that Not Yeti has put in, that is not what you want to see. Do we find another Fuji?
I mean, might be like there's so many cards already gone from the deck.
There has to be points in hand.
Yeah, for sure. It's either in hand or just to face up,
100%.
face down its archives.
Oh, there's certainly. I would be surprised even after the Regenesis if one of those was not useful. It's just a question of how to hit them. Not Yeti going full, aiming exclusively for HQ rips. Finds the ice, finds the Bladderwort, does not find the game.
Yeah, Not Yeti also on just 3 points means that Ice Cream College ahead on points and basically way more scared on table. Diviner, the one credit tax.
Oh,
again.
the big think.
Big think. At this point? What are you thinking about?
Like, I'm not sure. Is it the third spin?
Yeah, but like.
And if so, does that warrant the big think?
Yeah, like big spin, insta-res. Like moon pool maybe?
Oh, that could be it. I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, like if you have moon pool here, just trying to set up for the score out next turn.
I'm trying to imagine, like, the only other thing I could think of is, like, rezzing a hustle and bringing yourself to too low of a credit threshold, perhaps. But even that, I feel like that wouldn't be the hardest choice in the world, so I'm very curious to see what this is.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting for sure.
It is the spin. Okay.
Keeping it on rest here.
Fascinating stuff. Like, yeah, Not Yet he agrees. Interesting. Yeah, big if true, absolutely.
I mean, what does that
so they had
tell
the
you?
opportunity.
Yeah.
They had the opportunity to mess with wheels and chose not to. That is. I am so curious as to what informed that decision.
I feel like it might be just that we're already overdrawing agendas or something, and I really want to see the replay and to know what's up.
I would love to see Ice Cream College's hand at this point. That would reveal everything I need to know, because goodness knows, Not Yet he just sees these cards as life points.
Time to ask for the show hand command in the chat. Last click, probably easy draw, if I would have to guess.
I can't imagine there's much else you'd need to play at this point.
Yeah, I feel like the other option is just like running HQ to try to snipe a moon pool or something. But that's
Not Yet he taken psychic damage by trashing a face down spin doctor.
Yeah, I feel like you access that and you're like, what the fuck is this?
This card is never supposed to require me to look at it. You were supposed to show it to me.
Yeah,
Everything is wrong.
like you access it, and your opponent hasn't said thinking before. You just like instantly, oh, they didn't like remember to rest this. I'll undo click for them.
I guess, maybe I was wrong. I think the big think really did work.
Mm-hmm.
Really is the biggest think. This is also the point where you start to wonder, is this a spicy enough Alco to run a bite?
Yeah, like running last click is kind of scary. Might be on some like punishment from trashing cards actually. Like imagine we have like send them home or Oppo or something. And you
Ooh.
want the
Oh,
spin doctor
I
to
would
be
love
trashed.
to see an Oppo.
Yeah, I think I hit concede at the same time as your opponent starts resolving it.
Start the run, click concede. GG, GG. Players just taking a moment to reevaluate. Understandably so. We have seen the equivalent of Netrunner Bigfoot.
First time ever.
Just not. I didn't realize that was a play.
We're lucky that Janet is still up after that.
It's gonna take so at this point it takes so little from Egg too to get across the line on points, so this will be really interesting. The tension is so high as these players think their hardest thoughts at each other. It's like watching Scanners, but in Netrunner. At any given moment, somebody's head will threaten to pop. You never know. Oh, I see. Okay. Now, there's an interesting point from Not Yeti regarding the Hosh flip.
Oh yeah. Major misplay.
Might be slightly overstating it, but
Yeah,
I respect I respect the intent if nothing else. Excellent tournament recaps and everything on YouTube has a tendency to be a little more self-critical in some cases than I think is wholly necessary. They're phenomenal player, truly great.
Yeah, also a pillar of the UK Netrunner scene in general.
For sure. Oh my goodness, a scoring remote?
Oh
No.
wow.
This is unprecedented. I was not aware that Egg was allowed to install more than 2 pieces of ice to a server. This is
I don't think they are.
incredible
I'm calling a
technology.
judge on this. Oh, and a card in the second remote as well.
Well, we have to get maximum diviner value.
Oh, snipe?
Wyatt Burnett, the Resd Ice is a diviner, which at present just represents a 1 credit tax to Hoshiko.
Oh, I could be zooming in for the fans.
I don't blame anybody for not recognizing diviner.
Diviner the system game like the teaching deck like goat.
Pretty much. Got the Ashen, 2 clicks left.
Hitting the Ashen epilogue?
Yeah, I'm very interested to see where the runs go after this because I fully expect I fully expect the diviner remote to be checked, but running the two deep one very much seems like the priority. So it'll be interesting to see what Not Yeti's able to do here. I have to imagine the 4 credits is going to make that a little bit of a limiting factor. Not Yeti just taking a moment to think, looking over all of these. What I'm sure. Oh, there's the rang.
No, let's go.
Oh,
It's
goodness.
3, let's go.
Okay. Totally survivable.
Yeah, going down to 1 is tough when your opponent is probably playing Blood in the Waters though.
Considering the end the run, what is in Not Yeti's hand that warrants not going through with this at this point? What could that be?
I feel like the cards in hand don't matter. Just going down to 1 card is the real issue here.
At this point, yeah, from what we've seen of this particular egg, it doesn't seem like Burst Kill is on the menu.
Not burst kill, but like Blood in the Water. Just score out for 1, like 2-1.
Right.
Seems pretty good. And we still might be getting the score. Cohort cards can just flip a
Considering
card
it, if
from
nothing
accounts,
else.
but
And there's no known petty cash or anything like that, so whatever else is coming down is going to be coming from hand, unless there's a face down in there. Oh, we have a start of turn effect.
no. Hashtag no undos.
Every action will be tattooed. Oh, that credit must matter that much.
Huh. No, you should be able to de-rest it easy.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, like you didn't get any information yet. Not resing the cohort guns program, like, what's happening?
If money was an object, I would imagine cohort would be the priority. So I'm very interested to see why that credit was so important. That particular credit.
I feel like Auko, like every time you get to res a cohort guns program, you're just instantly like, give me that shit.
Absolutely. No, there's at this point most eggs are on all gas no brakes, right? So I just want to see where this math is leading. 4 credits, no res. If it was 2 points, I'm pretty sure Ice Cream College would have just advanced it out by now, so I have no idea.
Yeah, and if it's like an agenda on server 13, the cohort would just be able to like, advance the card once, which is like a no-brainer.
Right.
So has to be something more interesting. Maybe a moon pool line again. We have not seen any of those yet, I think.
All right, we're moving. There's the cohort.
Underclick into like that's exactly the same actions.
Sometimes you just need a moment to make sure that your decision was actually the right one, and in this case, it appears cohort was in fact the right one, as is tradition.
Yeah, solid 7 cards left in R&D.
It just takes Not Yeti walking into a single Fuji and the game is over.
Still thinking.
I mean, we are in the game of the biggest brains, the biggest think. Now, these excellent. They've got a heck of a track record. If they need a moment to think after 6 rounds of Netrunner, I fully understand.
Yeah, definitely. And like, it's not like time is going to be a big issue for the game.
No, the joys of single-sided Swiss. This will be perfectly fine.
Yeah, double-sided Swiss, I'm
I
like
just want to.
poking at my opponent, like I don't want to play the 20-minute runner game.
I think the thing I'm most interested to see is what the other damage payoffs in this particular egg were, but I think we've probably seen most of them by now. I've seen some folks in the chat speculating Reaper or something to that effect, but I would be surprised at this point. I feel like we probably would have seen it by now.
Overinstall?
Ooh.
Oh, that's interesting for sure.
Well, if you were going to get away with it, it would be while Hoshiko is broke. Exactly. No, not yet. He nails it. This is Netrunner.
This Netrunner,
This is
proceed
what?
to send it R&D and hope.
That is also extremely Netrunner.
Boy, that's the essence of Netrunner for sure.
The game Richard Garfield intended. Full send onto the centrals. And not yet. He's strongly incentivized to just hit as many accesses as possible here. What do we see in the hand? There's the moon pool. Moon pool.
Fujin.
Please.
Yup.
That is how it goes. Oh goodness.
I think both of those were in archives, right? Not sure. R&D? No.
No, doesn't give it up. You had at least a 2 and 9.
Yes,
Did not happen.
I mean, you still kind of have options, but like, I think that's a blood in the water in server 13.
Such a bold moon pool. Moon pool, one of the most fascinating cards, especially in the current card pool. The amount of plays that it lets you make is just incredible.
Mm-hmm.
That fourth spin doctor coming in clutch.
You can for sure notice it's designed by Borealis Playtest Test, when it's just like 15 million different use cases.
Moonpool has this incredible ability that's very unique among Netrunner cards to immediately delete the memory of its existence from anyone who reads it. Where every time you read it, it immediately removes itself from your brain, and you will forget at least one thing that it does. And we knew that this was in large part a game of find the Fuji, but to have those Fujis removed is just... Whew.
This line is wild. Do we have like steel skin or something here?
It doesn't look like steel skins got removed, so it's... Wait, so they had a double advanced hybrid release ready to go. That would have been down to 0 in hand.
Alco?
Not Yeti, skin of the teeth.
Anything kills here, anything.
A harsh breeze. Blood in the water, anywhere. What is happening?
Overinstall? Install? Moonpool?
Moonpool? Oh my god! What a play! It wasn't enough to score a hybrid or anything. It had to be a moonpooled sting. The coolest way to finish off an opponent at 0 in hand.
Yeah, 0 credits is basically exact kill. Oh my god.
didn't scrape paint, you lost the entire car door. That was as close as it gets. That was, oh my goodness. What a game. Fully deserving of those think pauses, I would argue.
I mean, yeah, that's the one time I can give it to them.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. That is high level Netrunner. Love that. What do you think on time for another one to see
I
the
think
end
we
of
probably
here?
can jump in somewhere else. Just looking through the list.
So yeah, I'm double checking who we're able to take a look at here.
Mm. Yeah, some of the games still closing down, so something like
Able
Mhm.
22 possibly.
Yeah,
I'm
just
oh
jump
hold on.
if you just jump in and ask.
Yeah, I'll say hey.
Worst thing they can say is no.
Absolutely. Oh well, the game literally just ended.
Okay.
So that was a Baz and a Zwicky that just wrapped there. Let's see what else we have. Seems like a lot of games are wrapping up.
Okay, you want to jump into another one, or do we play like Trash or Busto in the break time?
I think that might be the line. Yeah.
I can open up the website.
Alrighty.
So
This is
for
where I get to
people
show off my ability to remember functions
Mhm.
but not names.
The classic. So for people who don't know, Trash or Busto is a website where you get two random cards and you have to pick which is stronger. Mandatory upgrades or itch 1.0. I feel like this is an easy one, right?
There's a non-zero percent. I don't know if I've played this actually. This will be very interesting.
One of these is a chunk player's dream, and one of these is just a solid ice.
Absolutely. No, the stronger one is Ichi. I remember people actually played Ichi.
Yeah, big time. Okay,
Yeah.
the next one is Hunter Seeker versus Wall to Wall.
It's wall to wall. Let me see. I'm playing off of the stream right now, so bear with me on the lag. It's to remember.
Either a econ
Here we
asset
go.
or just hunt the goat from Scorpius. One of these cards was basically banned, and one of these is just a fine card in Glacier.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty clear hunter seeker here. Wall to wall's neat and all, but
It's no
I
Hunter
feel like
Seeker,
trash
yeah.
one card. Yeah, trash one card unconditional outside of the agendas.
Yeah, it's Swordman
That is
versus Viatagor. I just click Viatagor insta. Okay, then it's a hard one. ETF versus MCA austerity policy.
oh that
That's Mission Impossible.
that is a challenge. See, I would be inclined to say that those are basically equivalent, but for totally different reasons.
Yeah, exactly. Like one of these is just
It is
a really strong win condition that has stood the test of time, basically being a win condition for ASA like multiple years, being a
Mhm.
card in a lot of like prison decks, but ETF just was the GOAT for so long.
It is absolutely. I mean, a free credit every turn forever is undeniable, right? Like I feel like it has to be ETF, but my heart wants to pick MCA. I'm gonna go with my head on this
Yeah, I
one
feel
though.
like ETF
I
is.
think that ETF is undeniable.
Yeah, then Breach Dome versus tomorrow's headline.
I have to look at Breach Dome. I literally don't even remember Breach Dome. Oh well, tomorrow's headline it is.
Really?
I mean, look, here's the way I look at it, right? Breach Dome represents an annoying little ambush that's kind
Uh-huh.
of I sort of look at it as like a shock-coded type of
Uh-huh.
thing. I know that it's not quite that ridiculous, but like tomorrow's headline enables entire kill combos.
I just think one of these cards has been banned and is appointed a lot in Eternal.
So this is where I reveal that I really do not mess around with Eternal much. If there's something going on in Eternal, I wasn't aware.
Okay.
I mean, Breach Dome is obnoxious, but I feel like
Yeah, but
maybe I have recency bias with the touch-ups combos.
you like put Breach Dome into archives in IG, and what can your opponent do to you?
Oh, absolutely nothing, but that's IG.
No, but like, I just feel like Breach Dome is so
I don't
fucked
even
up.
think you're wrong. I know my gut pull was
Uh-huh.
like, well, I want the card that is effectively a win condition enabler, as
Yeah,
opposed to the horrible grinder needle pit.
I feel like I could, like, tomorrow's headline could take it if it's not limit one per agenda, you know, like limit one per
That, you
deck.
know what? I think that puts it over the edge. That's a good point.
What the hell are these cards? Building blocks versus bloodletter.
Oh no. Okay.
How bad is this sentry?
Oh, I forgot building blocks existed.
I mean, have you ever known where bloodletter exists?
I only in the sense that I have looked at it and laughed before. I forgot building blocks was a thing at all. Oh no. Now we're really getting into the weeds.
Okay, building blocks Giassi works and is cute. Can you do anything
It
similar
is.
with bloodletter?
Absolutely not.
So I think
No, not
it's
even close.
pretty easy then.
If you guaranteed firing Bloodletter, it would still be middling at best.
Like
It
trash
is.
top two cards is so bad for you. Like it does nothing basically.
No, it is a grinder card that they would never ever splash 2 influence for. I am incapable of imagining a scenario where I look at Bloodletter with enthusiasm. And anything other
Yeah,
than
it's
just
like-
funny card. Like,
Yeah, basically.
oh goodness gracious.
Okay. Oh my god,
It's
what
blocks,
are these
but-
choices? Because I can.
What do we
versus
have?
exile.
I'm still behind. Exile versus what?
Because I can.
Oh.
Like
Oh no.
a extremely bad version of Light to Fire versus ID that does very
Versus-
little.
Historically one of the worst Shaper IDs. Well, in the sense that it is a Shaper ID that you could put good cards into, I'm inclined to lean towards Exile, but
Yeah, I mean like a deck
no,
that
it's Exile, right? Like Exile is capable of doing things.
I mean because I can, like, imagine because I can into like the big op lists from last year. Like you kinda cook.
My local meta legitimately splashed it as a one of to deal with particularly nasty asset matchups. We had a player who would do a iceless clown car sports medal, and because I can was basically thrown about as like, well, this could be an answer to just shutting that down, and we still didn't play it much. It
Yeah.
was awful.
Yeah, I can pick Exile. I think that's pretty easy.
I think Exile is Exile finally gets to win a matchup, I think is where we're at.
Yeah, the first time ever. Valenta versus Under the Bus.
Oh goodness. I mean,
Can I just say
Valentau is a
Valenta-
real piece of ice.
Is it?
But I mean, I would say that it presents a reasonable threat in certain types of Wayland. Meanwhile, Under the Bus solves an entire type of problem, but it is a problem that needs to be solved in that particular matchup.
Yeah. I think Valentau is a real ice for the first 3 turns of the game, and after that, it starts to fall down a lot.
It is of the various bad pub things. I mean, you would rather have a trebuchet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I think you want
would-
any other bad
you would-
pop ice. I want Grim over this.
Oh no, you're right. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, it's under the bus.
Big
Oh
time, for
god.
sure.
Oh god. Ew. Gross. That's awful.
That came straight from the heart.
Oh yeah, I felt no, that came straight from the gut. Ugh, that feels awful. Santa points out that Valentau is for outfit. Sure, a lot of bad cards are for
No,
outfit. That's not.
here I have to reveal, I'm never taking any of Santa's opinion on outfit seriously again. After, like, he just killed the ID from me.
Oh man, I trust Santa to come up with fantastic ideas that nobody else can pilot.
Yeah, for sure.
I beat so many Thule players after Santa popularized the ID, and it was just like, I see what makes this terrifying. However,
Yeah, you actually have to know
oh
how
man,
to play it, which is tough.
it's very challenging. Big ups to being able to pilot a deck with 2 whole pieces of ice that leans on MCA that hard. It's really anyway. Mega Pre
Yeah,
versus
versus Eve
Eve.
campaign.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's not even a. I'm not even gonna hesitate.
Do you want Mega Bricks?
Ugh. I mean, I look. I absolutely think it's Eve. I think Eve is. I remember Eve.
Yeah, but Mega
I
Bricks
think
is
I think Eve.
good for, like, Mega Bricks was in a lot of the most broken sports decks ever. As a, like, real thing. It maybe doesn't fit right
While
here, but
true. So if this was Adonis campaign, I would not even entertain the idea.
yes.
Of
Adonis campaign is so much
of
better
that
than
losing.
Eve campaign, though.
It is, and yet you still saw Eve run 2 or 3 of in the same decks at
Yeah,
the
but
time.
that was like
in many cases.
that was in the dark ages where they like thought Cutty Jones is a good card.
Yeah, I think I'm letting my biases creep in a little bit too much here. Is what I'm thinking. Basically, I'm thinking of the time when that was relevant, as opposed to the actual power levels of these cards. I need to.
I think we
I
have
need
to
think
give
about
Eve.
this in a more.
We have to give Eve the real context, but still, I don't think it's better than that.
I think you're right. Yeah, no, that's an entirely reasonable argument for Mega Pre. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, this is also easy. Plan B versus Executive Retreat. Like, Executive Retreat is basically was played just because it's a 5/3, and those just didn't exist at some point.
Right. This is extremely funny. I love that. Oh man, this really takes me back too. I remember that. No, I think you certainly take. Oh wow, though though. We're having an immense amount of fun with Mushin Notion with Plan B. That was extremely funny at more than one point. That said, I don't remember people having any fun with Executive Retreat.
Yeah, I mean,
basically ever.
Plan B is also even cute in Eternal with like Isuak and what's it called? Viral weaponization and shit like that.
Oh wow.
Like one of these actually has lines. Ooh. Also Red Genesis.
Yeah, Regenesis is absolutely a play.
Yeah, like
I mean that's certainly a way.
Actually
God,
kind of sick.
Having to warp my brain around eternal combos is I think it's my turn to do a big think here. I think I'm taking mild amounts of core damage on this one. Goodness.
I think I can make
I still
it
think
easier
it's Plan
for...
B though. Like the hard
yeah,
wants
100% is Plan B. It's never
fun.
Executive Retreat. This card is ass.
Yeah, no, exactly. But like,
oh my god!
I'm stuck on. Oh, it hasn't loaded for me yet.
Hard-hitting news versus Draco Ivanov.
Well, you may as well just hit the button before I can even see it on my screen at this point.
I want to have hit both so bad.
I mean,
like Draco is fucked up, but like
Draco is unreasonable.
Yeah, but hard-hitting news is so fucking sick.
Oh, I will not challenge you on that at all. However, Drago's on the list for a reason. If Drago was unbanned tomorrow, imagine the internet threads that we would get off of that. Imagine playing on JNet the week they unban Drago before they reban Drago within that week.
Hey, we don't have R plus anymore. It would be like BTL, like retributioning you or something. But yeah, surely it's Drago. One of these cards was insta like banned, and one of these cards was the GOAT for so long. Like, I miss hard-hitting news so bad.
Hard-hitting news is from a really, really fun era of NBN. As a card-carrying NBN enjoyer, I absolutely do appreciate hard-hitting news's contributions to the company. Having said that, it's absolutely Drago.
Yeah,
100%.
Then again, one of these like, what the fuck are these? Open form versus salvo testing.
All right, I have an actual opinion on this one.
Oh,
right. I do. There was an incredibly fun Epiphany deck that did hilarious things with Open Forum in the previous rotation. I have not seen salvo testing matter more than I can count on one hand.
You didn't see all the Cornimage decks that popped up at the end of last rotation?
I did, and I saw them lose a lot.
Yeah, but they won a lot also. Like, they won actual events.
But
like, what the fuck did Open Forum decks win?
I saw a couple of tournament wins with the Fast Advance Epiphany deck. It was running, if I recall correctly, it was primarily running just endless recursion for Hollow Man and using Open Forum as one of the pieces to just get your Epiphany procs.
I'm fact-checking this.
Sure, go for it. I can find you the link.
You have the receipts?
I will. I believe I do. Hold on, let me find this really quick, because if I recall correctly, there was. Let's see.
I find just one deck that got second in the AMT.
My will to score went second at an AMT. So that was not the highest I've seen this do.
You have a card that got second at AMT, and first and undefeated a throwback team event in EMEA, which is just because Accelerated Diagnostic is fucked up with end of the line. Like, Open Forum is not a real card in here. And
it's not. I'm not saying it's real. However, I don't think that salvo testing is as real as people tend to think it is. And I think salvo testing
receipts. Salvo testing got third at EMEA.
If we are inviting objectivity into the chat, then fine. I will absolutely.
16th at CBI, first at the Metro Manila District Championships. Third. Okay, this is startup. Never mind. But like, like one of these has the results, one of these doesn't.
I am willing to give it to salvo testing here, but I want to put a little asterisk next to it that just says, like, please consult your deck building physician before you build a salvo testing deck.
Yeah, for sure. I think never want to see a salvo testing deck again. Card is extremely toxic and not fun to play against, but like, it's better than Open Forum.
Yeah, I guess. I want to give it to Open out of spite more than logic. I think that's entirely fair.
Okay, the next one is Augustina Ivanovska versus Silencer. Augustina has some really cute tech, like, usability, which I think even as like that, it's like better than Silencer.
The keyword sabotage elevates this above Silencer immediately, regardless of context. The number on it was irrelevant. It didn't say 0. Fantastic. It's better than Silencer.
Yeah, basically. Do you know that Augustina?
If Silencer was effectively a hardware mantle and didn't say killers on it, I would argue for it. But as it stands, then no. No, nobody
Yeah.
played Silencer.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Tur versus Cold Side servers.
Oh goodness, I'm looking them up on my end so I can remind myself. Cold Sight is so bad.
I
Oh
mean,
boy.
Cold Side wasn't a deck that got a card banned, to be fair.
That's true.
But Tur has just numbers.
Ugh. So, does Cold Sight being tangentially, vestigially attached to a real card elevate it beyond a piece of ice that basically nothing plays? Because I'm not convinced that's the case.
Yeah, it's like...
That
Hmm.
that click sack condition on tier is so fascinating. I wish we'd seen more of it.
Tur also got a card banned, surely. Augustus, which one?
Yeah, Augustus, if you can name that card, I will cast my vote for
Oh,
tier
I
unreservedly.
accidentally clicked Tur, but... Rip. What's the card? Non-acidic?
Oh, non-acidic.
Oh, yeah, to be fair, that's true.
Let
Also-
me jog my memory here. Oh, good. Yeah, no, tier.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tyr
Yeah,
kinda has results also.
Absolutely. 100%. Paragon and Penny Shaver is a fascinating.
That's so... I feel like I want to insta-click Paragon, but... Like, Penny
I
Shaver is
think what
actually kinda good.
Paragon... Penny Shaver's better than it's been. I've actually had a lot of success with it as of late, especially now that everybody's kind of... The credit deflation has hit so hard,
Mhm.
right? Penny Shaver's considerably better than it's been. Having said that, it's absolutely Paragon.
Is it
I don't
though?
doubt that for a moment. I think it is. I think that what Paragon enables in specific IDs in particular is it goes off so much more than what Penny Shaver's ceiling is. Penny Shaver has a higher floor.
Yes.
I think Paragon's ceiling is higher.
Yeah, true. Paragon probably gets it. Like, both of those are just wannabe Desperados. Like, okay, if I ever win Worlds, I'm just bringing Desperado back. That's my promise to the people.
Okay, here's what we'll do, Aksu. I will co-sign that with you if either of us win Worlds.
Okay.
Desperado's back in the game. That is
Deal.
best console ever.
And I, like, wish that everybody in chat agrees to join in our promise.
Yeah, this is the Aksu Pact. If you ever win Worlds, you must bring back Desperado.
I
Put a
think,
little critter that's legally distinct from a Quagsire on it.
I think we have pairings, so we probably
Oh,
have to
fantastic.
stop the
Okay.
game and go deal our actual work here.
I think we should probably commentate Netrunner. Yeah, instead of Dimitri forgets old FFG cards. Oh goodness gracious! All right, who's at some of the
Triple Alco at
higher
top
tables
tables.
to the surprise of
Uh,
you? I have to imagine.
Table 1 is IDing, so not that one. If you want to ask table 5, we haven't seen Epiphany yet, and not Diva yet.
That sounds great. Let me find them.
Hunt them down.
The order of these. Play a real life copy of Hunter Seeker.
Okay, Santa,
let's
it's
see
fine
here.
if you name the card Muntal Bost, but just like put the Desperado text in there.
But it's Desperado now, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yes.
Like, I don't care about the card name at all. It's better if I get to play 2 Desperados.
Oh, if we get to commentate this one, I'll be very excited. This will be a heck of a matchup.
I think I have the Muntal Bost card. I can tell you what it does. Yeah, so Muntal Bost is 3 to res, 4 strength, ice, sentry, tracer, illicit. Subroutines are do 1 brain net damage, do 1 brain damage, trace 3, if successful, do 1 net damage, do 1 brain damage, trace 2, if successful, give the runner 1 tag. That sounds fair to you? I think we have to like make sure that the Mantle boss never wins anything after knowing
I
what the
think it
card
might be for the
do.
best at this. I think it might be a public service to stop them. They could have just had Desperado. We could have let this happen, and instead, I mean, oh my goodness.
Yeah, the whole testing team is getting blacklisted from NSG events, I heard.
Influence 1, Santa, no.
And for sure
Still,
it
still
keeps
getting,
the
still getting
like
clearance on table 5. By the way, we're
yeah.
I'm just pending a response from one of the players.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
we're set. Yeah, table 5 is
Yeah.
good.
Also, the Arton Muntal boss is like 2 old people reading. Table 5 there.
Epiphany versus Dewey in the top tables is everything I want out of this particular card pool. This is very exciting stuff. Immediately in stops.
Nah.
I love this meta.
I think I'm less optimistic. I'm just sad that we're here. But
I mean, look, it is understandable. However, I have spent almost my entire Netrunner career putting cards sideways. So this is what I look for. I am sick. Do not be like me.
it's good to admit that at first.
Oh,
Like-
I am well aware of my deficiencies. For example, if there's more than 2 pieces of ice in a server, I get physically ill.
That's tough.
Yeah, it makes playing Atea recently really tough, let me tell you.
I can imagine. Like, if you actually think about the matchup, it's kind of interesting. Like, Devi probably is like the deck to play into assets. Like, if you get to consistently trigger your bullshit ID, you actually get like hella value.
Absolutely. No, if you're flipping at least once a turn, I mean, you are effectively a build your own Hoshiko at that point, but green. And you might reasonably argue that but green is a bit of a downside, to which I would say, but they do get Azamat without influence.
That's true. And then like
We are-
you get to flip multiple times in a turn, then you start actually cooking.
That warm reception needs to die yesterday.
Yeah, that is going down next turn,
that has
or
to
we're
go.
going. Like, it's a cool way to concede if you don't run it next turn.
Yeah. If you just want to see their entire deck list on the table, you can leave warm reception up.
That's like
and that will be
that's
a
optimal
perfectly fine
scouting.
way
You
to
let
do
them draw their entire deck, and you go check the replay.
that. Like, I will lose this match for the deck list, is what you are saying by leaving that up. Fortunately, I mean, Dewey loves to run, so I have to imagine it will not make it. But also 3 new installs to check. You probably can't do them all.
I mean, you just like pop self-modifying code for the. I was going to say you pop it
Oh,
for
we're going
the.
straight for the bees.
Yeah, I was going to say that you pop it for the discount per Asia, but it's interesting also.
Certainly. Into the bees digging. There's
Do we
another
find it?
flip. Any points? No, but a dead Hollow Man is
Oh,
certainly
yeah.
worth it.
Getting counter on Epiphany, which is fun and cool.
I like Epiphany.
I'm fine with Epiphany. I'm happy that it's not Pravdivost. Let's say it like that.
I really did consider, Aksu, full disclosure, hopping on and asking if you'd heard the good word of our Lord and Savior Pravdivos Consulting. I really thought about it, and then I remembered that I don't like Prav either.
I'll just ask, why do murderers kill? It's like the wise man Whiteblade said that on a podcast.
That is a fairly that's a profound question for an ID that doesn't deserve it. No, Prov has better options than it's ever had. The Ideo line is massive.
Yeah, I'm extremely
absolutely
sad
huge.
about it.
Yeah, it's not the most fun to play against. I never said it was fun. I just said it was huge. I promise nothing but effect. Oh, goodness. Meanwhile, balanced coverage, wage workers, or warm reception continuing to fire over
Yeah,
and over.
we get to keep this shit
This
online.
is,
Hype.
Yeah. Well, I hope everyone's taking notes. If you want to play a cool Epiphany deck, this is certainly a good way to write it all down in the DB. Server 10 and counting. Server 11 and counting.
Time to zoom out.
Yep. Start control scrolling, friend. This is gonna be going on for a while. Oh, look at it go.
Install fermenter, go back in R&D.
Seeing two. Spinning non-agendas back already, too. That's interesting. I have to wonder about the agenda density.
I feel like you just had agendas on top with federal fundraising. Just like...
Oh, true. Yes. Yeah. True. That is a fair point.
And you have a second spin doctor also.
Federal, a fascinating card that does offer meaningful differences from Daily Business Show, for sure. Most notably, not handing out game losses like candy. That is a really nice change.
I'm sure you can still manage to game loss yourself. Like, the best was when you had it both on table, and it was so easy to fuck yourself up.
Absolutely. No, look, I've been there. That was me last rotation. I have absolutely goofed my way into that sort of state more than once. It is tough.
Yeah, then you do it, and then you start looking at your hand like, I fucked up, didn't I?
It's like, I definitely have, I don't even know how I have two more cards than I should. Honestly, I'll just concede. We're done here.
Yeah, you either
we're icing a server,
or you do the call a judge knowing that you're getting game lost, or the judge fucks up.
Right. See if they can make sense of it. No, I'm fortunate in that one of our most frequent judges is an NSG tester, so I am held to account. We are held to a high standard.
Oh no.
This is unprecedented. I have never seen a warm reception live this long. I really expected. I've seen a lot of decks running warm and oh goodness, I'm forgetting the name of it. The HB card with Buzz Lightyear on it that generates clicks for credits.
Working prototype.
That's the one. Yeah, I've seen those paired quite a bit recently. I'm a little surprised to not see it here. I'm very interested to see where else this is going.
It. Like, surely it has to be here if you play warm reception also.
I have to imagine. But we're halfway through the deck.
Oh, there goes Federal.
Great.
Like, look at how many cards Augustus has installed, and look at how many credits we have for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, you don't expect massive credits out of Public Access Plaza, but at the same time, we have to be fishing for those working protos. That's got to be it. Surely there's other econ in the deck.
I feel like it's that and Regolith mining license probably as your econ, and then
certainly,
you have, like,
yeah, Regolith. Cashing out a Regolith will almost always take care of you for an entire game. There it is.
Finally, it goes down.
It goes, but at what cost?
2 credits.
Oh, okay. At what all right.
You give me an easy layup, I'll take it every time.
Look, I'm happy to set you up for a 2, alright? It's fine. I will say, by the way, I haven't tracked the exact quantity of Dewey flips, but it's definitely early game, it was flying by, now it seems to have slowed down just a little bit.
The classic Control F.
Yep. There's the powers.
I think we have gotten 4 Dewey flips in... how many turns? I mean 4 turns. It's fine.
Oh yeah, no, they're at pace for sure.
Oh, and scoring at tomorrow's headline.
Scoring it with no money. I mean, it gets it off the table. That's certainly good.
Yeah, I feel like I was just starting to get into the monies after you get this balanced coverage staying alive for a bit. Also, public access plaza is now like a bitch to trash.
Absolutely. Yeah. Even balanced coverage is it just sucks. Anything that costs 3 or more to trash in the current card pool feels like you'll never financially recover
Yeah, it's
in many
definitely a
cases.
big switch up from the old like previous meta games.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes the hostile egg combo feel so much worse as a result. We're setting up, we're setting up.
Yeah, has to clear the fermenter on 6. I don't think you like that, but you just have to take it.
Right, right. I want to call out, while we didn't see it, we're running cordyceps.
Uh, what's that? Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw the card. We're playing Discount Tower.
A little bit, a little bit. But Dewey, if any shaper can afford to play cards like this that are incredibly sort of narrow in scope and then immediately pitch them, it is Dewey. I respect the inclusion a lot. I definitely had to stop and read that one. That one required a little. There's the proto.
Finally.
It's here. This epiphany is rapidly reaching critical mass.
Oh, I get to zoom in.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, the Azamat comes down. It's a little late. I mean, turn 6 is not the latest. It could have come down, certainly, but and that is a very
Yeah, and
reasonable
working
target.
prototype instantly getting sniped. Like that's not
Good.
staying alive.
No, never. As bad as it is to leave warm reception around, if they don't have working prototype, you can reasonably leave it for the time being.
Yeah, then you kind of have to take care of the federal fundraising. Like if this stays
I think
alive
so.
and you get 2 triggers of balanced coverage like multiple times, that adds up pretty fast.
For sure. For sure. No, Tyranda's done an excellent job of targeting throughout this. We were talking about warm reception over and over, but I think it was kind of under the assumption that the payoffs for it were in hand, and it seems like they weren't. So they made the right call, for sure.
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, you see that Mayfly?
I mean, Mayfly is kind of cute with like Devi. You just like install it. It takes up 2 MU, which is like important. Then it like goes away. You run again, flip again. Like that's kind of cute.
The timing on that is really neat, especially because it trashes when the run ends, right? So then you immediately, yeah, I like that. I like that quite a bit.
Yeah, balanced coverage getting those huge values.
Yep. Just a fantastic card. I'm glad that Elevation has kind of put it at a point where it's a viable option in Sideways Yellow. Definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
It is a really fun way to do the kind of effect that it does. Also, just the theming on it is 10 out of 10. Oh, we've got an install in the Hollow remote.
Yeah, I feel like this is the point where you kind of have to do something radical as the runner. Otherwise, your opponent is just going to be like scoring out with Hollow Man.
Yeah, if your deck has a knockout punch, this is where you need to get it out. As to what that would be in this particular case, beyond a deep dive, it's hard for me to guess.
I mean, we just might be deep diving. Who knows?
Yeah, true.
Or like install Conduit, run 1,000,000 times and just snipe agendas.
Also a fantastic play if you can swing it. There goes the working prototype immediately.
Yeah, I think that's going down every time instantly. Like it's
Yeah,
if you don't protect it with ice, especially.
right.
Yeah, like run, flip it down, install odd thing, run again.
It's a solid turn, certainly. At this point the real problem is like without either something like a pinhole to snipe that Hollow Man or some means of just destroying a central, I struggle to see the outs.
I mean, I
But
think runner
Dewey
has
is
an
nothing
out.
if not tricky.
I mean, runners always have an out, and the out is called run R&D 3 times and win.
Absolutely. Yes. That works as high as the top tables at Worlds.
Mm-hmm. Ah, this
Boom.
time
Oh,
doesn't.
and it's
Yeah,
it's the 3-pointer too.
Hollow Man advanced 3.
Everyone's a little
2 times.
surprised. That
Kinda out
was
of nowhere,
as
but
solid as it
understandable.
was quick.
Yeah, everyone is just installing stuff on the table, and runner not being able to deal with flood of assets.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what else we have to pull from
Yeah.
here.
All right.
If we wanted more Shaper versus NBN, there's D's table we can check.
Yeah, that sounds fine. If you jump in and ask.
Yeah, let me check in with them real quick. Oh, my scroll went weird. That would be table 18. We are set for this table, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Aksu, I warn you, before you get here, you might not like what you see.
No,
It's
I
Magdalene
love
and a cool yellow ID.
I love Pravdvost. Don't worry.
Okay, good, 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 good.
I would never say a bad thing about the ID.
Certainly.
D not that turn. Not sure
Very
where they
not, as a
got the
matter of
idea.
fact.
Okay, I mean, I know where they got the idea. It's that there's so many random advanced cards on the table.
Right. It could be anything. I want one of these provs to just actually run the clearinghouse. I don't know what all EA Sports has cooked up. That might already be a thing, but I would love to see it.
I think what we have seen from the list, having end of the line kinda makes having clearinghouses tough influence-wise.
Oh, certainly. No, you're on one or the other.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And Freedom are part of the EA Sports testing group, so I would assume that everybody from there just plays the same list.
More than likely.
Although
Ooh, cups the touch-ups.
it would be a mix-up if everybody just brings like a bit different list, so nobody can be quite certain how to play against the deck.
I want to say there have been some cases, especially when like Re-Education Asmari was particularly big, where they were making a few card tweaks here and there across different players. But it, the core of the list was largely the same. Stole the Orbital.
Oh, just hitting it.
Cup the touch and spend it immediately. Yank 2 points. Textbook Netrunner.
Has a core damage from somewhere?
I'm gonna have to scroll up and find that because
And Idiosyncrasies for 3, that's 9 credits, and Runner loses 6, that's so... Like, that hits so bad.
there was a Cerebral.
Oh, probably still on the table, I would assume then.
One of the one advancements, more than likely.
Yeah.
And it was a Cerebral in
of
server
course
11.
There's a
Yep, that is the
Cerebral,
one.
everybody loves it. Public Trail?
Let's see where this goes.
Oh yes, Township Chart Room getting popped.
You know.
And now thinking about something? No action.
All right. All right. I click wheel straight into server 11.
Yeah, you have to do something here.
And there's the money.
Going after the nearest server.
Reasonable. Pops the gaslight.
The gaslight that we have seen already. And it's tough to like figure out how to win from here, I feel like.
I mean, surely in a shaper list like this in particular, with the centrals open, the threat is extremely live for any amount of R&D and or deep dive dig. I have to imagine.
Yeah, it feels like that, but like if you don't hit, you just lose next turn. If you don't do
True,
anything but the table,
but
just
is
win, I
that
guess.
that the worst thing in the world?
Yeah, maybe not. I feel like for conduit run, maybe it is when you just basically see 3 cars in R&D sometime. But like deep dive C8, still one on the runs already. Feels like
True.
a reasonable way to win the game.
I would be a little bit surprised. I don't know what's in all of the current provs, but I would be a little bit surprised if we were seeing like oracles making those deep digs really hurt. So it would be interesting to see for sure. I think that one more hit and D would definitely be incentivized strongly to find a finisher and send it.
Yeah, for sure. Then the question just is, what's the actual finisher in the list? Or is it like a
And
Wincon-less shaper that we have sometimes seen?
Yeah, we just don't know yet. The closest thing we've seen to an influence spend so far is the 3 fermenters in the bin and the wheels. The gun, obviously, but
Yeah, still thinking here. Has probably a really tough line here to figure out. Do actually
simul between discard and end of turn. Yeah.
Yeah, the colloquially known as the lat window.
And the only other runner who cares about this particular.
I mean, it's
goodness.
very shaper coded.
Yeah, absolutely. But you need full knowledge of every window in the building. You are the glass cleaning faction. It is your job.
Yeah, wanting to go up to 5 cards in hand with the Lilipad install. Clearing the tag also. Probably meaning that we stay alive for a second. Next big thing.
A lot of cards I have to imagine are going to be spilled sideways immediately because there's no kill line that I'm aware of here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you actually take the agendas back into the deck here, or do you just keep everything in hand and go install on the table.
The ambiguity around the win con on D's side, besides just touch the cards, is making it difficult to discern for sure. Oh, there's the shuffle.
I mean, might have been shuffling like non-agenda cards as a like mind game. I don't know.
True. You know, the future is the Wild West for Prov Devos.
You just do random actions and hope your opponent misplays into one lose.
Reminds me of playing Kil'jaeden Techie way back in the day.
Mm.
I have no money. My cards have advancements on them. It's okay. I don't know what I'm doing either. No, I think Fridon definitely has more control than I ever did on that end. Wheels straight to the bottom. He does not like wheels straight to the bottom.
You just start thinking about, do I want this? Do I want the smoke?
Yes, he does want the smoke. Wants all of the smoke.
Yeah,
What's it gonna
they for
be?
sure. Oh, sniped, taking us orbital superiority.
Nice. So the thing we were talking about earlier about being at a critical point mass to make a big play. We are there.
Yeah, now you just dive and win, easy as.
Yes. Absolutely. Heck, with 17 left in R&D, and I feel like you might just get there off the accesses alone.
Yeah, that's the classic.
But
When
we're
you want
keeping
to...
them honest.
Oh,
Ooh.
that is honesty.
Mm-hmm.
Do we still go for the second one also?
Ah, you may as well.
Yeah, for the culture.
What's it? For the culture, for the people, you know?
People want to
Do
know
it for
what's on the
do it.
table.
I'll show my age. Do it for the vine. Do it. Send it. Even if it's a bite, you can still clear both tags.
Yeah, then you're just dead for everything else though.
Oh,
R&D
sure.
doesn't snipe it. Going for HQ also?
I
Oh,
understand it.
we're diving.
Oh, we're diving. Yep, absolutely we're diving. Huge. Let's see it.
Action question mark? Z. Yeah,
Naction.
there it is.
There it is. Whoa. Big finish.
Yeah, the turn was so nasty. Like, that's the explosive turn we needed. Like, yeah, just snipe two agendas from the table and finish into a
Yep.
deep dive. Everything on the same turn. That's so sick.
That was 7 points. That was 7 points alone.
Yeah, I didn't even need this first orbital superiority.
No, not really. It ties the room together.
Mm-hmm.
You never want just one
You get
orbital. Come on now.
you get two orbital lasers that you can have.
They come in a pack, you know. You can't really buy just one.
Yeah, it's like having like guinea pigs as a pet. You like need multiple because they're a pack animal.
Yeah, see, I was that, and then it could also, you know, it's like buying Twix, right? Like, no, you get the other one. They don't make fun-sized orbital lasers. You're getting both.
Yeah, 100%.
That's probably the round or close to it.
We have still 12 minutes. I think we probably can jump into
Wow,
another
we do.
one.
Yeah, jeez. These matches are flying.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have here? Dealer's choice on this one. What are you thinking?
Just trying to look at the table numbers. Table 20 might be an option.
Sure, let's take a look-see. I'll find out. When JNet lets me.
Wait.
I'm still checking here. Bear with me.
Yeah, I'm just
We are set. Yeah, table 20.
hype.
Heck of a board state here,
Okay,
by
that's
the
a
way.
board state, yeah.
We've seen. Yeah, we've got tunnel vision on the table.
Oh,
That
the
immediately
sled
stands
dogs?
out.
Yeah, we have like hella animals on the table. Sled dogs, one rat installed, one... Oh, I guess cat's cradle is the hands instead of the enigma in the center.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Well, it kind of counts. Weird griffin thing.
Yeah, we can surely count it.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I'm looking through the heap here to try to get a sense. Looks like it was a twinning deck at some point, but that is no longer true.
Yeah, I feel like we got rid of it by which card? Like just hitting an anvil raw? Oh yeah, we don't have a killer, so probably that one.
Yep. Yep, it would appear so. Pinholing the lion's share of the regolith, yep, as you do.
Yeah, I feel like an extremely well-timed hit on the pinhole thing. Using all the coffee
Huge.
money takes it out
Yep.
so much easier.
Yeah, fantastic. Already down 2 spins too. I mean, on the one hand, all the ice is rezzed for the most part, right? So Ronja's definitely in a solid position to keep Sable dealt with most places, and yet archives.
Yeah. Especially with a lot of the multi-axis already gone. Like, I'm not sure how many twinnings we have, but if you don't have multi-axis, getting the actual win here is so tough.
It is, yeah. You just have to find that 3-pointer, and that is so much easier said than done. I want to call special attention, by the way, to the presence of Rhyme in that R&D server. Love that. Love that.
Yeah,
That is.
I don't think Heliopolis likes it as much as you do.
I would imagine not.
Yeah.
That is a piece of ice that matters so much more now. Again, talking about just the general reduction in credits here, it is kind of wild to imagine just how much that adds up when you do not have easy access to liquid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like no liquid, not winning, no like turbine.
No.
Everything.
And Game Dragon, I mean, look, it's good, don't get me wrong, but it is no replacement.
It doesn't hit the same, yeah.
No, certainly not.
And we're going for the Carmen, I would assume here.
Echelon.
Oh. That helps a bit.
Yeah.
You still have to boost twice and like to the hammer. So hammer is 6 to break, 3 line is 6 to break, and Maskerovka is 2 to break. So it's solid 14, 15 credits.
Well, one decent wake dig could be it, but you're getting one.
Yeah, and everybody gets one, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess the immediate concern though is that because Ronja is only at 2, right? We've got to see 2 to 3 more, or 1 to 2 more agendas after this. And I don't think that Heliopolis, there we go, I got there, could really be kept out of the remote reasonably. I don't think there's anything there to really stop them.
Yeah, for sure. Like, remote is kind of bleeding. It's, yeah, it's tough. Like, if the remote is attacking ice and you like miscalculate into a Charlotte, it's going to be pretty tough for you.
Certainly. You know, this is going to be a fairly straightforward R&D dig. Not a ton to say on that front. Expensive, certainly, but not the worst thing in the world. Now the Chesva credits have run out. This is going to start hurting. There it is. There's the time warning.
And still 2 more to break the Maskerovka. You're probably just happy breaking, so you get a tuning counter for the Kurupira. Access 3?
Yep.
Do we see nothing here? Oh,
Not a whip. There it is, yes.
The last card,
Okay.
like, you don't know if it's that already.
Oh. There's always that pause on JNet where you don't know if the last one was actually worth stealing and they need to click the button, or if they're just staring at it in disbelief that they missed. And in this case, very much the former.
Yeah, for sure. And those 3 axes, like 2 cards left in the runner's deck, and basically that was the last run of the game or something.
Close to it, yeah, certainly. Yeah, really, really solid stuff from both players there. I mean, I think Ronda definitely did a really good job of building an incredibly taxing server. It just reached a point where the inevitability was on the other side of the table.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like if we
Also, two copies of Sled Dogs. Love it. Love it. That's just oh, that's so great. I am so happy to see Tunnel Vision played. Oh my goodness.
I feel like we might have been just like, oh, we lost Aumakua, what's the second AI breaker I can put in here?
That may well be the case. It seems like a lot of people have settled on Maskarovka, but you have to full commit if that's the case.
Yeah, Maskirovka in a world where SDS exists, I don't believe it in myself. But...
I am not a fan, personally.
Yeah, like, you like... Okay, there was one format where Maskirovka was the best breaker in the game. And that's when you look at Trash or Basto, you take all of the top half of the cards and say that you cannot play with these.
Okay.
So your breakers with turns
that would help.
Kinda bad.
That would certainly help. So here's the question then. Is Maskarovka... No, it's not the best remaining AI because Audrey exists. Never mind.
Yeah, Audrey for sure.
Audrey easily. Audrey clears.
Also, Slap Vandal.
Oh, I don't know about Slap Vandal.
Slap Vandal for sure cooks Tunnel Vision like every time.
Oh, Tunnel Vision, yes. I was saying Maskarovka.
Oh, I mean, probably even that one.
That one's at least a discussion. Yeah, no, Tunnel Vision does not make it particularly far in the AI rankings. I would play 3 Mayflies in most cases, but I'm still just as a supporting piece for a Sable rig to hit your mark reliably. I do see the utility. I think it's an interesting choice. It obviously worked out for them. Kept the pressure on early, and then they were able to keep the pressure on late with their real breakers.
Yeah, other than that it's like a surefire bet. I guess Mayfly. Do I want it over Matryoshka?
Oh, live at Indigo, thank you. I Matryoshka, not Maskarovka. I'm getting my terms mixed up. Appreciate it.
And the last option.
Matryoshka.
That's the best one of the bunch. Nanook.
Nanook. There's a reason we didn't think of Nanook, I think, is the takeaway here.
Yeah, the card probably had to be so much like balance around Wu existing that it kind of got dumpstered.
Nanook being 5 influence remains my favorite thing about it. It is extremely funny. That card is so interesting, and we've tried to crack it with my locals, and every time we try to do something with it, it just ends in frustration.
I think the only way you crack Nanook is like when you try to explain to a judge how the ruling works with the what's it called? Degree mill. Where Nanook shuffles first or something, so you don't know actually in which position it is and stuff.
No, actually I win. Because bear, you see. That'll show them.
For sure.
Goodness gracious.
It has so many safety valves on it. I just don't understand.
I understand the hesitance because whenever AI is good, Netrunner is rough.
Yeah.
That is like you don't want that.
I think everyone here can imagine a world where like World 3 or like Wu in general goes click 1, install Nanook, click 2, run your remote. That's never safe.
Yeah. Here's the problem though, right? Especially if you look at the modern card pool, you're looking at an AI breaker that comes down for 4 and needs to be reinstalled periodically.
Yeah.
And that is just
I think you look
totally untenable.
Yeah, 100%. I think like Nanook even for like Wu currently is nowhere near playable. But like you start tuning the numbers, make it like interface 1 to break 1 and make it like 2 cost. It starts to maybe be there.
Potentially. I mean, if you're in a deck, say something like a Dewey, right? Devi, I'm not 100% sure on that one. I need to check the guide, but and you are DZMZing out a bunch of things and the cost is minimal, suddenly you're and jumping in and out of MU is something that you want to do. There's a world in which I could see it. I don't know if it's a particularly effective way to do anything. That's a tough call.
That's for the cheaper junk enjoyers out there. You got a free one.
Oh, that entire ID they're already there. Not to say that it's not an effective ID, but that is an ID that immediately cooked every brain for the Shaper players in my meta. The moment she was revealed, oh no.
I mean, I can go out on a limb and say that the ID is pretty bad. At the end of the day, like...
I think she's very difficult to play into a competitive field that does not give her time to do her bullshit. I think there is
decks that are not assets. Like into assets,
yeah,
I think everybody can agree that deck kind of might cook. Against non-assets, it's way more tough. Like any idea
very
that like gets value out of runs is pretty sick into asset matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, yet another reason why you look at somebody like Hoshiko and you're like, yes, that. I want that all the time. I am interested to see. I saw the numbers for who all was playing who, and I didn't strongly expect there to be more Lu than there was when there's new runners to be playing and everything else, but I did expect more than... I thought we might see more than 5. Because there's so many sideways decks that are oppressive, and I kind of thought that Lu would be a reasonable play into those, but it seems that folks are a little bit more intrigued to go after other solutions.
You really cook Aoko with Lu, but like your other it's a problem where there's like 3 extremely good decks, or okay, there's 2 really good decks that you have to beat. It's Oko and Nebula, which both pull you in extremely different directions.
Right.
And Lu takes one of those easy, and the second one you just cannot win into.
And I mean, those being the 2 most popular corp IDs in this tourney, it would have been a coin flip. How good are your matchups?
Yeah.
How is your seeding?
I think we probably can like look at the standings here, and I would be...
Oh, that sounds like a great idea.
I would be interested to see on do we have more Aokos and or Nebulas in the top like rankings.
I would guess that I would probably be Egg, I have to imagine.
Yeah, looking at its top 16 currently after round 8, I think we have the round complete already, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Aokos versus 1 Nebula.
That tracks. Nebula. So I've gone on record saying that I don't think Nebula is... I think Nebula is a very good pick for the current point in the meta where runners are still figuring their decks out. I think that Nebula is also a very good tournament pick in the sense that it is a deck with a fairly linear game plan, and being tired does not severely affect your ability to play it.
Pretty branded easy.
Yeah, it is pretty skint on the really difficult play lines. There are things you can do, right? Like there are interesting kickflips, but at the end of the day, we know what you're about if you play Nebula.
Yeah.
Unless you're in a particular like kill Nebula, which does exist. I don't know if there's much representation of that here. I feel like Nebula is very much one where as the runners are gradually getting better, Nebula is going to not gain as much ground. Where even when you optimize Nebula, it will still struggle versus a runner that is a little bit more put together.
One interesting result from the tournament was that we actually saw as much HB as the rest of the factions, and it's nowhere to be seen on top tables. Like Alice is playing Leo,
that's true.
Passive Mult is playing Sule, Lucius is playing PD, and like every single other HB is like getting their shit pushed in.
I think that HB has a problem right now of a particularly weak agenda pool affecting everything else when they otherwise have some pretty strong things to do. Their agenda selection is just so rough right now.
Yeah, I mean Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. So in the tier list video that me and my friends made, we were talking about like how like a lot of the new HP cards feel kind of broken. Like aggressive trend setting, that's a fucked up card. Auto campaign, it's a fucked up card.
Absolutely.
Like all of these cards are kind of busted. Like Scatterfield in asset HB is a fucking nasty ass card. But then like there's just not this cohesive package with your agenda suite that lets you actually play your decks. And your IDs don't really
Right.
work for the stuff as well. So like next set we get GFI and Asa back and we might cook.
Right. No, it's funny that you say that, right? Because my current my meta, my local meta, full replete with Asa group players, right? Just loves sideways HB.
Mm-hmm.
We had some folks try to jump on poetry, and I don't think any of them have fully cracked it yet. I
No,
think that yes, there's potential there, but it is not going to hit the highs of Asa. I don't think it can.
yeah, just like the trigger is too like conscriptive, and like you don't want to be putting agendas into your deck too much because
Right.
the ID actually cannot install agendas, and like you just don't want too many agendas in your deck in an asset deck which doesn't have like fast advance
Mhm.
tools. And on the other side, your ID just doesn't trigger if you don't play like hit the agendas. It just like feels like a catch 22.
I think you're absolutely dead on that one. Like I've tried to put some stuff together that's using the, because wage workers working prototype is
Mm-hmm.
wage workers into working proto into the re-res d-res I'm forgetting warm reception, too many W's, is amazing, and all of that is in faction, and you would think that that would naturally lead to a win, but it doesn't. It's
Yeah,
surprisingly hard,
like
even if
some
you import 3 hollow men.
yeah, 100%. Something just doesn't add up in the ID, like in the HB like pool somewhere.
No, it's challenging. I think that it will get better than
Mm-hmm.
it is right now to some extent, but it does very much feel like it's kind of in the same boat as like Shaper on the runner side right now, where it's a combination of unoptimized and just kind of missing pieces that it's very accustomed to having.
Yep, I for sure
I'm
like I
scanning
feel like
tables, by the way.
every single good card from HB from this set is going to be extremely fucked up in a certain point in the future.
Yes. Yeah, fully agree. Fully agree. I when I did my eval for the cards in elevation, I basically said like I think HB's in a good spot, but I specifically think Leo is in a good spot. Because Leo got a lot of very direct support, and Leo has an objectively strong effect. Like a deck full of border controls is fucked up. Like that's
Yeah,
messed
deck
up. That is
that's
a
full of
that is
6 cost border controls is less fucked up.
That's true, right? I mean, like, and then they printed Mercia, and you probably import Isaac into it, right?
Yeah.
And suddenly it's like, oh, okay, that resembles Old Glacier. That's frightening. And in practice, it seems like they just fold before they get there.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not what I expected. I thought Leo was going to be a little bit more of a force than it is.
Yeah, for sure. I'm
What are we thinking
I'm
here?
maybe
I
looking
was
at
trying to aim
table
to the top
2.
tables. I think we
Like
have some
table 2 sounds really interesting if they're actually playing it out.
table. Yeah, I was gonna say if we, I'm trying to figure out where the IDs are,
Oh, table
and
2
then
IDing, never
we'll
mind.
make it. Ah, damn.
Boo!
Hey, I completely respect it. I just would rather see it.
I mean,
Let's see what else we have.
rules are rules, but I'll still boo the people.
As somebody who's been on the other end of it, I would too. It's the right play if you want to make it to tomorrow, and yet at the same time, go for broke. What do we have here? I got to boo Dan Dargenio live for doing it once. He
Hype.
just lost it laughing. That was a good time. That was a fun regional.
Table 13, maybe? That's the first Leo we would be saying.
Oh, that would be interesting. Let me scroll a bit. I was gonna say table 11 looks like they're playing, but we've had Whiteblade on before, if I recall correctly.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I'm still scrolling. Oh, there they are. Okay.
All right, friendos. What the hell did I miss?
Proudvost is real?
Brother just jumping in the commentary booth after sleeping for 4 hours.
I got a solid 5 hours. Thank you
That's
very
fine.
much. My alarm woke me up 10 minutes ago.
Oh, that's enough. That's plenty. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Be just fine. Mercia Ballard immediately presenting a problem for poor Evie to solve.
Did we get the okay from the table?
Oh, yes, sorry,
Oh, yeah,
yes.
Right, what is happening here?
Leo v Sable with a turn 1 Mercia immediately. Ooh, goodness.
Good grief, that's an MIC risk going down to 1 credit or Rotom appliance, right? We have seen Rotom play this LEO in Janet casual lobbies. For
To imagine that's gone well, considering it's here.
Yeah, for a few days now, and like exactly as you say, being on, I mean, table, what was it, 13 at an event of this size and this late of a round seems pretty reasonable. Just want to talk a little bit about this turn 1 Mercia install. Very very interesting, I want to say, going for the this was a greasing and install and credit into the MIC res. Okay, so I think there's a little bit there's a little bit of stuff going on here. I think Rotom clearly values this Mercia enough to put down a Mick defending it, and feels like it's worth the trouble to spend an entire turn 2 clicking for credits after in the process of defending it. So I'm just wondering
I would be
why.
inclined to agree.
Yeah. I do wonder why he exploring. It's worth exploring, I should say, why that's the case. Even in such a centrals focused matchup as Deep Dive Sable.
I think that it's reasonable in the sense that Mercia represents a significant uptick in your defensive game against a deck like this. And Mercia being a defensive upgrade in and of herself with this ID means that you are in a particularly strong position if you can keep her on there and keep that 4th click moving. I think that that is perfectly reasonable. And if your intent with Leo, and I don't know this particular list, but if your intent with Leo is to glacier up, as you would generally see, Mercia does that better than much else in this particular ID. I understand protecting Mercia at most costs. And I think that clicking for credits afterwards is a relatively small price to pay if it means preventing if it means preventing Sable from doing anything to you.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, when you see it in the light, it's you can look at Mercia as kind of like a wage workers that only costs 2 to trash, but you can install on a central instead of remote. Which again begs the question: is this MIC really better served on on server 1 instead of a central where you know Sable will be attacking? I wonder what kind of stuff that he will want to be putting in there. We already see a Trank Grid that got trashed.
Yeah, and that is, I would say that is a financial setback, and yet we see that EV is just rolling in cash at the moment, just pulling those early gambles.
Extremely strong start from the Sable.
Absolutely.
3 gambles out already in 4 turns, with 2 Carpe Diems and a Vado to boot.
It's hard to ask for too much better than a breaker that solves end the run and a boomerang.
Absolutely. I expect that Rotom will be clicking for credits for a little while more. I would say that the main reason to get a MIC down on the remote so early is just so you can protect some economy asset. I imagine he wasn't too happy about getting that Tranquil trashed. But
Certainly not.
Yeah, if Rotom can find and protect a Regolith or
Mhm.
something to that effect, I think stands a very good chance of stabilizing this game.
The info bounty is a really interesting thing to have to solve here, because 2 of those marks are going to become oppressively rough to gain any consistent amount of value out of come a little bit later. But if Eevee's able to generate enough early, it may not be a problem. We are too deep on both, though. That is notable.
Looks like we've gotten, I want to say, three installs worth of value, 2 of which were discounted out of this Mercia already. So getting a reasonable amount of value that is more than a wage workers would have gotten. So I dare say doing pretty well so far, and covering one of the currently weakened centrals against the info bounty, and we see immediately the payoff by Eevee rolling R&D. Shouldn't have done that really. Okay, Estobrado is the
That is almost certainly going to go through without a res. There's I would be surprised. We're passing a drafter. Do we res into the boomerang? I find that hard to imagine.
It is a definitely a choice. And a boomy? Interesting. All right. Now, Roland, so this boomerang is probably going to be boomerang through, and I think the choice is now. He's made this play, so I assume the idea is to pop the Mercia to deny
Yes.
the. There we go.
Yeah.
And the mark value and the boomerang shuffle.
A perfect use case for why Mercia Ballard belongs in your Leo deck.
Yeah.
She did everything she was built to do.
Yeah. So just a tally, Mercia got 3 installs, 2 of them discounted. So, that's a 0 credit investment net for 3 clicks and then end the run. So that's not too bad. But Eevee still I want to say the world of Crimicon runs really deep in this economy. I think still on 10 credits after all that. We're clicking for 3 for the 3rd time in 6 turns.
The life of a Glacier player who cannot find a Regolith is a very difficult one.
Absolutely.
The double, the backstitchings are here.
We did it. We found a hedge fund. Woo-hoo!
Gaming.
Yeah. So double backstitching, Marcus Archives, not the best place, but I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, there we go. More run econ.
Thank goodness. We were running out. No, I think the double backstitching is going to be huge. In particular, I'll be interested to see how it applies pressure to HQ. Because we don't know what that top one is, and Hagen, while plenty manageable, is not something you want to pay for without your full rig. That is a nightmare. There go the hands.
Yeah. So I think Eevee has shown has presented access to a lot of ignoring effects, as we can see here. We have even choosing to fire an Estobrado of this early to the game. There's 2 more where that came from, of course, and there's oh my goodness gracious, there's 14 cards left
to 3 credits.
No, there's 14 cards left in the runner stack in turn 7. That's crazy, actually, especially for criminal. What that
absolutely.
And install advance it behind the MIC.
A statement of intent that even if you find a way to get in here, you will not afford it, and if you do manage to afford it, I will burn this MIC to the ground.
Yes. But no mind, rolling archives, the perfect mark for Eevee. Clean getaway going up to 8 after the info bounty. I gotta just check out how much econ is left in this deck, because it feels like Eevee has run all of it.
It certainly seems that way. I know there's at least 2 more bravados. There's another clean getaway. There's what looks to be another carpe diem. Beyond that, it kind of remains to be seen.
It looks like second boomerang coming down.
Yep.
And Bravado, the remote. All right.
Well, it's an additional credit on top. You are choosing to lose the click. Yep.
Of course. Now we will see if this is a and the void.
Oh,
Okay.
huge.
So there goes the second boomerang. It's possible there's a third. Not sure how many slots these deep dive decks have going for them in terms of like non-bypass solutions. But I mean, this void is ready to go, and if he doesn't have a pinhole, there's absolutely no way that she's getting to the server this turn. I think.
Right. Now, I will say, with regard to the deep dive, this board state's interesting on that front, in that if HQ becomes Mark, it's effectively, it's not free, but it is very low on actual cost in terms of like credits. We can the backstitchings for HQ, we Melandra gem through R&D, we clear, right? There's the off-off.
Roll up discard and off to the Analytic Void. What is in HQ? God damn.
What's in HQ, and is the remote another off-off? I'm trying to think of what gets Rotom out of spending money at this point.
Yeah, it has to be another off, right? What else? I'm struggling to think of. I mean, what would be a preferable agenda to score this way? Maybe ADT.
There it is.
Yeah, off.
Yep. Okay.
So both
That
players
is-
on the
that-
board.
There's the HQ mark, by the way.
Yes. So we'll see if Eevee wants to go for any kind of dive play. R&D is still slightly problematic given that there is like a Boomy, a Byroid at the bottom of it. And nobody wants to be running through a drafter multiple times.
Certainly not.
Oh,
There's the
there we go.
revolver.
That's a solution.
So it'll be next turn, but then where's the mark?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Bravado on HQ now. Okay, this is a little early. And okay, second Boomy comes down.
I love this board state for Rotom in a weird way, in the sense that there is no server that is safe from the Leo proc.
Mm-hmm.
The threat is just live perpetually.
Yeah, absolutely. So I imagine that Eevee is going to Melangium, using the first counter. And target is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Break this. Will be refunded 8 credits back after this run, of course. And don't think Rome is interested in pulling the trigger on Leo this turn, at least not without a deep dive threat.
Agreed. Although a rip here, depending on what there it is.
Yeah. So this is probably not unexpected given the void discard earlier. But now it does mean that like deep dive, you probably don't even need a double dive to win the game, right? You just one access will do. You don't even need the fifth click.
Yes. Now that said, at this point, with the state of the ice being known, really you have a 2/3 shot at being able to very easily make your run. The drafter is perfectly manageable. Boomy is largely manageable. You just need to force that Leo proc out at some point, and then you're good to go. This is a really strong position. The transfer.
And this is gonna get so gonna be another 5 credits on this Hagen and 2 on the revolver. So you still credit positive on this run, and Rotom will go down to 4. And there's every chance that if one of the 2 remaining cards in HQ is another agenda, this just ends the game.
True, absolutely. Find us on the message or what have you, and you're golden.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that HQ has been at least notably flooded up until this point, so the odds are still fairly reasonable. This could sting.
And okay.
Nope.
So popping the Leo on this one. that was a backstitching on the Hagen. Oh, notably that both backstitchings were used instead of in lieu of spending credits on the Kurapira. So that's it. So that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Without counters on the Kurapira, I understand not trying to push to the 3 mark now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're too late in the game for that to be the focus.
And especially since at that point in the board, there weren't any threats that Rotom was presenting that required a backstitching to be used. So if, like, for example, if the Leo doesn't look threatening to res any big chunky cold gates, it doesn't actually matter that you don't have a cold gate solution. So just use it while you have it. Just save 5 credits on a Kurapura, it's perfectly fine. And
Absolutely.
now,
The rig
comes down.
Yeah, the rig is here. 3 uses of Melandrogem, including the threat text, is scary.
I have never seen 2 Melandrogems installed at the same time, I have to say.
I think this might be a first for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Melandrogems, I think that it's going to be quite trivial to go on this Anoetic Void server 3 times, 2 times at least in the turn, if EV feels like it, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. Just going to Estebado R&D.
Yep.
Odds of there being an access, nothing actually.
Wow.
It was a Melandrogem bypass with on the Boomy, and maintenance access. Okay, so,
That is because we only need the single access more than likely. That is yeah. There are
and there we go. So we are
and we still get the double.
dive. Yeah, we will have 2 chances at this dive in all likelihood, and we'll kick the button. Yeah, first one whiffs.
Whiffs,
I want to say, yeah, Axel picked a really good time to go brush his teeth, huh?
Oh, he sure did, didn't he?
Oh my god, the curse is back. Curse is freaking back. But but I think EV Wall Trash Spin Doctor, okay, and has another
Reasonable.
re-roll on the deep dive.
Yep.
Oh no second dive. What are the others?
Didn't find it or chose not to.
Damn,
It can't be buried, can it?
I mean, there's been so many Class Act draws in the past 3 turns, right? Well, I say 3.
Surely.
It's done 12.
That's shocking.
That is very shocking. I think Rodham will be breathing a sigh of relief that the second dive didn't connect.
It's a massive release in pressure. I mean, now you're getting to the point where the only way past that MIC reasonably is to burn your Melandrogem because Lord knows you don't want to pay for Shibboleth. Goodness gracious. Yeah. And then you're still going to get Anoetic. Like, that is, oh my goodness.
And that's the maintenance access burnt already. So if you don't have a second in the deck, you are going to run through HQ, and if that's a buy rod in front of the Hagen, it could get real messy real quick.
Oh yeah, and the moment we see another piece of ice on the remote, that's all but solved. That is oh goodness, what a swing.
All right, so going up to 9 credits now. So in most cases, this HQ ice is going to be resable. Discarding 2 cards in turn. I'm willing to bet both of those are agendas, actually.
It would be prudent if that were the case, yeah. That would be a very, very smart play by Rotom.
Yeah.
I look at this board state now, and suddenly it feels like it's completely changed. I mean, like Eevee has spent so much money to get to this point, and now it's rapidly reaching a point where you're going to be more relying on a sick rip than another dive.
Yeah, I think that's quite realistic. I'm just calculating the cost of going to R&D. Do we have so? Firstly, do we have access to more killers? So we don't see another. We don't see another killer in the. in the heap. I assume there's a second revolver somewhere. All right, going on last click, going on MIC. Okay, this is very interesting. So we will be losing, breaking the boomerang, losing that click. This is the second. No, this is the third boomerang. All right, if this run gets stuck by Analytic Void, that's boomerang's done for the game.
Yeah. And that is assuredly going to happen. You absolutely throw that boomerang in the garbage at any opportunity you get.
Mm-hmm.
Very interested to see how this is handled. I have to imagine it's going to be the anoetic toss because you have a spin on the table. There's very little reason to go the other way with it, but I guess it just depends on what's in hand.
So we have seen exactly zero influence outside of deep dives in the deck so far. It is reasonable to assume that of the 6 cards remaining available to EV, that 2 of them are dives. I want to say one of them is a revolver as well. So the question is, what else does EV have access to? Double Seamless coming up, by the way. Off-board Office number 3.
Yep. Yeah, Rotom once again making that econ swing. I mean, Eevee's going to have to generate money somehow, and I'm looking at this heap and seeing not a lot of ways to do it. There's a Bravado floating somewhere, assuming that there's a third one. No, there isn't, excuse me. It's going to be rough.
Is there another S Dobrado? I think we can kind of work this out. Revolver, Dobrado, double dive. We will see the
transfer. If there is a third transfer, that's not really a solution to the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, forcing the spin. Wow.
Other discarded cards, Mick and another Fly Swatter. I think Rotom would really have liked to have a Mick maybe on archives against this Shibboleth, but well,
did not happen that way. But at the same time, I mean, leaving archives open has not been overly punitive at this point. Eevee drew so much of her run econ early that there was very little chance to defend against it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of this comes back down to, oh my goodness gracious, are we Melandraging this?
Wow.
This.
Toss the rest of your hand, I guess.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a play from Eevee to. Yeah, so it just forces the end of the foot. I think she's going to run back archives and check for a. No, just more ice. All right.
The Drafter and the Hagen.
And okay.
Really? So, Anthill, such an interesting splash. A very like old school HB campaign type of boost here, but on a very different scale, and you're paying influence for it.
Yes, especially when I think the closest comparison Nico campaign is already in faction, and it technically is a Biroid if you were interested in trashing your econ assets to protect the rest of your upgrades in it, which is not something I've really thought about, but it's perfectly valid on some board states, I think.
Absolutely, and that influence save is huge. I mean, it does take one more turn, and I think Rotom might just value the tempo more than the influence at that point, but my goodness.
Yeah.
New Mercia, oh boy.
And I think if that goes on HQ, we might be seeing like every chance of another deep dive this game getting completely stuffed.
I think you'd be correct. Yeah, that is, yeah, there it is. This has been a nail biter, but it's really looking like at this point, if as long as Rotom manages to either get one more piece of ice on the remote for security purposes or just get enough cards to handle that Anoetic, there's the transfer coming through.
An Ansel coming down. Rotom's namesake card. Good to see him still playing it. I believe 4 years later or whatever it is.
I'm so glad it's still in the game.
Right. So I mean, Revolver is a ready-made solution to this. It's just 2 credits and a couple of bullets. Hagen is not too bad either. So you're spending a total of 6 credits on this run. Of course, the problem is Mercia is almost assuredly going to be popped here. So that's
Mercia,
your
yes.
economic commitment.
Yeah, 100%. And again, I mean, this is that weird case where Mercia Ballard, a card that outside of Leo is a bit of a rough sell, suddenly in Leo has been holding it down.
Yeah. So we've seen 3 Leo triggers this game already. 2 of them on Mercia's, one on the Boomy, and I think all of them have been quite impactful in terms of stopping the runner tempo from just
Right.
steamrolling.
At this point, I have to imagine that the we are not going to see another deep dive. There's just immensely unlikely. The way that would happen would have to be something to the effect of like Rotom just not finding the agenda after the shuffle, going for the rip.
Wait, what's happening here? We don't have a click. Oh no, if he doesn't have a click to bypass the Hagen. That's
Estebrado passes both. It's a threat. Oh no,
yeah,
you're right.
but he
Oh,
just-
you're right. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Yes, sorry. I thought that had been spent. My mistake.
Oops. Oh no. Oh, that's not great.
That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, and I don't think Eevee. Yeah, I don't think there weren't any circumstances where Eevee would have had the click to spend to it, because she had to click for credit to play the Dobrado in the first place.
Right. No, that's brutal.
Yes. So we're still tracking down. So that's the third S Dobrado accounted for.
Mhm.
We're not sure where the we're not sure what the last card is, other than the revolver in the 2 deep dives. So
Right. Yeah, I'm looking for an obvious 3 of or anything like that, and I'm just not immediately seeing it. It could be another class act.
or possibly
could-
the third Swift.
That's possible as well. Yeah.
God forbid the third Blueberry Diesel.
Oh, I hope so. Oh goodness. Oh man.
Turn 16.
This has been a slobber knocker, that's for sure. It's been a rough one.
So the question is if
Ingatan.
advanced Ingatan. Okay, that's very interesting. And we will pop it for a Mercia back on the remote. Wow, okay. So this is technically, this was a credit positive advance if you consider the trend grid.
Mhm.
And it provides the ETR, the last remaining ETR effect, to probably completely insulate Rotom against any last trick that he might have. I'm pretty sure he's also counting Eevee's cards, and is also trying
Right.
to figure out if he hasn't already
Another
figured out.
Boomy.
Yeah. Oh, can you get through this? I don't think you can get through this if you're Eevee. There's
It
just
does not
way
appear
too many
so.
counters. Yeah, I think you just have to throw the revolver in this and go back again with your second killer.
Is the goal here to just find 3 on the top of R&D? And I mean, it's an out. It's certainly an out.
Yeah, I mean 15 cards left in R&D. There are probably 2, if not 3, sender messages in this kind of like glacier style Leo deck.
Right.
The distribution is not immediately clear to me, but that's
My guess, my immediate guess would that we would be looking at a 9 agenda spread with 2 3s, but I could very well be wrong.
Oh wow, we are resolving the core damage up on this Boomy. So Eevee is committed to get going for this single. This will be worth a Boomy trash, I expect. Maybe that's good enough for her. Drafter is going to fully fire. I think every good's come off that one.
Well, if the game was in archives, it won't be.
This is. Oh, if this drafter sub resolves, Rotom could put a Mercia back on the root of R&D and stuff this run without having to commit a Boomy.
That is brutal. What's the install?
Yeah, I think a bunch of Hagen is the add back, and we will see Spin Doctor is in server 1. Hello. So okay. Well,
Really?
yes, we knew that. Yeah. That
It's
that
Mercia,
obviously makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, Eevee.
So I expect, and throwing the gun at the trash sub.
Mm-hmm.
Take another call, and we'll see Lilo was the last guy.
Okay.
So I think we can corroborate that the last two cards in the deck are a second killer as well as
Third
the
deep dive.
deep dive. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, there's no other
Very
5
limited
influence.
resources left. That's Spin Doctor. Hoping for double seamless launch. All right. We have
Where's the
seen
answer?
quite a bit of influence in this Leo deck, right? Double void, at least one Antil. That's 10 already. And we assume 3 Spin Doctors. So it's reasonable to assume, I think, that it's
I
reasonable
think
to
that's
assume.
probably about right. That tells me also, if we were going to see Isaac already, we would have seen it.
Yes.
So that's certainly it's interesting to see a version of Leo perform this well without the gigantic Bran play.
Speaking of which, we've seen Zero Branches game.
That's true.
Shockingly, not even in archives, even, right? So what? I mean, there's no way in hell Leo deck is playing less than 3 Bran 1.0s, right? They've just all been hiding at the bottom of R&D all this time.
I don't know if I would say that with total confidence. This deck has surprised me before. It seems to run a little bit lower to the ground in terms of ice costs than we're maybe accustomed to.
Mm-hmm. I will note that the Polish megacity winning Leo deck, humanoid resources, all right. The Polish megacity winning Leo was running 0 answers. I think it had a tier in it. Shockingly enough, 6 minutes left in a round. I suspect this game might be wrapped up before then.
I think so. Yeah, I'm surprised at this point, especially with that last play.
One more install to go for Rogue. Okay, there we go. And a hedge fund to back up, to pad up the humanoid. I think
If there was any doubt as to being able to afford everything in this server, there it is assuaged.
Yeah. So we are seeing just hedge funds greasing their palms. I don't think we've seen any other operations. Oh my goodness gracious, that's a.
And we saw seamlesses.
Oh, it's seamless launch. Although I suspect that's not the best operation to stick on the back of a humanoid.
No, certainly not. But
yeah. So I suspect that Rotom is like quite satisfied with humanoid being essentially giving only you a 2-click turn in a lot of situations. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Yeah, it had to be somewhere.
Had to be. Remains to be seen if it's a 3 of. However, reasonable.
So this is a cool 8 credits. Yeah, there's no way that Eevee is getting through this. Right? It's 8 credits and some number of. I don't really want to calculate Shibboleth on threat against Leo, against MIC, I should say.
Right.
But I imagine this is like the last Project Ingatan or Architect deployment test with a seamless to back it up. There we go.
Yeah, any seamless in hand was the game, and there it is. Yep.
GG.
Oh, what a match.
Yeah, turn 19. And I mean, I think like a lot of people, and both of us as well, were thinking about like maybe turn 7 or 8 that EV had a very commanding lead actually, like especially
Mhm.
since like the order in which the Sable cards were drawn. Like so much econ, I think was up to 20 plus credits at one point.
Right. Well, and drawing, I mean, just the order of the draws was almost as good as you could have hoped for, in terms of just
Yes.
like getting set up, applying pressure, looking borderline unassailable, and then just Rotom holding it down with some incredible choices as to when to proc that ID. Genuinely, really impressive comeback there. It was a textbook match for how Leo should be played.
Yes, and of course, let us not forget that you did have to get a little bit lucky on like the first deep dive completely whiffing, and EV not having access to the second dive as well.
For sure,
But,
that's Netrunner, baby.
I mean, some of the best. You got to make your own luck, at a certain point. And
Yep. One interesting thing about that particular deck too is that at no point did we see a 3-pointer, ever.
that is true. Like, I mean, it's it's not out of the question to imagine that that Rotom was playing simply 10 2-pointers, for example, and it intends to score 4 agendas through the remote every game. So the question is if you think that 2 sending messages are better or worse than 3 equivalent, let's say 3 twos or 4 twos. And the big problem is, right, like HB, especially Glacier HB, has 2 4 twos that you don't mind playing in the off-road office and the architect deployment test. Not to mention, you have your new 3-2 in the project Ingertan. But I mean, it's very sad, but Luminal Transubstantiation got taken out to a farm upstate and is no longer in this household. So
Undeservedly, some might say, but
I think it's been one of the more contentious bans in recent Netrunner history, and I think the jury is kind of still out on whether HB needs the help in this specific matter. I know a lot of people.
I was going to say my stance on that is simply that I think that the card is incredibly fun and HB deserves to have fun things, but as Aksu points out elsewhere, Luminal is maybe not the solution to current HB's problems.
Possibly so. Yeah. I mean, it's difficult to identify exactly what HB needs. I think if I was in charge, maybe I would call something like a nice like board agnostic operation to stick on the back of a humanoid, because I think hedge fund is fine. Greasing is also fine, but sometimes you're already struggling sometimes to have like enough installables, especially with Poultry and Mercia already in faction.
Right.
In fact, also calling out 5-3 agendas. That I think the loss of Ikawa project definitely hurt the faction a lot more than people were anticipating.
It's a very interesting statement from the design team to not only not print a replacement, but to not print anything with that stat line at all. Right? Like that speaks to where they want HB to be right now. It'll be interesting to see in the future, be it through the ban list or through any future card releases, if HB is actually given anything on that end. It seems like defensive agendas are increasingly not in vogue beyond, well, I think Wayland at this point with SDS. I'm trying to think if there's anything I'm forgetting. It seems like they'd much more go for sort of the back pro style. Well, you found it, now something huge will happen. And it would be interesting to see what HB could get in that vein if they got their equivalent of, say, I forget the name of the new 5-3 in NBN, but that one. Thank you. It would be really interesting to see that. As of right now, though, they've really seemed to push hard towards the never advance kind of PD-esque gameplay without necessarily doing it in PD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's a reasonable point to make about the like the lack of 5-3s. Although I do want to call out, you mentioned like new card releases or like ban list action. I think there is no way in hell we are ever getting Project Vacheron back. I'm so sorry.
No. If we do, my condolences to everyone on the other side of that table, because that is No, that's a Drago level event. Should that happen, that is just a bad idea.
Bad idea.
Well, we have. It looks like we almost have standings for the evening.
So okay, wait. You know what? I actually didn't check before I got back on. Are we playing 9 or 10 rounds today?
It's 9. The time slots worked out in such a way that they reduced it to 9.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
the
the,
delays
the
and
delayed
stuff.
start and some of the technicals early on.
Right. So will round 10 be tomorrow, or is it just going to be 9 rounds? 9
It's
rounds?
just 9 rounds. Like that was the last round.
Okay.
We're just waiting to see the results so we can call the top 16 finishers, and I'm gonna go back to sleep.
Back to sleep? What are you talking about?
Eh, hey, I
You
woke
took
up
a
at
nap
some
just now
date
or what?
yesterday.
I
Like
was
every
about to
time
say,
you
he
go
got a
to
whole
sleep,
5
you go
minutes.
back
He's
to
feeling
sleep.
great.
That is true, actually.
Uh-huh.
That is true.
You're a lyrical, spiritual individual, Aksu.
100%.
That is such a way with words.
Misspeak into try to justify it with every possible way.
Uh, uh, do we have a round 9 result yet? I see. I still have this.
Not yet. I have been refreshing this shit like 15 times already.
You'll notice an interesting trend in the runner column. A particular color seems notably present.
Oh yeah, nuts all the way.
Maybe it's a good meta after all.
Hey, as a criminal enjoyer, no.
I mean, there's a Phoenix, Sep, Hosh, Phoenix, Sep.
A wonderfully diverse meta if you like the color orange.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the silver lining is that people are discovering ways to play Arnak that aren't just better in Hoshiko.
Yes.
We can
Aksu,
wait
do
for
you have any
like
remarks on that?
we can wait until like 2 months, and those people will learn the mistake of their ways.
I'm just happy to see Rio representation. That was an ID that I was very, very, not like massively hot on, but excited by in the sense that I thought it would be extremely fun, and I'm very glad that they're showing up. It's an oppressive effect when played aggressively enough, and I think that it's exciting to see her put up.
Okay, I'm just going to call out my prediction from the very start of this tournament, where I said that Anak plus Alco was gonna win the showdown, and I think four representatives, uh, in the top 10. We have Kabloosh, Ice Cream College, Why Not? Sorry, not Why Not. Small Grump.
Also, why
Okay,
not?
it's actually only three.
Yeah. Also
Small Grump, Why Not, and Ice Cream. Small Grump, Ice Cream College, and Kabloosh. It's only 9 a.m. I already can't talk.
I'll tell you, the prediction of my own that I'm proudest by is just that Nebula is not that scary, y'all. You'll be okay. And here we are. It is a solid ID with solid game plans that you can play around and or through, and this is proof positive.
Yeah, and I think it's not helped by the fact that I think people have identified that the Sebastial into Nebula matchup is actually kind of terrible for Nebula, right? Because yes, you can do your fast advance thing while Seb is still sitting there, but Seb is a kind of like slow enough deck that it was expecting to concede early points anyway. And then but once the thing gets off the ground, once like the Doom rig starts churning, like Seb can and will point and click delete like entire servers of ice, right? If you let him, and there's not much that Nebula can do about it other than try and draw more ice and try and draw more econ to afford all that ice while you are getting Arasera's crude and that well, I was going to say diversion of funds, transfer of wealth.
Yep. And meanwhile, While they're sweeping your hand that's increasingly flooded with Manuel and things like that, and all of a sudden you don't have a game anymore. It is well and truly disassembled. There is that plus the presence of Chesva across quite a few decks at this point, and Nebula pressure is very real.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can apply plenty.
And we do see at least 2 Profdivos over here as well. So excited to see like the full list and how it lines up into the rest of the Anak field that we see here.
Yeah, for sure. I know Oxy was extremely excited to see as much Pravdivos as we're about to on JNet. I think that's going to be great. I think that everybody will be better off for having to run into traps more, regardless of the color of the ID. As a wide advanceable enjoyer, I'm rejoicing. I'm having a wonderful time.
Yeah, don't worry. I will have a chat with the development team, and I'm sure that we can come to agreement on this problem.
I think you could be reasoned with, personally. I think that I think we could negotiate perhaps a bit of a team swap as far as where you land with regard to the banana.
Shocking turn of events in the last 30 seconds. What did I miss? Aksu is moving to Netrunner Dev, something like that.
And designing nothing but Pravdivos support, correct?
Apparently,
Wait,
yeah.
Who's going to run my AMTs now? What the hell?
We'll get another person to watch AMT on the second monitor while watching YouTube or something. Don't worry.
That's a damning indictment
Also,
of
you
your
have Kroll
involvement.
running your AMTs. Like, you're not playing the Europe ones.
Wait, what are you talking about? I literally played the last Europe AMT.
Brother, you didn't.
Okay, I played 3 rounds and then I went to sleep. But that still counts, all right? Yes?
That doesn't count.
Well, you heard it here first. If you show up to the AMT, it doesn't necessarily mean you showed up to the AMT.
For everybody else, it is like that. For Jai, no. Like, I want the people's champion to play more games than 3.
While fair, I would say if you go 0-2 and decide to drop, you still showed up, right? So if you show up, play some matches, and fall asleep, I think that falls into a similar category.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's not because I lost to Nebula twice or anything.
Lose to Nebula twice, concede, go to sleep.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
Round 9.
Round 9 standings. We have a top 16.
Okay, I can
50% egg should not be overly shocking, I have to imagine.
I can start from reading from the bottom, so we get some surprises.
Yeah.
So, number 16 making the cut. Cobalt playing Ob and Hoshiko. Hype.
Congratulations to Cobalt. Looks like the bubble was only +1, so condolences to Passive Mouth, the bottom 19-pointer, missing out on strength of schedule by 0.003. Oof.
Yeah, that's tough. Whiteblade making
the cut? Top 18 is cut, it would seem.
Oh, top 18?
Huh?
Wait, what? How does that make sense?
I was surprised by that too. But...
There's 2 drops. So Lucius and Passive Malt also making it in. I was like, what the fuck format is Man in the Moon running here?
Gotcha.
So Whiteblade also.
Congratulations to Lucius as the top placing 18-pointer. There are a shocking amount of 18-pointers. So
yeah, also making sure Criminal and THP at least make the cut. Then Whiteblade, Ob and Sable. Brother has been grinding the Sable for a while. Toron, Whale and Build to Last, and Hoshiko.
Excited to see what Toron is cooking.
Not always. Every single time. It's always impressive.
Not yet with Hoshiko. Kabloshi with Aoko and Rio. Hype. The first Rio player. And the first Aoko player, I think. Yeah.
I mean, no worries. There's more to come.
Alice playing Leo Construction and Hoshiko. Hoshiko going 4-0, which is pretty sick.
Strong showing, certainly.
Then Ice Cream College playing Aoko and Hoshiko. 2-1-2. That looks like a classic. Nervous Niger playing Sebastiao. That's pretty sick seeing Sebastiao in the cut also. The Jeans. Also Nervous Niger and not yet playing Pravdivest also. Not
Diogenes, not to be confused with Diogene. This is the plural.
Or the Jeans. Aoko and Sable. Sable going 5-0.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Yeah, that's sick. Deer, Aoko and Magdalene. First Shaper, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
correct.
One more shaper in this cut.
yeah. Augustus. I think Augustus is not able to play tomorrow, so we will not see him play in the cut. Then why not playing Aoko and Magdalene? Battle Fennec, I think also dropping. Yeah, also dropping for the tournament. Playing Swiki to the top 4, that's pretty sick. Then Davs with also the Pravdivest and Sebastia. Motion Blur playing Built to Last and Sable. And Small Gram playing Aoko and Phoenix. That's pretty mixed.
I think so this is our top 18. Worth noting that if not for the 2 drops that led to the 17th and 18th coming in, we would have only a single HB in the top cut. But 17 and 18 were both HB Sule and PD respectively. So this brings out a bit more respectable numbers.
Yeah. Interesting to look at the Wayland piece of this particular spread here. I think that there was at least some speculation as to which IDs would be making the cut, and it seems to be a little bit more varied than maybe folks initially thought. I think that people were looking to, something like Ob in particular to show up, and otherwise it was a bit varied, and we're seeing Built to Last come out in some degree of force.
It's interesting to see the ID splits. Like from Jinteki, only ID doing anything in the tournament basically was Aoko. Like nothing else came nearly close. From NBN, Pravdivest was the only one kind of cooking, like Pravdivest, and then Augustus dropping out from the tournament. So in the top cut we will see just Pravdivest from NBN, and then HB with actually most different IDs in the top cut tomorrow.
So Thunderbolt surprisingly high there for a moment there, and I find that rather interesting. I'd be curious to see what they were working on.
One Thunderbolt on 18 points, 3 and 1.
Yeah,
I think worth calling out, like you said, the Wayland identity spread. I think if you said there were 5 Waylands in the cut and asked me to identify them, it would be, I think, tricky to land on this specific split of Zuki, BTL, and Op. I think I would have expected a little bit more Op and a little bit less BTL.
I mean, my call would have been 5 Ops and nothing else.
Really, you don't like Zuki?
No, not at all. I think that is not good.
Oh, I fully disagree. I think it's a rock solid value ID that can play a surprisingly wide amount of game plans.
Worse than the Building a Better World.
Oxy, we're going to
worse than Building a Better World.
We're going to fight.
I think so.
Absolutely not.
No,
we
Swiki is
not
like
having another.
We're taking this offline. Absolutely not. Are you kidding? That is
like for sure.
With that said, I would have expected 4 obs in 1. That was basically where I was at. So to see the BTL representation is really, really nice. I'm very happy to see the ID cooking. That is good stuff, especially to see it end up as high as it did in the cut here. Really, really good.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on for sure. Runner side, only 2 shaper. That's an even lower representation than the the overall percentage of Shaper that showed up. I believe this is 2 out of 18. Shaper was like 20%. Yeah, that's like half representation, and all the slots obviously went to Anak.
I mean,
How many
like if you look at
crews do we
criminal,
have?
it's
1,
also
2,
like
3, 4,
destroyed
5.
from the like entrant amounts.
Hmm.
Like there was a
So
lot
let's wait.
of criminals entering, and just like if you don't look at the 2 extended cuts spots, it's 3 get
Yeah,
in,
that's
everybody playing Sable.
Speaks volumes as to the consistency of the faction, even despite having actual draw now. It's a difficult thing to get your sequencing in. Criminal's biggest issue has always been the order in which they draw their cards, not just drawing them. And in this particular case, I think that's just it exemplifies that, basically. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Criminal puts up when it puts up, but sometimes it just refuses to show up to work. And it more so than the other two in many cases.
Yeah. I think it will be instructive to see like what the sables that did make the cut are on, whether they are deep dive or a more red with twinning and companions kind of style, and like which, because I expect that the latter version is going to be like a more viable into a field of alcos which are trying to like anemone ping, Bladwalk ping your deep dives out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the one Moslihati, which is almost certainly going to be a red deck. Although I say that, I recognize that Matryoshka exists and it's a viable strategy for that ID.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the AI angle is challenging, though it does seem like the majority of your Alco matchups and everything else are not necessarily running the obvious counter pieces. So if they're not, I don't know who is, and if that's the case, then Matryoshka is definitely in a strong position for sure.
Yeah. And then last but not least, definitely not least, is Anak. We have 2 Phoenixes. Exciting to see what they get up to here. Sebastiao, 1, 2, 3 Sebastiaos. I think a bit fewer Sebastiaos than I would have expected, but all the Hoshiko, good grief, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Hoshiko in top 18.
Yep. This is basically exactly what I think a lot of folks were expecting. As to the contents of the decks, that remains to be seen. But in terms of the numbers, I think that basically tracks.
Yeah, I mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, rotations come and go.
Hoshiko remains in Hoshiko tier forever. An incredibly strong ID that does all the things.
Alright, with that, we probably can start cutting it off.
What, the Hoshiko?
The last week
finally!
of the tournament.
Updated ban list! Unban Luminal, put Hoshiko in that slot. There we go, got him.
I mean, for Supernaut in the chat, I already finished Baldur's Gate 3, godlike game. But other than that, I don't have any shoutouts. There's more to come tomorrow. At least I will be on the mic. I'm not sure if either of you were going to be.
I will not be, but I'll be very curious to see how it goes. I'm sorry, Jai, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just saying. You know, I think we're going to have a pretty stacked lineup for comms tomorrow. I actually not sure who was on comms earlier today. Before you came on, it was it Audrey?
Andre and
he's on both days, I believe.
Nice. Yeah. Glad I could step in for the last round.
So on the stream before you. Or after you.
But yeah. Happy to have done like 4 rounds today. Let Aksu brush his teeth in peace while I started yapping with Vasatron a little bit.
Yeah, Jai, you didn't have any shoutouts beforehand. You probably don't have any now.
No, you can go. I probably will be going back to sleep in a little bit.
Alright, Visatron, you got anything to say for the people?
Only that I'm excited to see what goes on tomorrow and Criminal for Life.
Hype. Alright. commentary team and people's
Alright.
champion out.